buenos días. Muy buenos días. Qué hermoso estar acá con tantas personas reunidas en esta primera edición de ETHLatam que estamos haciendo en Buenos Aires, en Argentina. Estamos tan felices de estar acá después de tanto trabajo, tantos voluntarios que pusieron un montón de esfuerzo estos meses, que están haciendo que esto suceda ahora. Es realmente muy conmovedor. Y además está pasando pocas horas después de que Ethereum en la testnet de Gerli pasó a Proof of Stake de manera exitosa. ¡Sí! Falta muy poco para el merge en mainnet. Y bueno, es muy conmovedor que esté pasando justo hoy, que haya tantas personas acá. Me acuerdo, muchos seguramente se acordarán que no fue hace tanto, hace 2016, 2017, cuando nacían algunos de los primeros proyectos de Ethereum argentinos, proyectos que hoy son líderes globales. Pasaron poquitos años también desde el hackathon que se hizo en 2018, eran 200, 300 personas. Ni siquiera existía DeFi en esa época. Pasaron también un par de años desde los meetups de Ethereum que se hacían, que al principio iban 20, 25 personas y terminaron siendo cientos de personas que iban a ese meetup. Y creo que por algo que siempre conectó a la comunidad de Ethereum, que es que si bien hay muchas cosas que nos caracterizan, una de las principales cosas que nos caracteriza, creo, es que nos gusta construir en comunidad. Nos gusta construir en comunidad. Y tenemos la posibilidad vía Ethereum de construir sobre una infraestructura que es global, que es open source, que es pública, que es incensurable. Y eso es muy poderoso poder tener ese acceso. Y sé que a mí y a muchas personas de las que están acá nos cambió la vida. Nos cambia la vida ser parte de la comunidad de Ethereum. Así que en estos días que tenemos por delante, yo les diría que aprovechen al máximo el escenario 1, el escenario 2, todos los speakers increíbles que vamos a tener, líderes en sus espacios, que aprovechen la mega muestra de NFTs que tenemos con artistas latinoamericanos que captan el zeitgeist, que crean el futuro. Va a haber un montón de side events también de fiestas, no sé, como 20 en estos días. Así que aprovechémoslo porque son todas personas que estamos acá para conectar, para conocernos, para conocer a nuestros cofundadores y también un poco para divertirnos también, ¿no? Para pasar buenos momentos. Así que aprovechemos al máximo estos días, que van a ser increíbles, y bienvenidos a ETHLatam. ¡Qué felicidad! Bueno, vamos a dar comienzo a la primera charla del día. Es una charla espectacular. Tenemos a Aya, que es la directora de la Ethereum Foundation, que nos va a contar sobre el jardín de Ethereum, cómo está siendo cultivado y qué nos queda por delante. Así que, Aya, no sé dónde estás, pero te invito a pasar el escenario. Un fuerte aplauso, por favor, para Aya.
Buenos dias. Hello, everyone. It is really great to see you, and I'm very excited to be here in Buenos Aires for the first time. I tried to come here a couple of years ago, but ended up not making it. So thank you, ETHLatam Buenos Aires, for inviting me as a speaker, for giving me an opportunity to see the country. Today, I'd like to talk about what kind of organization the Ethereum Foundation is and how we support the ecosystem. But before that, I'd like to talk a little bit about my background, and so that you can understand how we became the organization to support the infinite garden of Ethereum. When I started my career in Japan, I was a teacher. I believe in the power of education. and still think that I am an educator with my current role. Knowledge and access to information can lead to reshaping the future of a community or the world. I also taught my students the importance of learning diverse cultures and views, which is also essential for global understanding and also global coordination. Then I moved to San Francisco and discovered crypto. And I got fascinated with the possibilities that this nascent technology could bring financial inclusion and development of new economies with more open access to everyone. Then I joined Kraken as one of the earliest members of the team. And working at Kraken, I met a young Vitalik. He was very young. He's still young, but he was very young. And he was working on a new idea that can improve blockchain and crypto. And I was also fascinated because this new idea can increase the potential in things like financial inclusion more than 100 times. And yes, the idea was Ethereum. And later, when I left my previous work, Vitalik and some others asked me to come join at the Ethereum Foundation to help the organization, and I did. Back then, EF was just a hub for developers and researchers, focusing on building the platform with other community members. Ethereum was pretty big already, and I needed to redesign the roles of Ethereum Foundation. First, there were already many contributors outside of the Ethereum Foundation who were working on the infrastructure of platform as this is an open source project, but there was not good system to support those contributors. So one clear example of the first thing that I needed to do was to add the grant giving function to the Ethereum Foundation. Today, we do more comprehensive work than just giving grants, and I will explain part of it, but we do what's best for the Ethereum's healthy ecosystem long term. By healthy, I mean physically and culturally. Every good idea has trade-offs, just like Ethereum's trilemma. We sometimes have to sacrifice short-term advantage in order to achieve long-term vision. But we believe that that is one of virtues that the Ethereum ecosystem has, and that is tied to the soul of Ethereum. And within the EF, my most important role is to keep the soul of foundation so that EF can help the ecosystem keep the soul of Ethereum. I envision the future when our society will have systems that are more inclusive and open, so every single person has opportunities and access to be part of solutions. I believe Ethereum can help build that future, which is the source of our motivation, my motivation, and we are working toward that future together. So what is the Ethereum Foundation? The Ethereum Foundation exists to support things around the Ethereum technology and ecosystem. EF is a very unique organization. We are not just a normal nonprofit or a company. Why do we have to be unique? We believe Ethereum is a protocol for human coordination. It is not just money, it is not just technology. It is a protocol for human coordination that is supported by many great minds. And it can enable humans to coordinate better with more inclusiveness, transparency, and security. So, while Ethereum brings new views in human coordination, we learned that it requires new type of definitions and approaches to be understood and explained. So just like Ethereum, EF had to create a new type of collaboration system so that we can function flexibly to support the needs of the ecosystem. We have a little bit of more than this, but we are, yes, so instead of being a normal organization, we are like a community of teams. A community of teams that help coordinate many different things. Projects, people, teams, businesses, and schools that are building, developing, researching, and spreading the knowledge of the Ethereum technology and the Ethereum ecosystem. We do not just allocate resources, we coordinate activities, discussions, knowledge, and education in the ecosystem. Teams in the EF community are very aligned in the mission, but loosely coupled. The structure allows us to adapt to ever-changing coordination conditions around Ethereum more easily. Also, lets us distribute power to support more organic growth. So, some examples, we have ongoing development teams working on long-term projects like this. They usually have a lot of independence. And we also have the ecosystem development side cluster to support everything else in the ecosystem. Teams on this side are not developing specific things, but finding ways to better support the ecosystem with a bigger picture. Their roles include building relationship, allocating funds, facilitating education, and spotting risk in the ecosystem. And these are examples of those teams, and you know DevCon and ESP is Ecosystem Support Program, and there are others next billion, and yes, so our team told me we have a booth outside today, and some of team members are here. If you have any questions, and they will explain anything about the Ethereum Foundation. So, we are not a normal top-down organization. In order for each teams to support this unique and decentralized ecosystem, they often need to act independently, but they also need to act toward the same mission and goals. I said our people are very mission-oriented. How do we keep the mission? There are 3 guiding principles that are key to the way we think and act, which I think are also important for the ecosystem. First one is long-term thinking. You may not see the impact of what we are doing or what you are building today or even in a year. We believe our impact should be measured in decades or centuries. We need to think about the time when we are not here to be alive anymore. For the next generations, we take care of Ethereum for the infinite time beyond ourselves and our times. The second one is subtraction. You might have heard of this. I introduced this at DevCon Prague in 2018. We resist the natural tendency of organizations to accumulate prestige and power. Normally, an organization thinks about competition and tries to grow bigger. Instead, we push opportunities outwards. We are excited to see others to succeed. We try to matter less so that the ecosystem can thrive with or without the Ethereum Foundation in the long run. This was especially not easy at my earlier time. People really wanted ETH to have power. People wanted ETH to have control. But if you think about the world we are building, I believe each potential big power should subtract. So things get decentralized, and so power gets distributed. This is an important philosophy that we spend time and energy for new ETH people to understand well. Last one is stewardship of values. Like I said, Ethereum has a soul. The values of our community are what made Ethereum what it is today. Values like open source, decentralization, open access, privacy, and many more. We care about nurturing the values that are important for the community. There are many other values we have and believe that are important, but these are the ones that we stick to and come back to. And the bigger our ecosystem grows, the more decentralized our ecosystem becomes. I increasingly feel that having shared values is very important. That leads to our vision of infinite garden. The garden of ecosystem where everyone lives in a healthy, sustainable environment in order to continue playing the game together instead of someone winning the game. I came up with the idea of infinite garden by reading the book Finite and Infinite Games by James Carse. I recommend this to anyone in the community. It's very easy to read and short. And you would understand what I meant by playing the game in order to continue the game together. So with our principles, we try to focus on what only ETH can do. The ecosystem is growing, and it's nicely decentralized now. We are more than happy if things go smoothly without the Ethereum Foundation. We constantly ask this question: what are the things that still needs us that only ETH can do? Helping others be mindful of the potential blockchain and Ethereum beyond cryptocurrencies or DeFi's is one of the ideas that naturally occurred to me asking that question: what are the things that only ETH can do? We have team Next Billion, so we can think deeply about next billion users and builders, those who can benefit from this protocol of human coordination. We also have the Ethereum Foundation Fellowship program to help support a group of change makers that originally started in emerging economies. The first cohort just finished recently. The bottom left, Naroa, is working to connect schools with internet and building a new system to facilitate efficient collaboration between schools, government, and internet providers. And some of the governments that are involved actually are starting to stake. Benson on top right, he is working on decentralized insurance for small farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, working with the community team, EtherRisk. And Kuldeep, bottom right, he is working with BRAC, the biggest NGO and microfinance operators in Bangladesh, to use blockchain for a humanitarian project. And I have a video from them to introduce this.
I remember I read one of the first books I read about blockchain. There was a quote that says, "It doesn't matter what you want to build with blockchain, try to fix something that is broken or corrupt." We try to fix, or at least improve, even at a very small level, how the public sector works. You can end up improving the lives of many. You have said that with the concept of the next billion. So almost 600 million people in Latin America kind of fulfill that description of the next billion.
This really is key for Ethereum Foundation's mission to reach the next billion, because in order to, be part of this network, you first need to be part of the digital economy and have access to the internet. So it's really solving this first foundational challenge that we face, where still over 600 million students and young people don't have access to the internet around the world, and in particular in sub-Saharan Africa.
We're in the very early stages of understanding what, how do we understand it, and what benefit does BRAC get from using blockchain? Because BRAC inherently started as a core, a decentralized organization, units working in the field, solving problems where they are, and kind of like solving problems in a decentralized manner. So it kind of made sense on a theoretical and a conceptual basis that we could use blockchain in our organization to good use.
The problem that I'm working on currently in ETH Africa has been the claims process. It has been traditional insurance has had a lot of problems when it comes to claims payout. They would be delayed, number one, and they would also not be guaranteed because information trickle down was limited. So that has been the problem that we've been solving using blockchain technology, smart contracts. They're able to quickly generate payout schedules, now ensuring that we would know who needs to be paid, how much, when, quite fast.
Since 2014, more or less, I've been deep diving into what we call blockchain meets GovTech, which means how blockchain can serve as a government technology, working on how governments, how the public sector can meaningfully adopt blockchains.
I got to meet the other fellows doing awesome and wonderful things. We connect at different levels, discuss different things, especially on how to move our projects forward.
So at the end of the day, the next billion are going to be new users that will make the network bigger.
I think open source is the way to go. Blockchain is an open source solution. Ethereum is open source. And I think the solutions that we look at in terms of for the development sector should also be open.
And thank you for this beautiful conversation as well.
Very thankful and happy to be part of the fellowship. That's really, really exciting. And
and one of the fellows, that Chui, who just spoke in the video, like he's in Latin America. He's based in Mexico, but he also has team members in Buenos Aires. And his team has been working to provide solutions for government. His team is now working with the city of Buenos Aires, together with other blockchain startups, to kickstart an ecosystem. It's called Tango ID, Tango, which is a self-sovereign digital ID, decentralized and permissionless. The goal is to support more accountable institutions and sustainable economic growth. 4 provinces in Argentina are implementing blockchain ID, including the city of Buenos Aires. So that is very relevant to share today. And speaking of Latin America, as you know, we are bringing DevCon 6 to Bogota, Colombia. It's happening very soon in October. When we made that decision, I tweeted about this a couple of days ago. We did not just pick Bogota, we picked Latin America, including the city of Buenos Aires. And we're actually, in 2019, when we were discussing where to go next, which for DevCon, Patricio from PORP, he did a pitch actually in Berlin, at East Berlin. He did a pitch to me to bring DevCon to Buenos Aires. And we picked Bogota in the end, but his pitch was gave me confidence. We were wondering whether we should bring this to Latin America, and then we made that decision. And we are very grateful for the Argentinian community has been very supportive and helping the DevCon team together with other Latin America communities. So thank you, Argentinian community. So in Latin America, many places are struggling to do better for its basic infrastructure and systems, including financial inclusion. But they also became a hub for talents and entrepreneurs. Ethereum provides tools to build your own solutions, and in Latin America, I can see people's motivation to build their own solutions coming from genuine passion to change their own life, and I think that's very, very powerful. This is why we, Ethereum Foundation, see strong opportunities, the opportunities for Ethereum's next billion builders and users to be born from Latin America. We have been supporting teams and projects in the region and will continue to do so that you can join the Infinite Garden. So please speak to our team members here. If you, again, if you have any questions about how we support and if you're interested in getting our help. Coming to Argentina is also very special for me and our team members. We enjoy seeing how far the garden has grown here. You have a big community here, and I'm very excited to learn more about the country and the community. I also want to say some things about the originator of OGs of this local community. The Buenos Aires community has been one of the strongest Ethereum communities in the world. And I also learned the hackathons and crypto gathering at this place were the origin of birth to the teams and individuals that have built this beautiful community. There are also teams that have not just been successful, but also have been contributing to the entire Ethereum ecosystem. Nomic, on top left, who's been working to develop tools for developers, including Hard Hat, as you know, and now working with the other teams as a foundation. I am a long-term big fan of PORP. Yes, because I think they represent the culture of Ethereum in many different ways. And there are also other social impact projects that I cannot wait to learn more. And last but not least, I hear Argentinian Ethereum community has the highest percentage of women among everywhere in the world. That is so encouraging and great, and I definitely want to learn why during this trip, so we can encourage other communities to learn from you. I'm so happy that I came to your home, Buenos Aires, the city of passion and hope. And of course, you have wine and tango with passion and hope. And I really hope I can learn more of those fantastic stories during this trip. Looking forward to hearing your stories, including your struggles, stories full of magic and adventure. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Aya, por esas palabras. Qué importante, dentro de todo lo que decía Aya, de pensar esto en largo plazo, ¿no? Qué importante es desarrollar conexiones significativas en el largo plazo con las personas de la comunidad, porque las revoluciones tecnológicas tardan décadas en cambiar el paradigma. Así que, nada, eso. Tenemos un montón de otras charlas y ahora le quiero dar la bienvenida al señor Skyler, que es el director del equipo de DevCon en la Ethereum Foundation, y nos va a contar un poco sobre el merge y Proof of Stake. Bienvenido, Skyler. Un fuerte aplauso, por favor.
Super. Ok. Hola a todos. Bueno, voy a hablar en inglés. But if you want translations, I think there's live translations outside. So thank you, Sebastian, and thank you to the entire ETHLatam organizing team for putting on this awesome event, and all of you for showing up today. Today, like Sebastian said, I'm Skylar. I work with the Ethereum Foundation, actually on the DevCon team, and today we're going to talk a bit about proof of stake and the merge. I initially was going to talk a little bit more about something more technical, about the merge, about how it works, but I decided it might be nice to go back to the basics a little bit. And we all know that the merge is coming, that Ethereum and the community are excited about switching to proof of stake, but do we all know why? And what are the advantages it brings? And I'm not sure we do. So I think it might be nice to recap a little bit. But first, let's recap a little bit about what we want out of Ethereum. We want a global, credibly neutral system. And I think the key words there being credibly neutral. In order to have a system that's credibly neutral, we need that system to be run by many independent people around the world. And how do we have a system that is run by many independent people around the world, an online system? It's actually quite hard. So Sybil resistance is essentially the idea of you're able to make virtual copies of yourself online quite easily, and that makes running a system that is run by many independent people around the world quite difficult to do. So what we need a form of Sybil protection. And both proof of stake and proof of work are forms of Sybil protection mechanisms. So how do they work? Both proof of stake and proof of work are really proof of scarce resource, if you really think about it. And why are they proofs of scarce resource? Because we need something that's hard to duplicate, hard to copy. What is easy to copy are virtual copies of yourself. You can have a few different computers around the world and pretend to be a few different people. But what's hard to copy are scarce resources. And what's a good scarce resource that's hard to copy? Well, economic value, like capital, like money. And if you think about it, both proof of stake and proof of work are proof of capital. They're proof of money. In proof of stake, you have money. You use that money to buy ether, and you prove ownership over that ether by staking it. In proof of work, you have money. You buy energy to use that energy to solve puzzles, and then you use the result of that puzzle to prove that you had capital, that you used the capital. In both cases, it starts with capital, and in both cases, you can't just duplicate the capital to pretend like you have more influence over the system than you should have. And thus, proof of stake and proof of work are both designed to help protect the system from being run by many Sybils, from being run by many copies of the same person. They help ensure credible neutrality of the network. And so that's a little bit about what proof of stake and proof of work are here for, why we need them. Let's talk a little bit about why we're switching to proof of stake, what's the difference between proof of work. But before I jump into that, I think it's worthwhile to clarify, is proof of stake better than proof of work in every way? Because I've heard some people say this, and I think it's important to recognize that there's trade-offs in life, there's trade-offs in everything, including crypto-economic design, and there are some benefits to proof of work. And I think it would only be fair to highlight and to talk about some of the possible advantages of proof of work in comparison to proof of stake. So I'm going to talk about three of the main ones here. One of those advantages is that proof of stake requires weak subjectivity, proof of work does not. And at the basic, this means that if in proof of stake, if your node goes offline for many months at a time and you want to resync it, you will need to trust a peer or a friend or a service to get the current state. And in proof of work, there exists less of this weak subjectivity, but I and many others would argue that there still exists weak subjectivity in proof of work in the form of trusting client developers, of trusting the initial boot node IPs in the Genesis block and things like that. And so while this is like a possible advantage of proof of work, I often think it's not as big of an advantage as many pro-proof of work proponents would contend. The second potential advantage of proof of work is that attacks on proof of work are more detectable. So this means that if someone's going to attack a proof of work system, you have to buy billions of dollars of mining hardware, and that attack is probably going to be noticeable. In my opinion, noticeable and stoppable are two different things. In this case, it's probably a state actor doing this, and if you want to stop them, it probably means you have to do some sort of physical intervention, which probably means some sort of war. And so I think that's quite a bit more difficult than just detecting it. The third possible advantage that we'll talk about today is that proof of stake system from the start could be bad for distribution. Another way to phrase this is that proof of work has forced distribution of the token into the network. And so in the case of proof of work, basically because you are constantly spending energy, you have to constantly pay for that energy and sell a portion of the block reward back out into the community. So not ideal. Like Ethereum, thankfully, has had 7 years of proof of work. So it really has helped our initial distribution of Ether out into the community. But you could see in networks that start with an ICO and then go directly into proof of stake, you can see they have a less ideal initial distribution, than those that start with proof of work. So these are some of the possible advantages of proof of work. There's a few more here as well. It's probably really hard to read, but that you can. There's more nuance. If you want to dive into it deeper, these are a couple articles I would read. This is Proof of Stake: How I Learned to Love Weak Subjectivity by Vitalik, and this is a really good Bankless podcast between Justin Drake and Lynn Alden about proof of work versus proof of stake. And so then, why proof of stake? So we just talked about why proof of work. There's some advantages there. I think it's fair that we talked about those for the proof of work proponents in the room. And but now let's jump into it. So why are we switching to proof of stake? Well, I'll talk about 6 reasons, 6 advantages more or less here. The first of which being that proof of stake offers higher security, offers more security for your network at the same cost. And then when we're talking about security here, we're talking about the amount of money it takes to attack the chain, to get 51% control over the network. With proof of stake, this offers, you get roughly 5 to 20x more security for the same cost, which means basically that an attacker, if you want to attack Ethereum, you would need 5 to 20x more capital, more money, to perform a 51% attack on Ethereum versus Ethereum proof of work. And why is that? If you want to see the math behind that, you can actually read this article. Where is it? That was back there. It'll come up again. But the reason behind this is basically that there's more economic efficiency with proof of stake. So when I say proof of stake offers roughly 5 to 20x more security for the same cost, what is the cost that I'm talking about? The cost is what the protocol needs to pay to incentivize validators. We pay this in the form of block rewards, in the form of Ether emissions, in printing new Ether that we give to the validators. And with proof of stake, we can lower emissions to achieve the same or higher security than we have with proof of work. This is because to run a validator, it takes much less resources to run the validator. You don't have to waste energy, you just have to process the transactions, and your only cost is the opportunity cost of locking up your Ether. And so we can pay a lot more in protocol emissions and achieve the same or higher security than we had with proof of work. And with this, we get lower emissions, and we can more easily reach a point where more Ether is being burnt than is being created. This could lead to a deflationary Ether supply, which is where the ultrasound money meme came from, that maybe you have heard about. This in turn could lead to a higher price of Ether, and in turn, higher cost to attack the network. And this is all one advantage that we get with proof of stake. This is more easily visualizable, betterly visualized in this ultrasound.money website that is, you can scan this QR code here, but basically you can see on the left the amount of Ether that we are burning per year, that we are destroying per year. And remember, when you make a transaction on Ethereum, ever since late last year, or a year ago now, when you make a transaction on Ethereum, you have to pay gas. Most of that gas is burnt, is destroyed. And so the more transactions and activity that there is on Ethereum, the more Ether that is being destroyed every year, being burnt every year. And at the current rate, we're burning 2.7 million Ether per year. And on the right-hand side, we can see issuance. And we can see that currently, before the merge, we are printing 5.5 million ETH per year to incentivize validators and incentivize higher security on the network. And this is currently giving us an inflation rate of 2.3% per year of Ether in the network. But post-merge, if we were to go to simulate the merge, we could see that the burn stays the same, 2.7 million per year. It's unaffected by the merge. However, the emission rate that we have has now decreased by 10x. And so we're now only emitting 0.6 million Ether per year. And we can see that based on historical data, we would be looking at a negative 1.8% inflation per year. So this is actually deflationary, with more Ether being destroyed or decreasing over a year. And this is one advantage of proof of stake, is that we get more economic efficiency and in turn better security for the protocol. Another advantage of proof of stake, and this is a big one, is that we have better attack recovery. So what does this mean? I would say, so there's a myth, I think, among pro-proof of work proponents out there, people who are pro-proof of work. They say, it goes something like this, something like 51%, they say 51% attacks are infeasible for chains with high security. And they say that because to attack Bitcoin and Ethereum right now, it costs roughly between $10 to $20 billion. And while yes, that is a lot of money for us in this room here, I would argue that that's actually not a lot of money for a determined state actor. So if you look at just in 2016, the Chinese defense budget was $146 billion alone for 1 year. In 2021, the US defense budget was $745 billion for 1 year alone. And in my humble opinion, we will see major 51% attacks on Ethereum and Bitcoin and others in our lifetime. And for this reason, it's super important that you're able to recover from an attack when it happens. In proof of work, what happens? Well, the capital is outside the system. Your miners are outside the system. So if somebody attacks, you can't tell which miners are attacking, and you can't stop them from attacking unless you find them physically and you go try to destroy them. But now you're talking about some sort of physical in-person war. In proof of stake, capital is within the system. It's Ether. And so if somebody attacks, the attacking capital is visible and can be force exited from the system or deleted by community intervention. Now, in any case, a 51% attack is bad, and I think will be uncommon if it does happen. But I do think we should expect it, and we should be prepared for it to happen. And this is one major advantage of proof of stake over proof of work, where we are actually able to recover from a 51% attack, whereas with proof of work, you're really not. You're stuck. You're screwed. And so this is, in the words of Justin Drake, like an area in which proof of stake is just infinitely better than proof of work. Another advantage of proof of stake is that it is more decentralized. So let's play this one out in a little scenario. How do you become your own independent miner in proof of work? Well, you would need to invest millions of dollars in creating your own mining farm to be competitive with other miners that exist out there and become your own independent miner. You could invest less money, but you will be joining a pool in order to be sustainable, and in turn, contributing to the centralization of the network. You could invest less and run independently still, but you will not be profitable and therefore not sustainable. So how do you become a validator in proof of stake? Well, you need no special hardware. You can stake on a Raspberry Pi for $300. You can use the computer, the laptop that you're carrying around with you in your backpack, and it becomes a lot more accessible. What you do need is 32 ETH. You can buy this from friends, from peers, from exchanges, and right now, or yesterday, this costed actually a little bit more than $35,000. This costed $60,000, which is a lot of money. I'm not going to lie, it's a lot of money. However, in comparison to the millions that you need to become your own independent miner in proof of work, it is way more accessible than proof of work. And if you have less than this, you can join decentralized staking pools like Rocket Pool. And so because becoming a validator is more accessible to people, bringing proof of stake will make the network more decentralized. And okay, another benefit, another advantage of proof of stake is that proof of stake is more censorship resistant. So let's play out another scenario. Let's say the government wants to locate large proof of work miners. They want to outlaw Bitcoin or Ethereum proof of work from their country. Well, it's easy. You can really just go ask the electric company, or you can use heat map technology like they do for weed farming, and you could probably find large mining facilities fairly easy. In the inverse, let's look at, let's try to find a large proof of stake validator. It's actually not so easy. The low electricity usage required by validators makes them way harder to locate. And even if you do find the validating machine, destroying the machine does not destroy your ether. As long as you have your keys somewhere, you can still withdraw your ether later, or you can continue validating. And this isn't just theoretical. Last year, maybe some of you saw that in Malaysia, the police found an illegal Bitcoin mining operation, and they located it, and they crushed 1,000 Bitcoin ASICs with a steamroller. And so I think censorship resistance is important, especially in this day and age, and proof of stake definitely gives us better censorship resistance. And lastly, I'll cover that proof of stake brings more environmentally friendliness. Now, some proof of work proponents would argue that proof of work incentivizes green energy. In my perspective, that's also wrong. What proof of work incentivizes is cheap energy. And yes, in some cases, cheap energy is green. The green energy is the cheapest energy. However, in most cases, the cheapest energy is not green, and it's not what's most accessible. And so why is proof of stake more energy efficient? Well, if you think about it, proof of work is just proof of stake with extra steps. They both start with capital, but in the case of proof of work, you have to instead of locking up that capital, you use it to burn energy to solve a puzzle, and then with that puzzle, the result of that puzzle, you use that to prove that you burnt energy, that you spent the capital. Whereas in proof of stake, you start with the capital, and you simply just lock it up to prove that you own it. And the actual process of processing the blockchain really is quite simple. It can be done on a validator using under 10 watts and is not that complex, which is personally why I'm super excited that with proof of stake, Ethereum is expected to reduce its energy emissions by 99.95%. So those were some of the, there were 6 of the most common or most important advantages of proof of stake that we get from switching to proof of stake. But before we continue, I also want to cover a couple common misconceptions that I hear quite a bit as we approach the merge. The first one is that proof of stake is a rich get richer system, and proof of work is not. I would argue, actually, that this is not only wrong, this is actually like the opposite. That proof of work is a rich get richer system, and proof of stake is not. So hear me out. Remember, both proof of stake and proof of work are proof of capital. In proof of stake, you start with the capital, you buy ether, you stake the ether, you prove you have the ether. In proof of work, you start with capital, you buy energy, you burn that energy, you prove that you burnt the energy, you burnt the capital. But in both cases, it starts with capital. It starts with money. And in both proof of stake and proof of work, you get a percentage return on investment. So in proof of stake, however, the percentage return on investment is constant, meaning if you invest $50,000 in staking, you make the same percentage return on investment as a $50 million investment. However, in proof of work, the percentage ROI is higher with bigger investments. So if you invest $50,000 in mining, you will make less ROI than a person who invests $50 million in mining. And why is that? It's because proof of work has economies of scale opportunities. It has, so if you're going to invest $50 million in a proof of work in becoming a miner, what will you do? You're going to go set up somewhere where you can get cheap electricity deals, where you can be in a cool climate and pay less for cooling costs, and where you can get a discount off of your bulk ASIC order. All of these are economies of scale opportunities that exist in proof of work, that exist with every extra step that you add getting away from proof of stake, and they don't exist in proof of stake. In proof of stake, you don't have more economies of scale with more money that you invest. And so in conclusion, I would say, and many others argue as well, that in proof of work, the rich get richer faster than they do in proof of work, more than they do in proof of work. The other misconception I want to cover is that I hear often that proof of stake means Ethereum governance is controlled by stakers. Or a phrase another way, like it's ruled by the rich. This is also wrong. This leads people to believe that proof of stake assets are more quote unquote equity-like, that people wrongly think stakeholders make protocol changes, change decisions. They decide what upgrades happen to the protocol. And the truth of that is that that's not true. The validators, stakers, do not decide what changes happen to the protocol, not in Ethereum. There is no coin voting governance. There is no plutocratic control over changes to the protocol. Ethereum has always had informal governance, the same as Bitcoin, and will continue to have informal governance. So those who say that proof of stake is ruled by the rich, that the governance is controlled by stakers, are simply wrong. And the conclusion is that proof of stake is not ruled by the rich. It's informal governance, the same as Bitcoin. And the last misconception is that merge will lower gas fees. This one I hear a lot, and it's also wrong. The merge will happen. It will bring a lot of benefits that we just covered, but none of those is scalability. With scalability, if you want cheaper gas fees, you must use layer 2s. And when I talk about layer 2s, I'm talking about rollups, where you inherit the same security as Ethereum, but you have much lower gas fees. So these are things like Optimism, like Arbitrum, like ZK Sync, Starknet, and many others. So if you want cheaper gas fees, you should use layer 2s like rollups, and not just expect that the merge will bring lower gas fees. And I think that about covers the misconceptions, but I know what you want to hear. You want to hear when merge. What's the status of the merge? How close are we? And so yeah, well, we've been talking about, the community has been thinking, researching, working on the merge since the dawn of Ethereum, working on proof of stake since the dawn of Ethereum. And in the last 2 years, we've made quite a few concrete advancements. We have launched the Beacon chain. We launched it in October of 2020, and it's been running for roughly 2 years now, almost 2 years, and has about 400,000 validators staking on it. We have done hard forks to test it. We've done dev nets to test it. We've also done more shadow forks to test it. And we are actually finally in the final stretch. And starting in June, we actually started to test the merge on actual real public testnets. And on June 8th, we did the Ropsten testnet. It was a success. On July 6th, we did the Sepolia testnet. It was also a success. And just last night, at like 11 p.m., we merged Gurlai, which was also a success. And so, yeah, that's... So for the first time in ever, we have an end insight, a merge insight. And actually in half an hour, the consensus layer meeting will happen with the core devs, and they will decide, they will actually, for the first time ever, set a date for the merge. So we are super excited for that to finally happen. We'll have a date, and I think it could be within a month or roughly around a month. And I'll end with, if we truly want to move towards a solar punk future, proof of work is not the way, and proof of stake is. So thanks all for coming here. I hope to see you at many of these events, these Ethereum events happening throughout Latin America, hopefully at DevCon as well. And if you want to ask me questions, I'll be around outside. I think I'm out of time now, but thank you all. And yeah, happy merge.
Muchas gracias, Skylar, por esa excelente presentación. Un mes para el merge. Me vuelvo loco. Les quiero contar antes que sigamos con la próxima charla, que está abierta la aplicación para Quadratic Funding en la página qf.ethlatam.org. Se van a repartir más o menos 25.000 DAIs, si no me equivoco, entre proyectos argentinos que estén construyendo bienes públicos, así que pueden ahí submitir su aplicación. Y también les cuento que ahora a partir de las 11 empiezan a haber charlas en el otro escenario, escenario 2, así que si alguien quiere puede ir para ese también. Y bueno, nada, qué emoción que haya acá miles de personas, ¿no? Acá, online, nada, es espectacular. Así que ahora le quiero dar la bienvenida al próximo speaker, al señor Stani Kulechov, que es el founder de Aave y el founder de Lens Protocol también. Así que es un enorme gusto tener a Stani acá. Stani, no sé dónde estás, pero te invito a que nos acompañes.
GM. Okay, perfect. Wow, I didn't expect that many people here, so I'm a bit shocked. But thanks for coming for this little talk. We want to talk today a bit about the Web3 social and what our team at Aave and Lens are doing at the moment. So it's going to be very fascinating. And just to get some ideas, how many of you are using social media actively? Perfect. How many of you are using decentralized social media? Okay, we're still early, but it's still like a lot of hands, so I'm pretty proud of you. When we've been looking into social media today, we've seen a lot of kind of like challenges at the moment, what we have. Obviously, similar challenges that we have in decentralization, kind of like centralization, and why we are using decentralization as a method to solve these issues. And just to give a few examples, what we have been looking into is that today in social media, the pattern and the dynamics are quite mounted towards idea where we as the users are actively using these platforms for basically sharing our opinions, our thoughts, interacting with our peers and friends, and at the same time, we're essentially building the big networks that has become social media platforms today. So essentially, we, the users, are kind of like the product at the moment. And then we're essentially giving out a lot of data to centralized social media platforms. And in return, we're buying services or are selling our attention without getting any compensation at the moment. And also, we have an issue of like centralized social media selling your data. And there is not much you can actually do about it because all your friends and your peers are in these social media platforms. So it's very hard to actually do a digital exit and leave the platform. And that's the issue of the lack of portability. You create an audience in one particular platform, and you can't take it away to another platform, or if something new has been created for you. And it's a big issue. It's not only about we're not only talking about, let's say, something like Twitter or posting pictures between your friends, but it boils down to the right of having the accessibility for your voice. So as we know today, for example, that we can share our opinions in real life with our peers online, but once you kind of like lose that access to share their opinions, that's where the bigger problems are coming towards. And today, where we are living in a society where we have different opinions. So, for example, today we are here because we believe in decentralization. We believe that what we created with the internet actually, let me come back on that slide just a moment. Oh, I don't know how this works. Anyways, perfect. So let's look into that in a moment. So with the decentralization, for example, we believe that what we created with the internet is quite amazing. So internet in general connects people all over the world to share opinions and essentially creates a forum where you can find knowledge. So for example, today you necessarily don't need to go to a school to learn things that you want to learn. You can find resources online. You can find opinions across the world with the internet. So internet by itself has created a lot of opportunities and democratization with knowledge. But we're here today, for example, because we believe that the way we created the internet in a centralized way, it created a lot of efficiencies, but at the same time, it centralized a lot of resources and also the control to single entities that are basically becoming quite big at the moment. So what we are trying to achieve as well, not only what we did with decentralized finance, with the Avi protocol, with the Lens protocol, we're trying to give that power back to the users and change the dynamics a bit more. So whereas you are the users and the product in decentralized social media networks and platforms, with decentralized social media and what we're trying to do with the Lens protocol, we want to get that power to you as the users and changing the dynamics in a way where these applications, algorithms, they actually are here to serve you, and you as a user, you can choose what kind of algorithms you want to use and what are servicing for you. But that's just like a secondary. I think the main purpose of decentralization is that it gives you the freedom of choice. And because you have the choice, because you have the ability to vote with your feet and change the provider, change the DeFi applications you're using, and giving you the choice to select what providers, applications, experiences, that changes the dynamics completely. So the applications, they need to actually build, and developers build those applications that are actually in line with your principles. And I think in terms of like Web 1 social, that was the moment where we could actually broadcast a lot of information globally. So, for example, I was born and raised in Finland, where a lot of open source technology was thriving. Linus Torvalds created the Linux operating system, Git, which is basically used by every developer in the planet. And I kind of like a belief of having information and access into information. And this is how I personally learned about software development, any other topic and area that I was interested in. Most of the thing I learned was from internet. And with Web 2 social, I was able to actually interact and share my ideas across the internet to other people in a way where I didn't need to actually have much of developer skills. I could essentially join a platform and actually create content. And that's very efficient because it means that you can scale this platform across globally to anyone who has the access to internet. Now with the Web3 social and what we are trying to achieve with decentralization, we want to take the idea and reconstruct how the internet is built today. We did that with payment networks and finance, and now we're trying to achieve the same with the social media and publishing. And that's about actually bringing the ownership to you. And it's the bigger thesis in Web3 that the actual users of these networks should have the ability to decide how the networks are created, but also have this kind of like a self-sovereignty over your assets on your social presence and your social networks. And having that kind of like ability to decide how you interact with your users without anyone coming in between for you. So the way we create impact is in twofold ways. So obviously, we build a protocol. And what it means is that we, first and foremost, we wanted to re-architecture the way social media base layer works today. So we wanted to create a set of tools for developers to build social media applications in a way where they can actually focus on the experience, they can focus on building better applications, and redefining what social media is today. I think the way we build social media necessarily today isn't the way we want it to be. So having a lot of followers, chasing likes, for example, or getting traction isn't necessarily the way we want to interact. Maybe there's a way of building social media where we focus on privacy, or we focus on smaller, more impactful networks, and maybe even more niche social media networks. The base layer, what we wanted to achieve is essentially to create a composable layer where any developer can actually come, any part of the world, from Argentina, India, Europe, and actually build those applications. And you don't need to focus on the user acquisition that much, because you're actually using a network that already has users. So that's the bigger kind of like a value proposition. When you're building together, you're all sharing the user base, and you can decide how do you curate what kind of a content as an application builder. But also, we're empowering creators quite a lot, because the creators can choose, as they own their own social graphs, where they want to broadcast their content. Not just where they want to broadcast their content, but also they can signal what kind of algorithms they prefer to use, and they have the freedom and opportunity to choose. So for example, today, if you don't like the algorithm that is, for example, used in Twitter or in TikTok, I personally love the TikTok algorithm. It finds the most funniest shit on the planet. But in terms of like Twitter, you don't really have a choice. You can't really go and say, I want to use this particular algorithm, because maybe it finds more content for you that is more interesting. Maybe you learn more by changing the algorithm. But the issue is that there might be other competitive factors for, let's say, a bigger social media platform to keep you one particular algorithm. Maybe it creates more revenue for the business and so forth. So it's essentially about giving the freedom. The infrastructure that we built is smart contract based. So we built a protocol where essentially we're using NFTs in terms of reflecting the ownership that you have, or a relationship. So for example, each and every single profile is an NFT, meaning that you can store it in a cold storage, or you can transfer it. It can be your social presence, but it can also be your brand that you created. Every single relationship is also recognized as an NFT. And what that means is that whenever you follow other profiles, you're minting follow NFTs. And those follow NFTs will always reflect the latest content that the users are publishing within the protocol. So for example, if I have a picture of a dog and I repost a picture of a cat, essentially those follow NFTs, if you go and look into OpenSea, or you go into a wallet and look at that NFT, it reflects that picture of a cat, essentially. So between the profile NFTs and the follow NFTs, we created a protocol-level, censorship-resistant messaging, kind of like a channel between the user and the audience. But also, there's pretty much like a very simple, typical social media interaction, such as publishing content by posting, commenting, and also mirroring. And essentially mirroring means that you can amplify the content that you like and share it with your own audience. And actually, as a creator of the content, you can also set mirroring fees. So for example, if you mirror content to another audience, to your own audience essentially, what happens is that you can actually get paid if someone collects that content as an NFTs. And the way it works is that all the content that is posted are automatically NFTs based on the follow NFTs, but also you can collect them as mutable copies. So for example, if I like that picture of a cat, I can actually take that picture of a cat and mint out of it and collect it as an immutable NFT. And the creator can actually set also different kinds of monetizations. For example, you can collect a 5 Matic fee or any kind of like an asset and collect a fee out of the collections, and maybe you can even donate that to, let's say, the ETHLatam crew to sponsor the event a bit more next year, for example. So it creates a lot of interesting monetization dynamics, and these are just examples what you can build, what we build it into the protocol, and you can even expand that ecosystem. What we're thinking is that we are creating kind of like a direct-to-audience channel. So you as a creator, you don't need a actually application in between you and your audience because you have the direct relationships. And we want to change the way of the applications and algorithms that they actually are finding the ways to serve your audience in the best way, depending on your content type, what's your content type and what kind of audience you have. And of course, like one of the things we wanted to elevate quite a lot is the curator aspect. So what we see quite a lot is that creators are getting empowered to quite some extent compared to the curators. And curator is also a creator class, and everyone is kind of like a curator. So some of us are making Spotify playlists, lists of people to follow in Twitter, or just reading recommendation, and that's curation. And curation is one of those things that takes most of the time as well, but it's undervalued in terms of the like compensation and the benefit. And the mirroring is one example of how you can actually elevate the curation and amplification of the content. But because it's an open protocol, anyone can create various kind of models into the protocol to elevate further the curators, the content creators, or the audience as well. One fascinating part is that what we've seen for the past year and a half or 2 years is the rise of the NFTs. NFTs isn't only kind of like a way to join maybe a community that are excited about a particular NFT project, but it's actually a way to verify ownership or creation of a particular content. And what we noticed with the NFT ecosystem is that it actually creates an interesting asset class where you have content as an asset. So for example, when we are buying art, that art is a piece of content and an asset class. If you have NFTs, that's also an asset class. And it's very well demonstrated in terms of art, digital art, for example. But I think the same kind of like methods could be used to expand into content like text-based content, more into audio, and we have seen more music NFT projects out there. And of course, the fascinating part for us, for the Lens team, is that how we build the protocol. So it's an open source protocol. Anyone can experiment with it, fork it, recreate something new, or contribute directly into the protocol with specific modules. But so far, we have had got a lot of interesting and exciting response in terms of what we have been doing and in terms of the impact. So there's definitely interest at the moment in decentralized social media. And I think I would love to map the space a bit in a similar way where we have the blockchain layer and we have a protocol layer, where the Lens protocol is living. On the protocol layer, we also have various different other interesting protocols, smart contract-based tooling. We have POAP. We have Proof of Humanity, for example, is an interesting project. Both of them oh, let's give a small clap for the Argentinian-based projects. So POAP, Proof of Humanity. So these are protocol smart contract-based tools that you can actually build and interact with the Lens protocol, because everything is pretty much composable. So once they're in the same network, you can do interesting logic there. The middle layer is about more of what kind of content you can curate for the applications, how do you index the data. We have the graph, subgraph for the Lens protocol. There's the Lens API that has been bootstrapped, and some additional tools as well. And then we have here the experience layer. So this is where a lot of focus has been put into by the community of actually using the protocol, using the middleware, and building different kinds of experiences. And then we, of course, have the audiences, depending on what kind of audiences we're looking at. And one interesting part is that we've seen a lot of DAOs creating Lens profiles at the moment. And it's quite fascinating because you can create a profile to have this kind of like a permissionless way to distribute news about a project. For example, if you have a project that is creating a smart contract-based proposal to a DAO, part of the smart contract payload could be, for example, that you post a change log into the Lens protocol under the protocol's own Lens profile. But some of the examples we've built within our team, a couple of examples. We have the Lens friends, where you can actually find other profiles and connect with them. There is a Lenser which was built in 2 weeks in a LFGrow hackathon that we hosted together with the ETHGlobal team. Essentially, just a basic front end to access the Lens protocol. We've seen also LensTube, which was built by the brother of the Yogi who built the Lenser, and it's his little brother. Both are living in India. And then we have a Tea Party, which is more about curating the content and using soulbound tokens to reward the users. A lot of the things that has been built on top of the Lens protocol are recreating the current social media applications by the developers. And it's fascinating to see kind of like how you have this composability when you go to one application, then to another, and you necessarily don't need to log in, and you have the same portability there. Orb is one other interesting project where they're recreating kind of like a way to find talent and educate more talent into the Web3. And this is something very fascinating, especially that more and more talent is coming into the Web3 space, and there's so much to learn. So you basically can create a profile, learn different courses, and find also job openings as well. We have one community member that was building one application per day. This just shows the excitement of what we have on the community building. And of course, our team itself is focusing now on working on the middle layer. So one of the fascinating points about the protocol is that we have a gasless relayer. We call it the dispatcher. And the idea is that it pays the cost for the front ends to actually interact with the blockchain. So you don't essentially need to pay gas for posting. Now we're working with a couple of integrations. So we are working with the integration of Proof of Humanity, POAP, ENS, Sybil.org, and creating kind of like a middleware infrastructure where we increase the quality of the social graph. Just examples, different modules. Token-gated following is one of them. You can follow some particular profile if you have particular POAP from an event, for example. So because these modules are smart contract-based, essentially they can be any kind of a logic on chain interactions and creating very fascinating use cases. And all these auctions, there's the, all these modules here are actually community built. So there's dozens of modules built by the Lens community. And I think to compare a bit, I think the Lens community has had this kind of like a loot event that I like to compare with, where we built something very basic and left a lot of opportunities for the developers to come and solve and build them. And of course, a lot of whitelistings has happened by actually looking at the Web3 on-chain data. So for example, if you had a POAP or you're part of some particular community or hold certain NFT, you have been allowed listed to try the Lens protocol as it's still beta. So we have taken a bit more community approach on how we increase the social graph, and we want to solve many of these challenges we have together with the community. And also, if you have a website or a blog or anything online, you can also add the follow on Lens button, especially if you have a Lens profile. And for us, most important thing, we're focusing on actually making the usability more easier for the users. So we had the dispatcher, so we want to increase delegation. So for example, that you can delegate certain functions like following and posting to a dispatcher, so you don't need to sign the transactions by yourself, making it essentially easy for the users, new users that are coming into this space. And we're focusing quite a lot of creating like an open space for the algorithms to come and essentially build new algorithms for the users to choose what to use. Just quick graph on the numbers that we have. Maybe one of the interesting graphs here is that we have made over $200,000 worth of revenue directly to the users by users collecting posts or mirroring those posts, which is quite fascinating. So each profile is earning roughly $4.5 per user. And I love this kind of like a visualization of the social graph. So this was day one, almost 2 months ago. So we had on day one 2,000 profiles that were based on a open letter that the users were following, and 7,000 follow NFTs. 3 days later, we see the social graph kind of like increasing, and there's different kinds of parts there that are forming. Here we had a couple of additional whitelistings into the protocol with the Pulley NFT, and you see the graph growing further. And this is 30 days later. We listed the developer DAO, Boys Club, Gitcoin contributors, a bunch of different POAP holders, the Avocado team, SheFi, Rabbit Hole, basically completely going towards a path of Web3 onboarding. And that's almost 2 months later, so 43,000 profiles. We're now over 50,000 profiles at the moment. And you can see like this hairball growing in terms of the social graph, and over 500,000 follows at the moment. And essentially, it's an open protocol, it's open source. Any one of you, if you're a developer, you can build interesting applications on top of the protocol, but you also can actually build new modules. If you have something interesting to build, ideas in mind, you can go to ideas.lens.xyz and help with us and build together. This is a protocol that is public good. It's basically for years to build, and we want to build together with the community. So if you don't have a Lens profile at the moment, if you scan this QR code, fill the form, and you'll be allowed listed to test the Lens protocol and give your feedback, collaborate with our team, and participate and contribute. It's an open protocol, and we're super excited to get feedback and improve, and especially solve different kinds of challenges that we have in social media space today with decentralization. Thank you, everyone. It's super excited to be here. And that's it.
Muchas gracias a Stani por esa presentación espectacular. ¿Cómo están? ¿Cómo estamos? Qué lindo, ¿no? Tanta gente. Bueno, qué poderoso lo que cuenta Stani, ¿no? Que además de poder ser dueños de todos nuestros activos, también podemos ser dueños de nuestra identidad digital en el metaverso. Muy poderoso y muy relevante para los próximos años. Les cuento, antes de seguir con la próxima charla, que tenemos una charla ahora que está empezando también en el escenario 2. Está Vicky Guareschi, que es la directora de producto de Lemon. Así que a los que les interese esa charla pueden ir para el escenario 2. Y ahora, en pocos segundos, vamos a tener a Diego Fernández. Diego Fernández es el secretario de Innovación y Transformación Digital de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Así nos va a venir a compartir un par de cosas bastante interesantes también. Así que, Diego, cuando estés listo, te invito a subir al escenario. Está llegando Diego, así que vamos a esperar unos segundos más. Bueno, mientras esperamos, les recuerdo que tenemos la aplicación de Quadratic Funding abierta. La pueden buscar en QF como quadraticfunding.ethlatam.org. Ahí todos los proyectos, sean argentinos, pueden submitir una aplicación y después se va a hacer, básicamente hay un pozo de 25.000 DAI que va a ser repartido entre proyectos argentinos que estén desarrollando bienes públicos. Así que les aliento a anotarse, si aún no lo hicieron. Perfecto, es hasta las 12 de la noche, me cuentan acá, así que no se olviden. Tienen unas horas todavía, pero pueden inscribirse.
Tenemos a Horacio y a Diego que van a hablar ahora y ya están ahí.
¿Ya están acá? Ok, perfecto. Bueno, muchas gracias por esperar. Invito a pasar a Diego Fernández y a Horacio Larreta. Un aplauso para ellos, por favor.
¿Cómo andás?
Bien, ¿y vos?
Sí, bien fuerte. Qué grande, ¿verdad? ¿Ya? ¿Se escucha? Buen día. No, solamente una bienvenida de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Para nosotros es un orgullo enorme que este evento tan importante se haga en nuestra ciudad. Nosotros estamos todo el tiempo promoviendo la modernización, la incorporación de tecnología. Esta es una ciudad con un enorme capital humano en términos tecnológicos. La mayoría de los unicornios de Latinoamérica han salido de la Argentina y de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Nosotros promovemos la vocación en temas tecnológicos en la escuela de los chicos, le damos toda la manija posible. Y dentro de ese mundo que se haya elegido Buenos Aires para hacer este encuentro, la verdad que es fantástico. Tiene una movida, una energía positiva, seguramente de acá van a salir buenas ideas y nosotros vamos a estar súper receptivos a ver qué nos sugieren que podemos hacer mejor en la ciudad, para hacer nuestro laburo, para dar un mejor servicio a la gente. Estamos convencidos que esta tecnología, el blockchain, genera infinitas posibilidades de mejorar el funcionamiento del gobierno, la relación con los ciudadanos. Lo que necesitamos es ideas, inquietudes que nos acerquen propuestas, proyectos, a ver qué creen que podemos hacer mejor. Nosotros estamos tratando de promover esto de que se puedan pagar impuestos con las cripto, promoviendo que se use cada vez más. Y ya les digo, venimos bien, venimos dando pasos. Tenemos todo nuestro proyecto de la identidad digital también, que estamos trabajando en basarlo en tecnología de blockchain. Estuve el año pasado con Vitalik cuando vino, también peloteando ideas. La verdad que me voló la cabeza en algunas cosas, como puede haber gente que piense tan adelante. Realmente me sorprendió. Y que de vuelta, que podamos hacer este evento acá, genera la oportunidad de una tormenta de ideas que termine en que Buenos Aires funcione mejor. Así que yo los invito a eso. Sé que hay gente que vino de afuera, del interior del país. Aprovechen un poco también a disfrutar la ciudad. La verdad que le ponemos mucha garra para que la ciudad esté bien, que sea una ciudad atractiva. Estamos atrayendo también a los nómades digitales, gente que labura desde acá, vive en Buenos Aires y labura para el mundo entero. Hay una movida cada vez más fuerte de eso y somos muy receptivos en Buenos Aires a las buenas ideas. Hemos tenido un éxito bárbaro con nuestro distrito tecnológico en Parque Patricios, que tenemos, siempre me pierdo en la cantidad porque aumenta, pero ya más de 400 empresas que están laburando allá, generando un clúster, un polo que se retroalimenta. Claramente Buenos Aires tiene un potencial de crecer y seguir generando ideas, innovaciones y potenciar la Buenos Aires en el mundo a través de la tecnología. Así que, como les digo, en eso necesitamos que nos ayuden un poco. Ideas siempre estamos para probar, estamos para innovar. La verdad que nos ha ido muy bien con toda la tecnología del BOTI como método de relación con los ciudadanos. Ha sido un golazo. Bueno, en esa línea estamos para crecer. Y claramente el mundo cripto y todo lo que significa, la juventud pensando en esto, genera una energía innovadora fenomenal. Así que por eso es que apostamos a esto, por eso es que estamos tan contentos de que este encuentro se haga en Buenos Aires, porque estamos seguros que de acá van a surgir ideas para seguir trabajando y mejorando la ciudad. Yo los voy a dejar con Diego, que es nuestro ministro de Innovación, que seguramente les va a poder hablar con mucho más detalle qué es lo que estamos haciendo en estos temas. Así que muchas gracias, disfruten la ciudad y vamos a estar esperando buenas ideas de parte de ustedes a ver cómo podemos mejorar Buenos Aires y sobre todo la relación con los vecinos de la ciudad, a ver cómo podemos incorporar tecnología a hacer la vida cada vez más fácil y mejor para todos. Muchas gracias, los dejo con Diego Fernández, que va a ir más al detalle. Muy bien, dale.
Bueno, mirá qué foto, ¿eh? ETHLatam a Buenos Aires. Primero que nada, quería empezar agradeciendo al equipo que hizo esto posible. Hoy a la mañana hablaba con Paula y acordábamos cuando se empezó a imaginar esto y hubo un equipo atrás que laburó, que se rompió el lomo en momentos difíciles porque vino el cripto invierno y se puso mucho más áspero conseguir sponsors, pero Martín, Paula, Fío, Romy y todo el equipo que estuvo haciendo esto posible, muchas gracias. Enorme laburo, enorme laburo. Pero bueno, hoy quería compartir con ustedes tres cosas. Tres cosas que queremos hacer como ciudad, tomando esto que decía Horacio, cómo hacemos para promover, para generar más desarrollo. Y lo primero que nos planteamos es, vamos a preguntar, Buenos Aires, como todos ustedes saben mejor que nadie, es un polo cripto mundial. Tenemos de los mejores talentos, tenemos proyectos que tienen calidad internacional, que son líderes en el mundo. POAP, que acabo de mintear el mío, Decentraland, Sandbox, Open Zeppelin, un montón de casas de desarrollo, de DevHouse. Tenemos mucho talento. Empezamos a preguntar, empezamos a hablar. Dijimos, tenemos que construir un sistema de identidad digital autosoberana, que está muy vinculado a lo que decíamos recién. ¿Cómo hacemos para que la gente viva mejor? Y la aproximación natural de un gobierno hubiese sido, che, vamos a armar una aplicación de gobierno, para que la gente tenga una aplicación de gobierno, que se baje su documento. Pero dijimos, no, eso no va a crear valor. Para crear valor tenemos que contribuir y promover que se desarrolle una infraestructura que el gobierno use, pero que no sea de gobierno, y que lo pueda usar cualquiera. Y la verdad es que tuvimos mucha gente interesada, muchos emprendedores, muchas empresas interesadas. Che, quiero contribuir a que esto ocurra. Y apareció la idea de generar Tango ID. ¿Qué es Tango ID? Es un protocolo de identidad digital autosoberana. Y empezamos a escribirlo convocando a todo el mundo a que contribuya, a que nos aporte ideas. Y hay un white paper que los invito a que lo bajen, lo pueden sacar del sitio de Tango ID. Pero fijamos un conjunto de principios que Tango ID tenía que tener. Primero, necesitamos seguir estándares internacionales, no hay que inventar nada de lo que está inventado. Primero que nada, identidad digital autosoberana, desde el 2016, fundamental seguir esos principios. Segundo, el Internet Engineering Task Force, la DIF, la Decentralized Identity Foundation, el World Wide Web Consortium, Trust over IP, que estableció un modelo de 4 layers en el aspecto tecnológico y en el aspecto de gobernanza, que es tan relevante en los sistemas de identidad digital autosoberana. Y OpenID, que es probablemente uno de los protocolos más difundidos para solucionar este tipo de problemas. Segundo, interoperabilidad. Es fundamental que cualquier cosa que se cree tenga interoperabilidad con todo lo que sea posible. Tenemos que abandonar los hilos digitales. Basta de tener sistemas que no hablan unos con el otro. Tercer punto, buscar usar blockchains abiertas no permisionadas. Esto por ahí es contraintuitivo lo que están haciendo algunas organizaciones o gobiernos en el mundo. ¿Por qué creemos esto? Porque creemos que es la forma en la cual se genera valor de verdad, valor genuino. con ustedes, con la comunidad, trabajando y creando valor en blockchains abiertas no permisionadas. Cuarto, que el protocolo sea multichain. ¿A qué me refiero? Que se pueda anclar en distintas blockchains y que cada jurisdicción, cada organización, cada ecosistema que lo implemente pueda tomar la decisión de en qué blockchain lo quiera anclar. Quinto, y esto discutimos un montón, toda data privada de los usuarios tiene que ser guardada en los dispositivos de los usuarios, off-chain. No puede estar ni en un server central, ni puede estar on-chain. Sexto, que sea open source. Es fundamental. No podemos hacer tecnología propietaria, no pueden ser códigos cerrados, tiene que ser tecnología abierta que cualquiera pueda usar sin pedirle permiso a nadie. Séptimo, gobernanza autónoma descentralizada. Como dije al principio, esto no es un protocolo del gobierno. El gobierno lo quiere usar, pero lo cualquiera. Y tiene que tener vida propia. No puede gobernarlo nadie que no sea la misma comunidad que el protocolo genere, el mismo ecosistema que el protocolo promueva. Para llegar a este punto hicimos 3 meetups, vamos a hacer ahora un cuarto meetup para cerrar el tema de, en realidad workshop más que meetup, para cerrar el tema de cómo es el modo de gobernanza, porque en un protocolo de identidad digital presenta un desafío adicional, pero es clave que eso lo logremos. Y como último punto, y esto engloba toda la filosofía que planteamos cuando promovimos el desarrollo de esto, el gobierno tiene que ser un usuario. No queremos generar usuarios del gobierno. Nosotros vamos a usar esto, pero cualquier otra organización del mundo, cualquier otra organización del país, lo puede usar sin pedirle permiso a nadie, sin avisarle nada a nadie y sin que el gobierno tenga ninguna injerencia, porque el poder está en manos de los usuarios y no del gobierno. Y la verdad es que estamos contentos porque se empezó a generar un ecosistema. En muy pocos meses de laburo se está generando un ecosistema. Hoy el protocolo Tango ID, que está ya en su versión alfa, que tengo la suerte de tenerla desde hace una semana en mi teléfono, ya está anclado en 4 blockchains distintas. En Layer 1 de Ethereum, en Polygon, en Starknet y en RSK, que para los que no lo conocen es un Layer 2 de Bitcoin que es EVM compatible. Y muchas empresas y otros municipios se empezaron a interesar. Extremian, que es una compañía argentina que deben ser de los que más saben de identidad digital en el mundo. OS Cities, que es una compañía GovTech que trabaja con muchos gobiernos de la región y están haciendo un laburo maravilloso y también son promotores e impulsores de todo el tema de identidad digital autosoberana. IOP Labs, de Dieguito Gutiérrez Saldívar, que la verdad, tipo que siempre está disponible para compartir conocimientos, para ayudar, para pensar, y nos dio un apoyo fenomenal en eso. Starwork, que la verdad trabajamos un montón y ahora les voy a contar un doble clic sobre lo que vamos a hacer con Starwork, que la verdad que nos dio mucho apoyo para poder avanzar en esto. Y por último, bueno, Excapit, que es una wallet cordobesa, que es una wallet cripto, pero dijo, che, yo quiero meter el sistema de Tango ID de identidad digital adentro de nuestra wallet cripto, que nos pareció súper interesante porque une el mundo cripto con el mundo de identidad. Y, bueno, acá menciono 3 gobiernos, el de Vicente López, el de Luján de Cuyo en Mendoza y el de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires. Luján de Cuyo, muy bien. Y el de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, por supuesto. No lo puedo poner acá porque todavía no está 100% cerrado o 100% implementado, pero estamos trabajando con un montón de jurisdicciones de la región y del mundo, por lo menos 8 adicionales, que también están avanzando en esto. Roadmap, muy breve. En noviembre vamos a tener el MVP. En enero queremos hacer el lanzamiento. Mucho laburo por delante, un enorme desafío, pero confiamos en que vamos a llegar. Pero eso no es lo importante. Lo importante, y ahí sí es un call to action a todos ustedes, lo importante es que se genere valor arriba de esto, que esto funcione como una infraestructura pública para que cualquiera pueda construir valor, para que los exchanges no tengan que hacer KYC, que tienen una caída del 50% de la gente cuando se va a inscribir tiene que hacer KYC, para que los bancos por ahí tampoco tengan que hacer KYC, que ustedes empiecen a imaginar cualquier solución en la cual tener resuelto el tema de identidad digital, poder emitir credenciales verificables, les brinde casos de uso potenciales para usuarios que ustedes imaginen. Segunda cosa que quería compartir. Estuvimos trabajando un montón pensando, ¿cómo vamos, en qué blockchain vamos a anclar inicialmente a Tango ID? Y la verdad es que ahí tengo que agradecerle al Ethereum Foundation, a Steven, a Aya, que nos ayudaron a ponernos en contacto con un montón de Layer 2, tanto Optimistic Rollups como Zero Knowledge Proof Rollups. Y empezamos a evaluar. Era una decisión difícil porque no es lineal. Y tomamos la decisión de anclarlo inicialmente con Starknet. ¿Por qué? Por 3 motivos principales. Uno, la tecnología de Stark Proof Security que brinda Starknet es muy adecuada para la implementación que queremos hacer. El Validity Key que implica el Stark Proof Technology nos permite ser muy efectivos en cómo se maneja la información y la seguridad dentro de la implementación de Tango ID. Segundo, la escalabilidad. A los que no conocen la plataforma Starkwork, lo que permite básicamente es generar cálculos computacionales muy complejos off-chain, con lo cual no pagás ese costo. Y lo que guardás es el Stark Proof en la blockchain, con lo cual eso nos da una enorme escalabilidad. Y tercero, Tango ID es un Layer 3 técnicamente, o si se quiere filosóficamente, es un Layer 3, es un layer de identidad digital que a su vez puede generar cálculos o transacciones vinculadas a la identidad dentro del protocolo Tango ID, que luego se anclan en Starknet, que luego se anclan en el Layer 1 de Ethereum. Con lo cual lo que logramos es una escalabilidad tanto a nivel operacional como a nivel económico fenomenal. Entonces tomamos la decisión de anclar inicialmente el protocolo Tango ID dentro de lo que es Starknet. Y punto 3 y último. Buenos Aires quiere ser parte del ecosistema Ethereum. Buenos Aires quiere meterse de lleno en esto. ¿Y cuál es el problema que tenemos? El problema que tenemos es que nosotros como gobierno, todo lo que hacemos tiene que estar regulado por algo. Yo soy secretario, no ministro. Por ahí me ascendí y no me di cuenta, pero es una novedad, ¿viste? Me hizo ministro porque me vio acá, qué sé yo. Yo como secretario no puedo hacer lo que quiero. Tengo que hacer lo que puedo y está regulado. Y la verdad es que nada de todo esto está regulado. El gobierno no puede legalmente accionar en ninguna de estas dimensiones todavía. Nosotros el año pasado sancionamos una ley que conceptualmente le inspiró originalmente el Estado de Israel, que es un sandbox regulatorio. ¿Qué es un sandbox regulatorio? Es una ley que te permite hacer cosas que no están reguladas o incluso probar cosas que están hasta prohibidas. Doy un ejemplo. En la ciudad de Buenos Aires es obligatorio que un auto sea conducido por una persona. Ahora, si queremos hacer una prueba de autos autónomos, no la podríamos hacer porque está prohibido por ley. Entonces, ¿qué haces? Haces un sandbox regulatorio y decís, bueno, mira, en este conjunto de manzanas, en estos horarios, de esta forma, va a haber autos sin conductores atrás, pues estoy probando esto. ¿Y con qué objetivo? Con el objetivo de decir, bueno, hago esta prueba para poder entender qué regulación tengo que utilizar. Y nosotros acá estamos buscando 3 cosas. Primero, promover la inversión pública y privada en proyectos blockchain, que eso es algo que mencionábamos antes. Segundo, contribuir a la seguridad y la descentralización de la red. Estamos en Ethereum, como todos ustedes saben, en un momento importante, muy cerca del merge. Queremos contribuir, ser parte de esa descentralización y de esa seguridad. Y tercero, investigar y desarrollar una regulación adaptable, algo que nos permita, como gobierno, participar formalmente de estas redes. Y para eso, y es el anuncio que quiero hacer hoy, que lo conversábamos antes con Steven y con Aya, Buenos Aires quiere instalar nodos validadores de Ethereum dentro de los 2 data centers que tenemos. Tenemos 2 data centers nivel 2, porque no tenemos 2 fuentes eléctricas, pero tenemos 2 data centers de primera clase mundial y nosotros queremos instalar nodos validadores de Ethereum para probar y para poder generar una regulación acorde que nos permita como gobierno participar de esto. Cortito, breve. Los invito a que vean Tango ID en la website o que sigan el Twitter mío de innovación. Muchas gracias por estar acá. Disfruten la ciudad que está buenísima. El domingo está el Mundial del Asado para los que comen carne, aunque también hay asado vegano. Vayan, que está bueno. Está bueno, sí. Va a haber un montón de gente, pero se van a divertir. De vuelta, gracias por estar, gracias por venir, gracias por escucharme y ojalá disfruten mucho de ETHLatam.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Qué tool, ¿eh? El gobierno de la ciudad poniendo nodos de Ethereum. Esa no la veían, ¿no? Yo tampoco. Impresionante. Bueno, nada, ya vamos más o menos a la mitad del día. Está saliendo espectacular esto. Tenemos una nueva charla ahora. Les recuerdo que tenemos un segundo escenario también, donde también hay charlas que están pasando ahora. Ahora viene una charla de un miembro del equipo de PyDAO. Así que si les interesa pueden ir ahí al lado. Y tenemos la próxima charla ahora acá, que es sobre regulación. Tenemos a Sebastián López Sansón y a Juan Manuel Campos Álvarez, que son, Sebastián es cofundador de Salabarren y López Sansón, y Juan Manuel es el director de regulación financiera y corporativa. Así que cuando estén listos los invito a subir. Un fuerte aplauso para ellos, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Buen día. I will switch into English because there's people from everywhere. So thank you very much for giving us the chance to share with you all our experiences in the last 3 or 4 years in the ecosystem. So Juan Manuel is my partner and myself, Sebastián López Sansón. The main goal of the discussion today is to share with you what we have learned out of experience since maybe 2017. This has been an amazing journey, something that we as lawyers did not expect to happen, but we were definitely very happily surprised by this. So the thing is, Web3 and blockchain, I will use the terms as equivalent, are impacting heavily in what we are doing on a daily basis. Of course, this is very early stages. And we are unexpected guests to the blockchain party, right? Because since blockchain is called to be a decentralized platform ecosystem of people where nobody's the owner of the code. So at the very beginning, like 10 years ago, regulations were not supposed to have a heavy impact on the ecosystem, but they did, right? So what we are doing now is trying to bridge the gap between the legacy system and what is currently happening today, which is how to apply the legacy system and the regulations, the tax regulations, securities regulations, into what is happening today, which is very interesting and very challenging. Again, our minds are wired to do something different. So we were lucky enough to participate in virtual world projects, online gaming involving NFTs, cryptocurrency exchanges, NFT vaults, NFT marketplaces, etc. And each of these projects has a different take, a different regulatory environment and requirements. So this is what we're going to discuss today with you guys. And the idea is to share 3 or 4 basic principles of how to approach the legal challenges here.
So the question here is always how we can face all this uncertainty, and what we usually do is build a legal map. What is a legal map? Well, it's a drawing, a map, where you place all the legal aspects that have an impact on your project. And this means, this allows you to identify the risks, the opportunities, and the challenges that your project faces. As Albert Einstein said, you cannot use an old map for a new world. And our discussion here is not about what is the map of this new world, but how to build it.
Thank you, Juan. So the map is not the territory. You have the map, but when you go and travel, then you find bumps and other obstacles on the road. But this is one of the principal maps we have built during the last 3 or 4 years. And what is core, the idea that yields light on every and each one of our decisions is the business model. The business model of the project, right? There's not always a business involved here. The business model of the project. And from the business model of the project, then we focus on 3 or 4 major areas, legal and regulatory areas, that need to be tackled at the very beginning. Because if we don't tackle them at the very beginning, then it might be very costly to overcome that initial lack of action vis-a-vis the legal system. So there's 4 or 5 areas that are listed here. One is, number one in general is the white paper, right? So 80% of the cases, white paper, the lawyer is not involved. 20% the lawyer is involved. Of course, never ask the barber if you need a haircut, but I think you need to involve the lawyer as soon as possible, right? So we start by the jurisdiction and where to place your A, holding company, and B, development company is key to the project. And sometimes the holding company, which is where you receive capital, if you make a capital round or you have a seed round, and the development company, they might be the same one or two different companies. And just to give you a very quick example, a number of companies and projects in the ecosystem used to use Cayman, and we will dig into this, but Cayman is an offshore jurisdiction, is super appealing, but at the same time has been an increasingly friction jurisdiction, right? So maybe BVI has started to be a friendlier jurisdiction because of lack of regulations, or maybe Switzerland also to some extent. We will discuss that. So jurisdiction is key, and jurisdiction has an impact also on tax matters, right? Both tax at the level of the project and tax at the level of the stakeholders, naming equity holders, token holders, etc. So the jurisdiction is also key. And also, if the project issues token, a token, ERC20 token, ERC721 token, then securities regulations may be involved. And if this is the case, the matter of jurisdiction becomes overly relevant as well. And then there's a third wider circle of, I don't want to say less important, but actually less important matters at the very beginning that can be dealt with time. And time is of the essence here. We need to be timing masters in the legal blockchain ecosystem because regulations are either lacking or very incipient, very new. And the more I can delay dealing with those regulations, the better and safer and less costly it will be for my project. So this is an initial legal map that you can use to prioritize and to assign resources in a cost-efficient manner. Resources in terms of cash resources, but also in terms of talent. And talent is usually more lacking than financial resources these days.
Well, as Sebas was saying, when you start to deal with that mess that we were showing of the legal map, you need to set priorities because you have scarce resources, scarce time, and how do you set those priorities? The key here is always the model of your project. And based on the decisions you make regarding this model, all the other pieces will start to fall into place. So, will your project be centralized or decentralized? Will you issue tokens? What type of tokens? Are there going to be ERC20, ERC721, other type of tokens? Will you need a company? Will you set up a foundation? Will you put in place a DAO? All those questions will help you set priorities. And of course, you should not always listen to your lawyer, because in our experience, many successful projects, had they listened to the lawyers and the value we can add, they wouldn't be here now. So set priorities.
And priority setting is the second. The first was the legal map, and priority setting was the second of a number of maybe mental models or principles that we suggest your teams, your legal teams, use in terms of dealing with your project. And this is another principle that has paid nice profits in terms of avoiding headaches. You can never see what you actually avoided because it didn't happen. But I mean, choosing the right jurisdiction is very, very important. And friendly jurisdictions in terms of taxes, which means being tax neutral, in terms of regulations, securities regulations, money transmission services regulations, if a payment process is involved, virtual asset service provider regulation, if you are dealing with the sale of tokens, and all sorts of regulations, consumer protection, data privacy. So choosing the right jurisdiction gives you a wide margin to act, and also lowers the cost of being wrong. And in the context of choosing friendly jurisdictions, I would say that the feature of flexibility is key. What does flexibility mean? Flexibility means that I can be wrong and I can course correct, right? That maybe I chose the wrong jurisdiction, but I can move out of the jurisdiction without paying significant taxes at the level of the company or at the level of the investors or equity or token holders if there's no investors. Those are not similar. I can move talent without significant friction. I can spin off a part of my project from that jurisdiction to another country, to another subsidiary, where now, because regulations have evolved, it is more convenient for it to be carried out. And let me give you an example. We were helping an online gaming NFT-based company out of the Cayman Islands, but the Cayman Islands, as I said, and there's a lot of offshore jurisdictions here, and offshore is not a dirty word. Offshore in the blockchain ecosystem is super convenient, and offshore in most cases is law compliant, right? And I want to make that clear. So there was this platform that needed to strip the product development activity from the holding activity. So we moved part of the operations from the Cayman Island to the BVI. We moved the product development to the BVI because the BVI is 3-4 years behind Cayman Islands in terms of regulations. And we did that with no cost whatsoever. You can assign talent, you can assign IP, you can assign agreements. So that's part of the flexibility. Another very interesting feature, which I think I missed to say in the previous slide, was that you need to choose a structure and jurisdictions that are commercially appealing. We made many mistakes in the last decade, many mistakes. And out of those mistakes, we learned. And out of those learnings, one might be that even though offshore is not a dirty word, if you have European investors, then that might not work. So that's legally possible, it's not commercially appealing. So your jurisdiction, the flexibility of the jurisdiction also need to do with your decision being commercially appealing as well. There you go.
Okay. So also in connection with the jurisdiction and the development of your project, one of the other principles that we have derived from our experience is you should avoid being the low-hanging fruit. And this means, in regulatory terms, when you're being chased by a lion, you don't need to outrun the lion. You just need to outrun the people that are along with you. And as we all know, and we hope there are no regulators here or watching from home, well, you should be as compliant as you can and try not to bring the attention of the regulators in order to gain time, to prepare when you have clear regulations. You don't want to be caught with a regulation that was prepared for another industry that is being revolutionized by blockchain. So although you cannot predict what the regulation will look like, you can always prepare for that. And that means stay high up in the tree, not be the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, and from a practical perspective, that means if this is a commercial startup and we want to tackle a market, and that market maybe is heavily regulated, so maybe I have the chance to run the project from another jurisdiction, much more friendly jurisdiction, and tackle the market from outside of that country. And why is that? I mean, because governments, even the most powerful governments on earth, they have limited capacity, right? And they will usually audit and chase those projects that are closer to home, right? So in terms of a practical approach to decide from where to tackle a market, you need to first assess how regulated that market is. And the fact that I want to tackle that market doesn't mean I need to go into that country, right? So an election there, a smart election there is very, very important. And another principle which is very important is a practical approach. I mean, we lawyers, we have a bug in our head, right? And in law school, what we learn is and this is what people pay us for, right? To identify what can go wrong. And here, everything can go wrong, right? So the practical approach is just to make friends with uncertainty. Make friends with being absolutely certain that you will not be fully compliant. And that's the starting point. And the practical approach means we need to use certain mental models, right? Maybe we need to use a cost-benefit analysis. Okay, how likely it is that this potential liability will be created? What is the cost? What is the upside? How does the upside compare with the downside, right? Probability of upside times benefit minus probability of liability times cost. And we need to see what that math does, right? And in terms of Jeff Bezos, right, the same. Type 1 and type 2 errors. Type 1, consequential and irreversible, then we don't want to go there. But 95% of the topics we deal with are either inconsequential or reversible. And there, we lawyers need to learn how to manage that answer. And that's been a beautiful takeaway, in particular at my stage of the career. I mean, I've been doing this for 3 decades now, so I mean, it was beautiful takeaway. I mean, just to be more flexible in the approach and to help projects from that standpoint, because otherwise, projects do not derive any benefit from a traditional legal assistance, legal advice. And the next principle is also goes hand in hand with being practical, which is iterations. Here as well, like never before, we have seen a beautiful dynamic between the chief product officer and the legal team and building, I mean, because you can code in a million ways, right? And there's no way right or wrong answer. There's different manners to get to your product, and there are certain coding that may help you be closer to being closer to compliant, let me say. So the iteration between the legal team and product development is key. And let me give you another example. We were discussing profit sharing between, in the context of NFTs, between the guild owner and the players, the ones that have the scholarships, etc. So there, we needed to decide if the profit sharing was made by the platform, in the context of an Axie-like game, by the platform, or by the guild, because the guild, also the guild owner had its own software infrastructure. So from a securities perspective, it made much more sense to lower risk that it be the guild, the one that distributed profits between his company or her company and the player. So that's a clear example where building product together with your legal team makes sense. So iteration with the legal team is important.
Great.
And the next principle?
Yeah, is to have a decentralization plan. As we all know, whenever you have a project that will issue tokens, fungible or otherwise, securities is always a concern. All countries around the world have securities regulations, but as we all know, the US regulator, the SEC, is one of the most active one. It has brought many enforcement orders, and they're always saying, for us, almost everything is a security. But one of the aspects that they look at when trying to determine if your token is a security is how much decentralized the token is. And in that sense, what you need to have is try to tackle that. You need to have a plan, because maybe right now you cannot have a decentralized token at the beginning, because you have a development company and you're building the project, the protocol, whatever. But you can have a plan right now that will allow you to set the stages for decentralization and determine, well, I can decentralize these aspects of my platform now, these other aspects for the midterm, and I will leave full decentralization for the end of my iteration. And so we have seen that. We have helped companies to design a decentralization plan, and we think that this really adds value to the project.
And so as a sort of a wrap-up, and of course we came from assuming that blockchain projects tend to be global projects, so everything we have said applies all over the planet and for projects everywhere. So again, key takeaways: build them up, be flexible, avoid being the low-hanging fruit, be practical, choose the appropriate jurisdiction that will be able to let you move freely until regulations are more definitive, if we can call them. And this is it for today. Thank you very much. It's been great. Pleasure.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián y Juan Manuel, por esa presentación. Acabamos de llegar al primer receso del día. Ahora tenemos un receso para almorzar de 1 hora y media, así que a las 13:30 volvemos. Como ya saben, aparte de las charlas del escenario tenemos el otro escenario con charlas también. También tenemos la exhibición de NFTs. Así que no se la pierdan, disfruten el almuerzo, aprovechen a conectar con personas, aprovechen a generar comunidad y acuérdense también que pueden postular su proyecto argentino en Quadratic Funding, que es qf.ethlatam.org. Se van a repartir 25.000 DAI, si no estoy equivocado, entre los proyectos ganadores. Así que nada más, que disfruten el almuerzo y nos vemos a las 13:30. Muchas gracias. escucha? Hola, ¿qué tal? Les pido por favor que se vayan sentando, así podemos continuar con el menú del día. Espero que hayan comido muy rico. Por favor, vayan sentándose, vayamos entrando en silencio. Vamos a seguir con las charlas de hoy. Recuerden que también tenemos otro escenario donde hay charlas en simultáneo. También tenemos la exhibición de NFTs, como les decía antes. Y también pueden postularse para el Quadratic Funding con 20.000 DAI. Para comenzar la parte de la tarde, vamos a arrancar con un panel súper interesante sobre adopción cripto en América Latina. La tenemos a Olivia Goldschmidt, que es periodista, para coordinar este panel. Tenemos a Marcelo Cavazzoli, que es co-founder y CEO de Lemon. Tenemos a Manuel Baudrois, que es el co-founder y CEO de Velo. Santos Barrio, que es cofundador y CFO de Let's Beat. Y a Julián Colombo, que es Head of Policy en Bitso. Así que un fuerte aplauso y te lo dejo a vos, Olivia.
¡Más fuerte!
Mucho más fuerte. ¿Estamos? ¿Anda esto? Bueno, primero, de vuelta un fuerte aplauso porque fue medio pobre.
¡Vamos, ETHLatam!
Si van a tuitear algo, usen el hashtag WAGEI, We Are All Gonna Experience It. Hagámoslo trending topic, que esto de verdad rompa Twitter. Estoy muy honrada de compartir escenario con estos jóvenes, chicos, no sé cómo decirlo. Creo que está bueno que estemos acá para hablar de la adopción de cripto en Latinoamérica, en nuestra región, desde Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires y en realidad la Argentina tienen algunas características particulares que podemos o no compartir con el resto de los países vecinos y regionales. Me parece que podríamos arrancar porque cada uno cuente, más allá de quién es y qué hace, cuál es la visión que tiene en este momento. Chelo, dale.
Dale, ahí se escucha bien. Sí, perfecto. Bueno, buenas, ¿cómo andan? Soy Marcelo Cavazzoli, co-founder y CEO de Lemon. Tal vez me reconozcan de películas como Lemoncelli en el metaverso, tirando pasos. No, bueno, pero primero quería arrancar haciendo una pregunta abierta. Raise your hand, levante la mano. ¿Quién hoy tiene Ethereum? A ver. Oh, shit. Ok, manténganla levantada. Los que conozcan, hayan escuchado hablar de Lemon o tengan Lemon. Ok, prácticamente los mismos. Ok, genial. Seguro conocen qué es Lemon. Ahí ya está bien. Pero no conozcan por qué hacemos Lemon o cuál es nuestra misión en Lemon. Nosotros tenemos como esta misión muy fuerte que nos marca como el norte y un poco nos ayuda a mantener la motivación, que es de despegar la civilización hacia el futuro del dinero y de Internet. Queremos ser como una especie de cohete que agarra a ciudadanos de capa 1, de nivel 1, y los lleva a este nuevo sistema de dinero y a esta nueva iteración de Internet. Bueno, y lo venimos haciendo muy bien. Hoy ya tenemos más de 1.3 millones de usuarios en Argentina. Hoy con la Lemon Card logramos de que millones de personas entren a cripto y tengan sus primeros bitcoins, sus primeros satoshis de una manera súper fácil. Y bueno, con los NFTs queremos hacer lo mismo, pero con esos primeros pasos hacia Web3. Y por otro lado, tenemos en Lemon un montón de personas de todo tipo. De hecho, recién vi que compartió una foto de una chica que subió, en estos días que subieron muchos tweets, compartió una foto de una chica que subió la foto de su familia en Levi, digamos, su familia NFT. O sea que ahora, mintar NFT ya es como una actividad familiar, digamos, más o menos. Y bueno, y todo eso se resume en una plataforma con más de 2 transacciones por segundo. De hecho, a ver si se escucha. Sí. Bueno, estos 120 BPMs, que son 2 transacciones por segundo, ¿qué está pasando en Lemon? Una compra, una venta, usando la Lemon Card, familias mintiendo NFTs. Entonces, bueno, todo esto lo hacemos posible con un equipo que somos hoy más de 250 personas, con esta misión, con esta misión de despegar a la gente a Internet 3.0.
Santos, vos y tratá de no chasquear mientras hablas, que no se escucha.
Ok, perdón. Voy a hacer el mejor esfuerzo posible. Bueno, buenas a todos. Yo soy Santos Barrio, soy cofundador de Let's Beat. Y bueno, yo soy rosarino, que es una rareza acá. Bueno, Let's Beat, para contaros un poco a todos, es una empresa que arrancó, como la gran mayoría de todas, como un exchange de cripto, como una puerta de entrada para que la gente pueda pasar de su dinero fiduciario a comprar Bitcoin, a comprar Ether, otras cosas, pero que a medida que empezamos a trabajar, a medida que empezamos a conocer a los clientes, nos fuimos encontrando cada vez más con que cripto tenía un potencial mucho más grande que ser simplemente un instrumento de inversión, un instrumento de poder timbiarse, como se dice acá, digamos, de poder agarrar y poner tu plata e intentar volverte millonario, y que en países, especialmente lo que son de América Latina, tiene la posibilidad de cambiar las realidades financieras de las personas. Empezamos a ver primero que la gente utilizaba cripto para poder dolarizarse, después para hacer pagos internacionales, y empezamos a encontrar cada vez más que cripto realmente tiene ese potencial de reemplazar el sistema financiero tradicional para la transaccionalidad diaria de las personas. Entonces, con Livestream lo que tenemos como visión es a todo el mundo, a todo el que utiliza un banco hoy en Argentina, poder reemplazarlo y poder darle un servicio financiero mejor en todas las cosas que hace. En el ahorro, poder darle mejores tasas, más estables, mejores servicios. En pagos, poder darle pagos más rápidos, más baratos. Y en crédito, poder ayudarlos a financiarse de una manera que ningún banco en Argentina ni ningún país de América Latina les permite financiarse. Creemos que cripto tiene un eje enorme para facilitar todos estos servicios de manera mucho más eficiente y equitativa que el sistema financiero tradicional. De ahí lo que Livestream quiere hacer es convertirse en el banco cripto para América Latina. Eso es lo que hoy estamos trabajando. Estamos en Argentina, abrimos Perú y Colombia, nos vamos a ir para el resto del continente y queremos convertir a cripto no en algo de nicho, no en algo que utilice la gente que quiera hacer únicamente trading o quiera únicamente usar con NFTs, sino que algo que le puedes decir a tu madre, a tu tío, a tu hermana, a cualquiera, y pueda realmente en su vida diaria mejorar su interacción, su vida financiera. Eso es lo que hacemos.
¿Cuándo arrancó la empresa y cuántos años tenías cuando arrancó?
Sí, nosotros arrancamos cuando estábamos en primer año de la facultad. Yo hoy tengo 25 años. Arrancamos un poco con la idea, viste, de todo el mundo, que es hagamos trading, de alguna manera consigamos maneras de aumentar ingresos. Yo era de las pocas personas por ahí que en mi grupo conocía Bitcoin. Así que arrancamos con una especie de fondo de inversión. Después arrancamos con una plataforma de compra-venta de cripto. Esto fue en 2018. Y de ahí fuimos creciendo. Hicimos todo bootstrap, todo bien garage. En realidad arrancamos en una cocina, pero bueno, lo más parecido que teníamos. Y de ahí, bueno, básicamente con el crecimiento que tuvimos de la empresa, el crecimiento de usuarios, pasamos de 0 usuarios a 30.000 en un año. Ahí es que empezamos a crear esta visión de convertirnos en un banco. Hoy somos 5 socios en la compañía, todos tenemos alrededor de entre 25 y 27 años y ya tenemos más de 50 empleados con nosotros, de los cuales tenemos realmente un talento que nos pone muy orgullosos que estén trabajando con nosotros. Hace 5 años, la verdad que era totalmente impensado.
Muy bueno. Manu,
Oli.
arranca vos. Manu es un histórico.
Trajo los fans.
Soy el más viejo acá, boludo. A ver, 10 años en cripto, o sea, nada, bastante tiempo. Lo que más me gusta de esto es que no conozco a nadie, lo cual es una muy buena foto o película de cómo viene creciendo el ecosistema.
Todos te conocen a vos igual.
Digamos, ¿por qué estamos haciendo lo que estamos haciendo con Velo? Que es básicamente construir un producto que dé control del futuro a las personas. Tiene que ver un poco con mi historia personal, que es, en el año 2000, recién lo conté acá, pero en el año 2013 me tocó viajar a Lollapalooza,
Se
a
sacrificó
Chile, que pibe cheto. Y llego, me bajo del avión y de ahí, digamos, nuestra querida presidenta había decretado control de capitales. Yo estaba con una tarjeta de débito que no podía hacer nada. Ya veníamos, digamos, coqueteando con Bitcoin y dije, listo, tipo, esto es la solución. O sea, poder empoderar a la persona, es decir, a partir de, digamos, de tener un sistema financiero totalmente descentralizado, global, donde de alguna manera las personas realmente tengan el control sobre sus activos, esto es la posta y es necesario en países, sobre todo como Latinoamérica, donde las personas no controlan muchas veces su futuro, ¿no?
Claro.
Entonces, empezar a construir un producto que sea accesible para todos, que sea de uso cotidiano, que rompa un poco la barrera de la intangibilidad que muchas veces cripto tiene, ¿no? Y correr un poco de lado, estos somos muy hinchapelotas nosotros en el equipo, de focalizarnos mucho en cuáles son los pain points de las personas y no tanto en la tecnología, porque la tecnología está bárbara, pero, perdón mi francés, termina siendo una paja de 4, en el sentido de que de alguna manera, digamos, hay, ¿no? esta idea de AV Club, ¿no? O sea, como el club de audiovisual. Necesitamos construir productos para la gente que está atrás de la pared de acá. Sí. Acá está la Villa 31, hay no sé cuántos millones de personas, que esa gente necesita tener control de su futuro y poder progresar. Para eso estamos construyendo Velo.
Esa es la visión.
Sí.
Muchos en cripto, los que hoy participan, llegaron a cripto desde tener capital. ¿Cómo pensás que se va a poder hacer esa adopción para quienes no lo tienen?
Excelente pregunta. Creo que, bueno, todo lo que pasó con Play to Earn, que ahora es Play and Earn, ¿no? Digamos, Fugazi, Figazi, lo mismo. Eso está buenísimo. Creo que hoy por hoy cualquier persona con un celular puede generar contenido y ser recompensada realmente en cripto y poder ser parte de la economía. La barrera de acceso para crear valor hoy por hoy es bajísima. Creo que todo lo que depende es de la cabeza que tengas, indispensable buena educación y alimentación y poder tener un buen sistema de justicia que haga lo que tiene que hacer, ¿no?
Perfecto. Julián, la visión.
Hola, muchas gracias. Hola, soy Julián Colombo, director de Políticas Públicas en Bitso. Nosotros, y me quiero sumar lo que dijeron los chicos, me parece que es bastante certero. En Bitso tenemos una visión, somos una empresa regional, tenemos presencia en México, en Colombia, en Brasil y en nuestro país, con más de 5 millones de clientes ya. Y lo que queremos es hacer que las criptos sean útiles, ¿no? Y que es un poco lo que todos ellos charlaban, ¿no? Que no sean un numerito que tengan en su celular con cierto valor, sino que puedan hacer cosas con eso. Digamos, yo no soy tan viejo como Manu, pero tampoco tan joven como ellos. Pero creo que a todos nos ha pasado de recordar que teníamos que ir a hacer colas en un banco, teníamos que ir a sacar plata en un banco, para darnos un adicional de una tarjeta de crédito, teníamos que ir personalmente a un lugar. Digo, creo que muchos de los que están presentes hoy, que son mucho más jóvenes, digamos, ya no conciben eso, ¿no? De tener que ir personalmente a un lugar, cuando con un celular conectado pueden hacer un montón de cosas. Entonces, un poco tenemos esa visión de hacer, depende de las necesidades de las personas de cada país, que las cripto que tengan las puedan usar para su vida cotidiana. En México, con el caso de las remesas, como en Colombia también. En nuestro caso, que hoy tener stablecoin es la mejor manera para proteger nuestros ahorros frente a devaluación, inflación y otros factores que nos suceden todos los días. Los sistemas de pagos. Entonces estamos desarrollando productos para que cada uno, desde su casa, desde donde quiera que esté, con un celular puede hacer cualquier cosa que antes tenía que dedicarle tiempo, esfuerzo, más dinero, comisiones. Y un poco estamos hoy desarrollando todo nuestro sistema con esa visión.
Y con tu sombrero de Public Policy, ¿qué pensás que cómo tiene que cambiar la regulación, puede ser en el país o en el resto de la región, para que la adopción sea de manera responsable?
Es un tema que hoy es bastante polémico. Creo que una de las claves es la capacitación financiera, ¿no? Y la capacitación no solo para los usuarios, sino para los reguladores también. Hoy es muy difícil saber todo sobre cripto, digamos. Salen cosas nuevas todos los días, vemos que pasan cosas todos los días, y los reguladores, que cripto es una de sus cosas nada más, no están al tanto de todas las cosas que pasan y de todas las ventajas que nuestro sistema puede traer a la vida cotidiana de las personas.
¿Qué te gustaría que sepan, no? Entiendo esto de que lo entiendo porque también estoy muy de acuerdo como que hay falta de educación para los reguladores. ¿Qué te gustaría que sepan?
Nos gustaría...
Aprovechemos el micrófono.
No, es que creo...
Gente que hay acá.
Creo que nuestro sistema tiene un montón de ventajas comparado a las finanzas tradicionales, que no vienen a querer sacar el monopolio de los bancos, luchar contra el Estado, romper todo, sino que vienen a mejorar la vida de las personas y que creemos que tenemos mucho para dar para que las personas vivan mejor, con libertad de las finanzas y que, como mencionaba Manu, cada vez más personas puedan tener la libertad de sus finanzas. Entonces creo que ese es un punto fundamental.
Un punto fundamental. Chelo, ¿qué pensás acerca del tema de cuáles van a ser los próximos motores que impulsen la adopción por fuera de las coyunturas tradicionales? O sea, no la inflación, el resto.
Bueno, buenísimo, porque de hecho algo que teníamos como tesis inicial del Lemon era, bueno, las personas van a escapar a la inflación y van a comprar todos stablecoins y van a vivir todos con DAI o otra moneda. Y nos sorprendió mucho, sobre todo al principio, en donde veíamos que la gente se sumaba más a Bitcoin y a Ethereum que a stablecoins. O sea, como que nos rompió un poco esa tesis. Y sobre todo en los más jóvenes. De hecho, hoy en Lemon, si sumamos la cantidad de Bitcoin y Ethereum que tienen las personas en Lemon versus alguna stablecoin, hay más. O sea, es como que de repente vemos que esta generación, sobre todo la más joven, apuesta más al futuro de Internet y a este futuro del dinero versus a solamente resguardarse la inflación. Y un dato muy importante, en esa misma, hoy, bueno, como hay un montón de personas usando Lemon, no es raro que haya miles de millones de pesos. De hecho, con mil pesos, 1 millón de personas de miles de millones. Bueno, entonces hay miles de millones de pesos, pero hay más Ethereum, o sea, la gente tiene más Ethereum que pesos. Entonces, yo creo que en ese sentido, lo que es adopción va a venir por un montón de cosas que se van a crear con esta tecnología que van a hacer que esa adopción venga con un interés que hoy no existe. Digamos, una industria que se está creando y que tiene mucho más valor que solamente resguardarte de la inflación.
Totalmente. Santos, ¿pensás que algunas de estas cosas, tanto como la inflación, como los pagos cross-border, se ven reflejados en tu negocio?
Sí, nosotros cuando arrancamos, una de las primeras cuestiones que me sorprendió un poco fue que mi tesis era, a diferencia de la de Chelo, quizás un poco peor la mía, era yo soy una persona que quiere tradear en Bitcoin, quiero comprar en Bitcoin porque era lo que hacía, y quiero una buena manera de hacerlo, la gente quiere hacer esto. Con la práctica lo que empezamos a ver es que la gente no me utilizaba tanto para traer Bitcoin, sino me utilizaba tanto para escapar de la inflación, en todo lo que es básicamente dolarizarse, y empecé a tener muchísimos usuarios de otros países que lo que empezaban a hacer es realmente hacer remesas conmigo. Digamos, me enviaban dinero de otro país y lo cambiaban por dinero fiat, o al revés, compraban y enviaban siempre al mismo lugar, que era una dirección, no un exchange, sino una persona, y empecé ese flujo cada vez más grande, y ahí es cuando empecé, y me hizo totalmente el clic de lo que hay que apuntar es a un producto puntualmente financiero que reemplace lo que la gente está de alguna manera acostumbrado que quiere hacer, pero utilice cripto para ser mejor. Yo ahí, por ejemplo, la cosa que no quiero dar muchos spoilers, pero que queremos hacer y queremos trabajar, es del lado de crédito, que es el problema financiero que vemos en América Latina, que todavía no está resuelto, y ahí cripto tiene un lugar enorme para aportar. Eso es la cosa que hoy creo que falta y completa un poco nuestro círculo.
Ahí tenés puesto el ojo.
Sí.
Bien, contanos más.
Hoy no puedo contar mucho, pero es el lugar a donde
cuenta,
apuntamos.
te tiene que matar, Oli.
No me preocupa. Pero bueno, créditos entonces.
Sí, queremos facilitar a la gente que hoy no tiene acceso a financiación una opción a través de cripto para que puedan hacerlo, escapando todos los problemas y todas las barreras que hay a nivel bancario. Digamos, hoy los bancos se caracterizan en América Latina y en otros países por no prestarle a que necesita dinero.
Okay.
Hoy cripto tiene una posibilidad de solucionar ese problema y es un problema enorme que puede realmente no solamente ayudar a una empresa, sino crear bienestar real en la gente y ayudar a que mucha gente que cripto quizás no le interesa o no tiene miedo o le da miedo o algo, darle la posibilidad de hacer ese salto y meterse en este ecosistema.
Perfecto. Manu, volvemos a hablar de la cuestión generacional. A mí también me sorprende que hay...
No,
pero te lo digo bien, porque me parece que si bien sos un histórico en esto, conoces alguna de los usos y costumbres de la nueva ola de generación en cripto. ¿Cómo pensás que se diferencia a la anterior? ¿Qué le ves de nuevo? ¿Qué no le ves de nuevo?
Creo que hace un par de semanas había hecho un poll ahí en Twitter preguntando si estabas en cripto por la guita o por la revolución. Y la mayoría respondió que por la guita. Y creo que cuando nosotros arrancamos por la revolución. O sea, nosotros creamos la Satoshi nadie sabe lo que es, pero básicamente es un grupo de acción para el sistema financiero donde básicamente íbamos con la máscara de Guy Fawkes por todos lados. Obviamente, nada, pendejadas, pero a lo que voy con esto es, realmente creo que hay una cuestión revolucionaria, decir, quiero cambiar el mundo y creo que esta tecnología lo puede hacer, tenemos que construir productos para lograrlo. Lo que me encanta, digamos, un poco de lo que veo ahora es como mucho más fluido, ¿no? Como que vas de un lado para el otro, creo que los maximalistas no tienen espacio, no deberían tener espacio. Todo lo que fue Maxi nos va a llevar, en todos los ámbitos de la vida, nos va a llevar a un mal lugar. Y creo que de alguna manera poder construir, multi-chain, multicomunidad, multigénero, multipaís. Somos los hijos de Internet. O sea, necesitamos crear productos que sean nativos de Internet y donde podamos realmente hacer que el mundo incremente su PBI en ese espacio, ¿no? Y creo que muchos de los que están ahora, mucho fuego en comunidad, lo cual es muy lindo también, ¿no? O sea, Velo arrancó creando comunidad antes de tener producto y eso también le permitió un poco construir un producto en público, lo cual estuvo bueno.
¿Pensás que se refleja en lo que crearon?
Sí, definitivamente. O sea, tener el feedback constantemente de, si yo necesito esto, lo otro. Obviamente uno tiene una visión de hacia dónde quiere ir, ¿no? Pero poder, digamos, ir construyendo y decir, mira, está tal cosa, tal otra, y ir construyendo el producto en base a lo que la gente necesita me parece fundamental, ¿no? Y no contratar una consultora que te va a cobrar $1 millón para decirte la gente quiere esto. No, hablar con la gente, ¿no?
Claro.
Están acá.
Sí.
¿Qué quieren?
¿Quieren más memes?
Guita,
¿Quieren
¿Y quién está acá por la revolución? Vamos. Levante la mano, hijo de puta, boludo.
¿Pensás que los que respondieron guita en Twitter no se sinceraron?
No, definitivamente todos. O sea, a ver, creo que todos necesitamos dinero para vivir en paz y tranquilidad y poder desarrollarnos. el hecho, digamos, tener 90% de inflación es un cáncer, es muy malo. O sea, no te permite tener un futuro, digamos, es realmente preocupante. Quizás la gente no se da cuenta. Ayer estábamos hablando con un banco y la gente cobra el sueldo y lo deja en pesos en la cuenta de banco. No lo hagan, no lo hagan. O sea, no lo hagan. Se están pegando un tiro en las pelotas o en los ovarios. Entonces, o sea, realmente es muy preocupante que no tengamos la educación para poder tomar esas decisiones y actuar en consecuencia. Acá en este escenario, y por suerte Argentina es top a nivel global en el ecosistema que venimos construyendo entre todos.
¿Pensás que es porque naturalizamos lo insufrible que es vivir con inflación?
Somos cucarachas, o sea, estamos realmente, o sea, construyendo...
Más creativos.
Bueno, tiró una bomba nuclear y fíjate quién sobrevive, digamos, ¿no? Y creo que, digamos, supimos construir cosas justamente para poder ponernos resilientes a tanta crisis, ¿no? Y está
de acá
bueno,
en adelante, esto que nos llevó hasta
lo único
acá.
que les digo a las nuevas generaciones, como el meme, ¿no? Como es, no lo quiero decir mal porque soy un pelotudo, pero good times create weak men create hard times create weak men. Y hay todo así, seguramente lo dije mal, ¿no? Pero tengamos estos hard times, están buenos, ¿no? Digamos, creo que eso nos crea también como una sociedad fuerte que crea valor, ¿no?
Quizá lo que querés decir es como que en tiempos tranquilos no se... Creo que hay otro que es como que en tiempos tranquilos no se crea un marinero con muchísima habilidad, pero al mismo tiempo es hacia lo que queremos ir, ¿no? Y a lo que vamos.
Sí, ¿no? Qué dicotomía.
¿Qué dicotomía?
Sí.
¿Cómo hacemos? Lo dejo a Julián para que quizás...
Dejamos para otro panel.
Te tiro un saludo.
Me dejaste la fácil, ¿eh?
¿Cómo hacemos?
No, pero yo es que coincido 100% y que todos queremos vivir tranquilos, pero la verdad que quizás está mal, pero estamos acostumbrados a que todos nosotros somos creativos. No sé cuántos gerentes de compañías argentinas triunfan en otros países, en Europa, Estados Unidos y eso, porque realmente sabemos vivir con... O sea, hoy se escandalizan en todo el mundo porque tienen un 8%, 9% de inflación por año. Es lo que tenemos en un mes nosotros, ¿no? Y que creo que eso causa creatividad y que el hecho de que nuestro país sea en top de adopción cripto y de emprendimientos cripto también y de que haya un montón de personas sentadas un jueves al mediodía acá escuchándonos a nosotros 5, habla de que, digamos, estamos buscando otras maneras de hacer las cosas. Y que creo que así como hacer cripto útil hace que la vida de las personas sea más fácil, como estoy convencido, creo que cripto también es la salida a muchísimas otras cosas que los tres estaban mencionando, desde los contratos inteligentes, desarrollo, juegos, digamos. Yo creo que blockchain y cripto van a estar presentes en la vida de todas las personas en un muy corto plazo. Y estoy feliz por eso.
Perfecto. Así como hay un gap generacional, también hay un gap de género. Muchas veces se ve, la verdad no sé ni por qué citaría un informe, porque me parece que es bastante evidente que en general no es que las mujeres estemos menos en cripto, sino lo que pasa es que cuando es una encuesta de 100 o a 1000 y le preguntás, ¿sabes lo que es cripto? ¿Invertís en cripto? Hay una diferencia importante entre hombres y mujeres. ¿Qué hacen desde cada una de sus organizaciones para que la adopción...
Sin lugar a dudas, sí. No, y eso lo ves y creo que nosotros somos un reflejo de la sociedad también, ¿no? Y vamos acompañando los diferentes cambios que hayan. Nosotros, digamos, tenemos diferentes políticas de diversidad, inclusión, y creemos fuertemente de que la capacitación y la educación financiera también es una de las cosas que contribuye fuertemente con esto. Pero sí creo que no es algo que tengamos como sector, sino que es un cambio social que nos debemos en todos los sectores también, ¿no? Y que las finanzas, lamentablemente, es un tema donde más se ve eso también.
Sí, creo que ahí algo que hablaba justamente con una inversora muy buena a nivel global, ella mencionaba que muchas veces las mujeres les da vergüenza preguntar sobre estos temas, ¿no? Yo tampoco entiendo un carajo de lo que estamos haciendo, ¿eh? O sea, y creo que, digamos, a veces como que eso no se ve reflejado y está bueno, digamos, generar espacios para que, digamos, la duda, la consulta pueda ocurrir sin ningún tipo de filtro y algo mucho más ecuánime. Y creo que es eso, ¿no? Es entender que no va a ser de un día para el otro, que es constante, que es un laburo, es como hacer ejercicio. Que no es mi caso, pero digamos, tiene que ser, acumulativo, ¿no? Ese efecto compuesto de hacer pequeñas acciones que puedan ir, digamos, dándole acceso a educación y hacer productos también, ¿no? Para incluir. Yo lo veo mucho en casa que yo muchas veces soy el que gasto y mi mujer es la que ahorra. ¿no? Entonces, cuando yo sé que tenemos que ahorrar, le mando la guita a mi mujer, porque tienen quizás otra educación en ese sentido, ¿no? Y creo que también empezar a pensar los productos de esa manera que está buena, ¿no? Creo que caer en la gentrificación de los productos puede ser nocivo para inclusión incluso.
¿Por qué?
Y porque hay que entender que, digamos, las realidades de cada una de las personas son diferentes, ¿no? Los objetivos, la realidad, la educación, el acceso a cierta información. Creo que algo muy interesante que pasa en cripto es que, en general, hay un esfuerzo mancomunado en generar mucho contenido de educación por parte de todos los actores. Digamos, nosotros somos chiquitos, pero la verdad que invertimos bastante en justamente brindar ese contenido curado para que más gente lo pueda hacer a través de la mayor cantidad de plataformas posibles. Y ahí es increíble, digamos, cómo todos esos esfuerzos sumados generan una bola, ¿no? Que, digo, Chelo dice, la gente ahorra más en Bitcoin y Ether. Porque Bitcoin y Ether son una marca, son Nike y Adidas. Los criptodólares los acaban de hacer, digamos, conocidos los medios de comunicación. Pero, digamos, hay que entender también cómo trabajas con justamente los medios tradicionales para empoderar incluso nuestro propio laburo, ¿no? Y llegar también a todo tipo de gente, ¿no?
No, ni me digas a mí, yo que conozco la problemática de cerca. Más allá de eso, pienso que si... bueno, en realidad les quería preguntar a ustedes dos qué piensan acerca del gap de género.
Sí, yo creo que hay dos gaps simultáneos en la industria. Uno es el gap de usuarios, digamos, de la cantidad de mujeres que usan cripto frente a hombres que usan cripto, y el otro es, dentro de las empresas, la cantidad de mujeres que hay trabajando en empresas cripto. Algo que si uno se mete en el LinkedIn de cualquier empresa, no quiero señalar a nadie con el dedo, pero hay bastantes más hombres que mujeres en cripto. Y eso yo creo, del punto de vista de empleabilidad, un poco lo que pasa es que estamos en una mezcla de dos mercados, que son mercados donde, por diversos motivos, hay mayoría de hombres. Mercado de tecnología, digamos, si vas a la carrera de ciencia de la computación de cualquier universidad del país, por cada mujer hay 9 hombres. Y yo sé que también el pool de talento disponible sea menor. Eso realmente nosotros hemos intentado digamos, corregirlo, a incentivarlo a nuestro lado, pero es realmente un desafío. Y del otro es el lado de las finanzas, que también es un tipo de lugar de trabajo que también suele ser bastante copado por hombres. Eso desde el punto de vista de empleo. Nosotros intentamos incentivar en la empresa, lograr, no sé si lograr mitad y mitad, porque es hoy en día complicado por la cantidad de talento disponible, pero intentar mejorar lo máximo posible para incluir más mujeres del lado laboral, que es una buena manera también de mostrar como caso de éxito y caso que se puede, y que ingresar a cripto no es una cuestión de un programador experto, de hombre barbudo, digamos, estereotipo, sino que es algo para todos. Eso por un lado. Por otro lado, del punto de vista de usuarios, hoy Livestream tiene cerca de 30% usuarios mujeres contra 70 hombres. Es una diferencia muy grande.
Muy grande.
Que está muy lejos, digamos, de la métrica natural, digamos. Eso yo creo que pasa porque cripto todavía sigue visto como algo para invertir, algo para tradear, algo, como yo digo mucho la palabra timbiar, algo para ganar plata. Y eso es algo que siempre ha tenido ciertos cues, cierto sesgo hacia los hombres, porque naturalmente tienden a tomar más riesgo, que es algo malo, mientras las mujeres tienden a ser quizás un poco más, o tienden a ahorrar un poco más. Yo creo que eso, meterlo en el lugar de trading, en lugar de ganar dinero, hizo que cripto se vuelva un ambiente un poco más machista. Yo creo que a medida que cripto se vuelva masivo realmente, algo que se la puede utilizar como un sistema bancario, que la gente puede utilizar para transaccionar, es que va a llevar a la inclusión. Y eso es lo que estamos un poco trabajando nosotros. Volvernos algo para todos y no una herramienta para gente que quiera, digamos, simplemente hacer trading. Yo creo que por ahí es el camino. Pero de mi lado, digamos, varias veces he planteado un poco esto. Queremos hacer acciones para que este 30-70 pase a ser 50-50 o mejore mucho el ratio. Así que también dentro del público los invito a quien tenga una idea para mejorarlo, totalmente abierto.
Lo buscan a Santos. Chelo, para terminar...
Bueno, yo estoy bastante optimista, de hecho. Mismo hace 4 años por estaba la ETH Buenos Aires. Éramos todos pibes.
Me acuerdo.
¿Vos estabas?
Sí.
Bueno, como, digamos, mirá ahora la audiencia, hay un montón de chicas.
Estaba Fiorella, de la organización. Estaba acá.
Y yo creo que tiene que ver también por la semilla de donde inició cripto, ¿no? Vino del mundo tech, del mundo finance, traders y developers que ya tenían una población, digamos, dispar. Y lo vimos también en la evolución de Lemon. Al principio teníamos más o menos como un gap de 85-15 y ahora ya estamos en 70-30. Y creo que también, en ese sentido, como que el mercado va cambiando. Por ejemplo, nosotros mismos con este lanzamiento de los NFTs, si ven, no tienen género. Entonces, los productos
pero hay
que se
algunos
crean...
que parecen más nena que nene y nene que nena.
Sí, pero o sea, lo podés pensar como vos quieras. De hecho, hay un montón de digamos, varones, por así decirlo, que tienen un NFT que por ahí no está tan relacionado y lo ponen igual, lo usan de foto de perfil, ¿no? O sea,
Claro.
como que estamos rompiendo con esa ligadura en el sentido de crear un producto que no tiene ese bias, ¿no? De hombre, mujer, y que arrancó así, arrancó como más del lado finance y tech. Entonces creo que a medida que se crean más productos y se suma más gente, naturalmente se va a ordenar porque, digamos, hoy tenemos una distribución mucho más homogénea en la vida. Entonces es cuestión de tiempo y cuestión de que las empresas sigan creando productos para todo tipo de géneros.
Perfecto. Bueno, muchas gracias a los 4. Vuelvo a pedir un fuerte aplauso, creo que estuvo muy bien el panel. Con eso estamos. Vamos. Viene Sebas ahora, creo. Sí.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Vamos a continuar ahora en un segundo con la próxima charla. Qué importante esto último que se hablaba en el panel, ¿no? De la diversidad de género, que está bueno que sea más allá de que una política, que sea un cambio de mindset, ¿no? Y que sea inclusivo no únicamente de las mujeres, sino de otras minorías también, ¿no? Como la comunidad LGBTQ+, que es muy bienvenida en la comunidad de Ethereum. Así que, bueno, quería mencionar eso. Ahora vamos a continuar con una charla que el título me tiene muy manija. Presento al señor Sebastián Serrano, que es cofundador y CEO de Ripio. Un fuerte aplauso para él. Bienvenido, Sebas.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Sebastián Serrano. Soy otro viejo de cripto. También estoy hace más de 10 años en esto. Ripio es una de las startups de cripto de América Latina más viejas. Probablemente la primera wallet de Argentina. Hoy somos una empresa de más de 400 personas. Nuestros principales países son Argentina y Brasil. Hace muy poquito lanzamos en Colombia, México, Uruguay y España. Ahora tenemos más de 3,5 millones de usuarios. Probablemente terminemos el año en 4,5, 5. Somos una empresa que nació, una startup que nació con una visión muy fuerte de lo importante que podía ser esta tecnología para nuestra región. Yo soy un fanático de la tecnología, soy programador desde muy chico y me pasó con cripto que me dio un déjà vu muy similar a lo que fue la Internet. Cuando yo estaba en la secundaria en un pueblito en la Patagonia que se llama Chuelechuel, al final de la secundaria vi la Internet y armé un proveedor de Internet, un dial-up. Y eso fue la primera experiencia como emprendedor y en un emprendimiento. Después cuando vi Bitcoin en 2012, 2013, tuve un déjà vu muy grande. Y ese déjà vu me pareció, esto es una tecnología tan importante como la Internet. Y lo primero en lo que tenemos que trabajar es en el desarrollo del acceso, en construir la infraestructura para que la gente pueda empezar a utilizar esta tecnología. Entonces, con eso nace Ripio y probablemente la palabra más importante que nos resume a qué hacemos y en qué se traducen todos nuestros productos es esta palabra de acceso. Y el nombre también tiene que ver con que yo vengo de la Patagonia y la mayor parte de los caminos están hechos de ripio, entonces un poco la metáfora de la empresa es que estamos abriendo caminos a este nuevo universo que crea toda esta tecnología, ¿no? En este tiempo hemos creado una batería de productos que todos tienen relación a esto. Probablemente conozcan, lo que más conozcan en Argentina es la billetera, que es una billetera una aplicación de acceso simple para usuarios menos sofisticados que están empezando a dar sus primeros pasos en cripto. También tenemos un exchange. Este exchange es mucho más popular en Brasil. Es el segundo exchange de Brasil con más usuarios activos. recientemente empezamos a trabajar en pagos. También tenemos una división para empresas. Más de 600 empresas en Argentina utilizan cripto a través de Ripio. Y en esto hemos empezado a crear cada vez más APIs B2B para que otras empresas puedan empezarse a integrar a cripto, porque creemos que esta tecnología va a tocar toda la sociedad. Y recientemente también lanzamos nuestro primer fondo de inversión, Ripio Ventures. Está totalmente enfocado en Web3. Así que si tienen ideas y proyectos que nos quieran presentar, estamos siempre escuchando. Hay mucha gente joven, mucha gente nueva entrando a todo este universo. Y estamos acá también para acompañar el desarrollo de toda esta industria. Y quería enfocar esta charla un poco en algo un poco más conceptual es un poco más larga, la voy a resumir a los minutos que tenemos. Pero escuchando el panel anterior y muchas de las discusiones y de lo que se dice o de lo que se habla, nos pasa mucho que miramos a cripto como dinero. Nos pasa mucho que miramos a cripto como pagos. Nos pasa mucho que cuando miramos como argentinos a Bitcoin, lo miramos desde la óptica de la inflación. Y me parece que son cosas importantes, que afectan a mucha gente. La inflación es un impuesto que hace más pobre a la gente más vulnerable y le pega más a las poblaciones que tienen menos alternativas, pero esto es algo de mucho más raíz y hay ciertos problemas que podemos atacar con esta tecnología y con lo que significa para el futuro, que son las causas de esto. Pero bueno, en América Latina tenemos muchas crisis recurrentes, tenemos más de la mitad de la población sin acceso a servicios financieros formales o semiformales o son muy caros. Hoy en Brasil, que es una economía gigantesca, la tasa de crédito en la tarjeta de crédito del Itaú es 300%. Y es un país que lo podemos pensar mucho más estable que Argentina. Y hay muchísimos elementos que hacen a nuestras economías más inestables y muchas cosas de las cuales podemos discutir, pero para mí la raíz de todo esto es que en nuestro país, sobre todo, el síntoma de la inflación es el abuso de las instituciones. ¿Por qué Argentina tiene inflación? Porque al Banco Central se lo abusa sistemáticamente. Y en una visión de corto plazo, siempre se termina pagando con décadas y décadas de crisis recurrentes que vivimos como sociedad. Todas estas noticias cada una tiene 10 años de diferencia. Parecen todas de ayer. Es tan sistemático que esta tecnología nos invita a pensar alternativas. Entonces, un poco, primero podríamos definir qué es esto y por qué creo que es una revolución, que la podemos adoptar y llevar por nuestras necesidades y por las ventajas que tenemos para entenderlo. Primero podemos, en un primer momento, hacer un análisis un poco más conceptual y filosófico de qué estamos hablando, de qué es Web3. Y en esto hay distintas formas de llegar a qué son las blockchains y por qué las blockchains son importantes. Tal vez yendo bien filosófico, decir, bueno, ¿qué es una computadora? Una computadora, desde la definición de Alan Turing, el matemático inglés que definió es una computadora, es un sistema que tiene memoria, es un sistema que tiene capacidad de cómputo y es algo que tiene entrada-salida, que se puede comunicar con el mundo. En la humanidad, desde la definición en 1900 de que era una computadora por Alan Turing, han empezado a construir plataformas de cómputo una tras de otra. Primero los mainframes las computadoras de corporaciones gigantescas, después las computadoras de escritorio y después de las computadoras de escritorio, los celulares. Cada una de estas invenciones podemos ver lo que cambiaron la humanidad. Y en el 80 y pico, fines de los 80, principios de los 90, surge la Internet, la Web 1. Esta red de comunicación global que en un primer momento solo se podía acceder para leer contenido que se escribía y se guardaba en servidores de las universidades, solamente de escritura. Por eso es que la forma en la que se la describe la Web 1 es esta de el usuario solo puede leer contenido. Entonces, por ahí el grafiquito este de nosotros como usuarios yendo a consumir contenido estático. Y después surge la Web 2, que es esta conexión de servidores en donde los datos se guardan en empresas, toda otra revolución en la que el usuario empieza a poder escribir contenido, ¿no? El surgimiento de las redes sociales, el surgimiento de Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, todas estas grandes empresas gigantescas que empiezan a mediar nuestras relaciones en algo en el que el usuario empieza a poder escribir hacia servidores y empieza a aportar contenido. Y ahora llegamos al 2008, la invención de Nakamoto, el consenso de Satoshi Nakamoto, y la invención de Bitcoin. Bitcoin y las blockchains son la última plataforma de cómputo que inventa la humanidad. Y en esto, lo que las blockchains le dan a la Internet es las completan como una plataforma de cómputo. Lo que es una blockchain le da a Internet memoria y capacidad de procesamiento. Por eso es que podemos empezar a hablar de contratos inteligentes, por eso empezamos a hablar de cosas que se empiezan a ejecutar dentro de estas blockchains, y tiene una característica muy importante, que es que esta plataforma de cómputo invierte el poder, invierte la relación de poder entre el hardware, entre los fierros y el software, y le da el poder al software. Si un minero de Bitcoin quiere cambiar el algoritmo de consenso, quiere cambiar las reglas de Bitcoin y lo intenta imponer, deja de recibir recompensas. Si un validador de Ethereum, ahora que pasa a Proof of Stake, intenta cambiar algún elemento del sistema de consenso, pierde el stake. Es penalizado. Y todavía peor, si está offline, ni siquiera intentar cambiar el consenso, solo no estar disponible cuando le tocaba validar a un validador y le llega garrote. Entonces el poder está en el software. Y por primera vez tenemos un artefacto que lo que hace es esta inversión de poder en el que el software tiene poder sobre los átomos y sobre el sustrato sobre el cual corre, lo cual le permite por primera vez tener software que hace promesas. Llega mucho tiempo en un slide, ¿no? Pero todo esto se conecta con la inflación, en que la promesa de Bitcoin, una forma de describir a Bitcoin en este modelo mental, es que Bitcoin hace una promesa que es que nunca va a haber más de 21 millones de Bitcoins. Para un argentino que ha visto cómo se ha abusado el Banco Central y se imprimen miles de millones de pesos por la decisión de la mañana de alguien de duplicar el circulante en el país, ver esto de un software que dice cómo se va a emitir la cantidad de bitcoins que va a haber de acá al 2140, genera una institución, una nueva, se lo puede pensar a Bitcoin como una nueva institución que tiene un programa monetario que es inviolable. Y esto lo podemos, este nuevo artefacto lo podemos llevar a la n potencia. Y Ethereum, y lo más hermoso de Ethereum, y estamos en una conferencia de Ethereum, es porque Bitcoin tiene un lenguaje de programación, pero es bastante restrictivo. Y Ethereum, cuando surge Ethereum, hace a la máquina virtual de Ethereum Turing completa y nos permite llevar esto a cualquier programa. Y esto cada vez más creo que empieza a mostrar más y más potencial en cómo podemos empezar a construir sistemas cada vez más resilientes. Y en estos empezamos a ver muchos de estos casos, ¿no? Entonces creo que por ahí podemos hacer algún ejemplo con DeFi. Este año hubo una corrección enorme en el precio y mucha deleverage, se lo llamaría técnicamente dentro de DeFi y de CeFi y de las plataformas que hacen lending. Y esto puso mucha presión en muchas empresas que estaban dando tasa, ¿no? Entonces, tal vez si siguen cripto, todos los que sigan cripto, vieron como Celsius o Voyager o Free Arrows, empresas que tenían muchos fondos, han tenido pérdidas enormes. Un ejemplo, por ejemplo, es Celsius le debía $2.000 millones a una empresa que se llama Genesis. Tenía colateral para estos $2.000 millones de deuda, pero ese colateral cayó tan rápido que las personas que trabajan en Genesis no llegaron a ejecutar liquidaciones de ese colateral, terminaron perdiendo $1.000 millones. Sin embargo, Celsius también le debía a Aave, también le debía a Compound, que son contratos inteligentes. Le pagaron todo a Aave, le pagaron todo a Compound, pero no porque alguien hiciera alguna interacción, sino porque el contrato inteligente que está detrás de Aave no te permite no pagarle y te ejecuta al segundo que el colateral cayó de los márgenes de seguridad. Y esto es también nuevas instituciones, nuevos sistemas que se empiezan a construir sobre una plataforma que nos sirve para mediarnos, que nos sirve para trabajar y confiar y tener mayores elementos de confianza que nos permitan desarrollar cada vez más y más nuestra economía. Y esto también se conecta cada vez más con todo nuestro movimiento hacia cada vez más una vida más y más digital. Seguramente han escuchado muchísimo de NFTs y es algo que vamos a ver mucha más innovación, pero creo que una de las cosas que vamos a empezar a ver y que seguramente sea uno de los elementos del próximo ciclo de cripto es mucha más innovación dentro de identidad en las blockchains. Pero bueno, a todo esto nosotros somos muy grandes creyentes en que Web3 tiene un potencial enorme para la humanidad, que va muchísimo más allá de solo pagos, de solo dinero, de solo las moneditas, de Bitcoin, de Ethereum, de los stablecoins. Creemos que esto es toda una plataforma de cómputo y que esa plataforma de cómputo va a tener un impacto enorme en la humanidad, hacia un sistema mucho más abierto, mucho más libre, de mayor acceso. Y para esto queremos potenciarlo y en eso esto viene acompañado con un primer producto dentro de una batería de productos que estamos trabajando alrededor de Web3. El primero que estamos lanzando, que ya está productivo en etapa beta, se llama Portal. Portal es una wallet que te permite acceder a aplicaciones descentralizadas, a NFTs, al metaverso, a Decentraland, a todo este universo que se está creando. Creemos que estamos temprano. Todavía hay muchas cosas que tenemos que resolver como comunidad para que esto sea una visión fructífera. Pero bueno, uno de esos elementos es que sea de fácil acceso. Hoy las alternativas para acceder a Web3 en su gran mayoría son non-custodial, son sistemas que le transfieren todo el peso de cómo resolver la seguridad al usuario, y eso creemos que es muy difícil es un requisito muy difícil para tratar de ser mainstream. Muchos usuarios no tienen o el conocimiento o el tiempo y la energía como para hacer sus propios bancos y hacerlo de manera segura. Entonces, hay mucho de trabajo de más de año y medio, 2 años en la construcción del sistema de custodia de Portal, que está basado en un sistema que llamamos Multi-Party Computation, que es un sistema híbrido, no es custodial ni non-custodial, es un sistema que se parece a una multisig, en donde parte de la clave la tiene el usuario, parte de la clave la tiene Ripio y otro proveedor de seguridad. Eso nos permite hacer varios sistemas que le agregan doble factor de autenticación. Tiene varias features de seguridad, como la clave de la wallet nunca está en memoria en ninguna computadora completa en ningún momento. Y todo esto, bueno, vamos a ir avanzando más rápido, porque no queda tanto tiempo, nos permite ir a darle acceso a todo esto que se está construyendo dentro de este universo. Esto va a venir acompañado con varias dApps, aplicaciones descentralizadas de Ripio para acompañar y acelerar esta adopción. Entre esas cosas también estamos construyendo una supernet, la Ripio Chain, en partnership con Polygon, y un conjunto de herramientas con las cuales creemos que podemos acelerar la adopción de esta tecnología. Esto nos parece que es súper importante y cada vez va a ser más importante. Nuestra vida cada vez pasa más y más en lo digital. Cada vez vivimos más conectados. Cada vez más parte del valor es propiedad intelectual. Cada vez más las cosas que apreciamos son cosas que están en la red o que vivimos conectados. Esta visión del registro de valor en las blockchains es algo que le da mucho poder al usuario. Es algo que saca poder de intermediarios y de grupos de poder y le empoderan al usuario. Por eso es que cuando se dice Web 3 es Web 1 read, Web 2 leer y escribir, Web 3 leer, escribir, ser dueño. Y esa es la gran clave de Web 3. Pero también hay una alternativa a eso. No es el único destino posible. Y hay mucha gente que también lo ve a esto. El cambio de nombre de Facebook a Meta es porque se ve la importancia del metaverso. Y se ve cómo a todas las empresas de Web 2, toda esta tecnología los interpela. Y en eso tenemos 2 caminos. Podemos pelear por uno abierto, en el cual nosotros somos dueños del valor que creamos, o podemos seguir en un camino en el que el registro de gran parte del valor está detrás de servidores controlados por alguna corporación. Yo creo más en un futuro abierto y en eso nos podemos sumar todos a pelear por esa revolución. Los que quieran probar Portal, ese es un QR, está medio lejos. También tenemos un boot afuera. Hay muchos swag que se pueden llevar y pueden venir a charlar de lo que quieran. Si tienen proyectos, estamos para escucharlos también. Y muchísimas gracias por su tiempo.
Muchas gracias, Seba, por la presentación. Quizás ya lo saben, pero tenemos fecha para el merge. Aproximadamente el 15 a 16 de septiembre se va a dar el merge en Mainnet, así que un aplauso para el merge. Qué lindo ver tanta gente, es impresionante. Bueno, vamos a seguir con la próxima charla del día. Tenemos a Gabriel Gruber, que Gaby es el fundador del Exactly Protocol, que nos va a estar contando algunas cosas muy interesantes también. Así que, Gaby, cuando estés, te invito a subir. Un fuerte aplauso para Gabriel, por favor.
Gracias, Seba. Gracias a todos los que organizaron ETHLatam, la verdad que increíble. Nada que envidiarle a cualquier evento cripto global. Bueno, voy a hablar en inglés. Parte del equipo que trabaja con nosotros no habla castellano y parte de la comunidad tampoco, así que como lo transmitimos, se transmite por YouTube, paso a inglés, así que bueno, más difícil también para mí. Pero bueno, acá estamos. So, Exactly Protocol, it's trying to decentralize the time value of money. You can think, what is this about? So the idea of this presentation is to show you, basically to answer these questions, how we can make DeFi something that people can use on their daily life, how we can make use of this amazing technology, but today it looks like more like a casino where you have tokens and you want to get more tokens with the tokens you have. So you start using one protocol, you get leverage, then you swap the tokens, you make some money, you lose some money, but sometimes it looks like this, which is fine because it's the first use case for this amazing technology. But then there's a guy called Dimitrovich. I don't know if you know him. He has this quote that I read like 2 years ago, where basically he says, the spectacular price increases and the billions sitting in digital wallets and smart contracts are worthless if they're just based on speculation and not actual use. So this person is also known as Vitalik Buterin, and I think he's spending a lot of time trying to make crypto, DeFi, Ethereum, something that has an actual use. When I'm talking about actual use, it's just not for trading, but to try to solve a daily problem. For example, credit, in the case of DeFi. So when you think how to use DeFi in an actual use case, for example, credit, I think we have at least 2 big challenges. Number one is that it's super short term. When I'm talking about super short term, it's 14 seconds. It's a time around 14 seconds, which is the time that, a new block is coming. So every 14 seconds, if you are using a protocol, a money market protocol, you will get a new rate every 14 seconds. That it's fine if you are doing trading, but if you want to buy a car, if you want to buy a house, perhaps it's not the best way to do it. So if you look at DeFi and the TVL of the borrow and lending protocols, only 2% of the TVL is used in fixed rate protocols. So only 2% of the money has a fixed rate for a certain time of time. 98% of the money has a variable rate today. So the interest rate is changing every 14 seconds. And then you get a very interesting market size of $90 billion, which is a lot of money. But if you compare this with traditional finance, you will see exactly the opposite, where 98% of the liquidity is with fixed rate, because the average consumer needs a fixed rate. He cannot change how money he makes per month. He has, let's say, a fixed salary or fixed income, and so he can take a loan, and he wants to know how much money he has to pay every month. And then if you look at the size of the market, of the traditional finance market, lending market, it's 127 trillions, which is a lot of money, but it's over 1,400 times the size of DeFi today. So this is the biggest opportunity ever in the history of finance. So you can get a new technology, find a way to use it in a different way, and have a market opportunity of 1,411 times the market size that you have today. So let's start with the first challenge, which is how we can move from protocols that have variable rates, super short term, every 14 seconds, to, let's say, a protocol where you can deposit money or you can borrow money at a fixed rate for, let's say, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. And this is exactly what we are trying to do with this new protocol. So if you want to get your attention for the first few minutes, what we are doing is we are trying to complete the credit market. We want to have variable rates and fixed rates in the same protocol. And in order to do that, we're going to have another challenge, which is how you can make this technology available for every user in the world, not just the ones that have tokens. But this is a challenge that we're going to talk about in the next presentation, not today. But this is the second big challenge that we need to get resolved in order to connect DeFi with the real world and have a use case that everybody can use. So the question is, okay, everything is super interesting. There is a huge opportunity. We are trying to solve this opportunity. But why we are doing this, okay? Why we are doing this? Let's start with the why. And a lot of people talk about blockchain, tokens, governance, many things, NFTs, which are very interesting pieces of technology and very cool things to talk about, but we are not thinking about this. This is just a way to solve the problem. So we are doing this because we think that there is a huge opportunity to really democratize credit in a decentralized and efficient way. And when I'm talking about this, when you look at the world today, you have almost 200 countries, and every country has a different central bank, a different credit system, a different currency in many cases. So you have like 200 credit markets around the world, okay? But there is an opportunity to connect all these markets in one market of credit. So if you're living in Argentina or living in the US, you will have access to the same liquidity, and it doesn't matter where you live, okay? So let me give you an example. This is a very happy marriage, started a few years ago, so they are very happy. They have Carla. She's very smart, she's very, very nice. And this couple makes some money per month, okay? But both persons work on a daily basis, and they know they have X amount of money, a fixed monthly income, and they want to buy a house or a car or a computer or travel. So if they look at DeFi today, they can't pay a variable interest rate that changes every 14 seconds. For them, it's crazy. They will not gonna do it. But they can pay a fixed interest rate for a number of months or years as they are doing today. But the problem is that if this couple, and Carla also, live in Spain, for example, if you go to the website of the biggest bank in Spain, you will see that they will have to pay around 8% annual rate in euros without collateral, which is, for Argentina, it's almost free money, but in Europe, it's not free money, and for them, it's a lot of money. So it's okay. They can go to the bank and ask for a loan. But let's say that Alice, Bob, and Carla live in Argentina because they like to eat asado and they like to come to ETHLatam. And they have exactly the same job that they have in Spain, and they go to the same bank, but in this case, the Argentine version of the bank. And they go to a website and they want to take the same loan, they will have to pay 70% in pesos, okay? But 70%, which is almost 10 times the cost of the same borrow if they live in Spain. And just a quick comment here, I made this presentation 1 month ago, and this was 55%, so now it's 70%. So let's see how this rate moves forward. So this is a huge problem because the 195 different credit systems that we have in the world have different ways of working for the same people, and we think that there's an opportunity to solve that problem. So our question is, why is this happening, okay? And you probably live in Argentina and you know the answer. This is happening because there are central banks everywhere. And these central banks around the world, because of COVID, printed a lot of money. We in Argentina are champions printing money every year, but in most of these countries, for the first time in many years, they printed trillions of dollars. Just to give you an example, in the US, the Federal Reserve printed $5 trillion, which is, I don't know, 20 times the GDP of Argentina in a couple of months. And now you're getting inflation. So you have a lot of problems in the world, and those problems affect the credit market of these 195 countries. And at the end of the day, Alice, Bob, and Carla suffer if they want to, for example, do something with their money, or if they need to borrow money for something. So the next question is, okay, everything, it's amazing, what we can do. So can crypto solve this problem? As you already know, and Seba Serrano was talking about this many years ago in 2008, we don't know who did this paper, but someone find a way to decentralize money in a very interesting way. So this is a blockchain called Bitcoin, where you have a single cryptocurrency called Bitcoin. This is amazing, okay? But this solution will not bring credit to Alice, Bob, and Carla. Then in 2014, our friend Vitalik came up with an idea to transform a little bit the idea of Bitcoin and create the decentralized single virtual machine. So in this virtual machine, you can run a lot of contracts, and you can run software, for example, tokens, NFTs, DAOs. Even us, we can run our own protocol. So in some way, you have a decentralized computer network where you can run software. And this is amazing because we can use this technology to solve this global problem. So now we have a layer called Ethereum. On top of we can build software and give credit to anybody around the world. So we published the white paper, I think 1 month ago. And now, today, we are opening the testnet to everybody to use our protocol and to see how it works. But let me first give you a brief explanation of what we are doing and how we are solving this problem. So basically, the problem is how you discover the interest rate based on something, okay? So if you go to the bank, you discover interest rate, if going to the website, and you will see the interest rate. But that interest rate was, someone put that number in the website, okay? So the challenge is how you discover an interest rate without a human intervention. How you discover interest rate in some way with software. So there's 2 very important protocols that already solve this problem for variable rate, and they solve this discovering the interest rate just looking at the utilization rate of a pool of assets, let's say DAI. So if there is a lot of DAI available, the interest rate is low, and if there is a low utilization rate, the interest rate changes. So they look at the utilization rate, and based on that, they give you automatically the rate. And that approach works super well. 98% of the total value lock is being used with this approach. And then you have, since last year, at least 4 protocols that are trying to generate a fixed rate. They're trying to discover the fixed interest rate to solve the problem that we talked before. And they are doing this with 2 approaches. One is called one maturity token. So the idea is that you have a token, but this token has an expiration date. And you discover the interest rate based on the price of the token, similar to a zero coupon bond, where you discover the interest rate based on the price of the bond. And this approach looks very good in paper, but then when you go to the blockchain, doesn't work very well. That's why this type of protocols have only 2% of the liquidity, because at the end of the day, this token will have an expiration date, so you cannot trade the token in a normal IMM. So there is another type of solution, which is called 2 maturity tokens. So basically, you give a token and they generate 2, but then you have the same problem, which is how you trade that token. You need to create your own AMM. So all these approaches didn't get a lot of market share so far. So our idea was, let's take the approach that works super well for the variable rate, and then add on top of that a layer of time. So that's what we did. So we have exactly protocol using multiple utilization rates. So we have pools for variable rate, and we have different pools with a maturity day in each of these pools. Let me compare a little bit how this works. So in, let's say, 2019, 2020, the money market protocol started to create deposits and borrows with this approach. And you can deposit and borrow on a variable rate. Then 2020, there came 2 other protocols, and they were the first ones to give you the opportunity to deposit or borrow at a fixed rate. And then last year, you got more protocols trying to solve this problem with this idea of 1 token or 2 tokens. And this year, we are launching exactly. So we are trying to learn from the market, from all these experiences, and bring to the market a new protocol trying to solve at the same time variable rates and fixed rates. So what makes exactly different? Okay, we have a lot of things behind the scenes in order to solve this problem. The first one is a new interest rate model. We're going to do a workshop at 4 p.m. with all the team, so they will give you the details, but just to go through a couple of bullet points. So this new interest rate model, it's different from the one that you, for example, if you're using a money market, this is a linear function. It's not like this. And this type of function, it's a little bit technical, but allows different persons that they can create on top of this derivative markets and new interesting things on top of this new interest rate model. So again, if you're interested in the math, 4 p.m. it's going to be a workshop to talk about this. Then the second thing is that we have this dynamic close factor, which is very related to the risk model that we have on the protocol. Basically, when someone doesn't pay for the loan, you get liquidated, or if the price of the collateral goes down, you get liquidated. And the idea that we have is that if that happens, we want to make sure that the process is as smooth as possible. So many of the protocols today, when there is a problem with the collateral and goes down the price, they basically open the possibility of someone to come and liquidate the position, okay? And in this case, let's say the price of ETH goes down 10% and you are underwater, someone can take 50% of your collateral and get a 10% commission to liquidate the position. And we think we can do a more fair job and have a dynamic close factor. So in any case, it's not going to be 50% the liquidation. The close factor, it's going to depend on the level of collateral that you have. So this idea of health ratio and the solvency condition. Again, 4 p.m. we can talk about this, but just to give you a brief explanation. Then, as we talked before, in order to solve this problem of the interest rate, fixed and variable, we have multiple utilization rates. This is, I'm trying to explain very quickly how it works. So you have a pool of money where people can deposit money or can borrow money. When you deposit money, you get a voucher. This is a token, and then you can use this voucher to ask for a borrow. This is how the market works today, okay? The innovation here is that we are putting on top of this several fixed rate pools where you can deposit money or you can borrow money, and that pool will have an expiration date. And with this strategy, we can discover the fixed rate, okay? So this is, in a very simple way, how the protocol works. And this is what we call dynamic utilization rate. Then the last part, and very important, is the solvency condition. You have been seeing, like in the press, that some protocols went down. They offer you a fixed rate, but then something happened and nobody received that fixed rate. So it's very important to understand the solvency condition, how we can assure that if you deposit fixed, you're going to get that fixed rate back on time. So in order to do that, we have, again, a very interesting mathematical model, but just to explain very quickly, it's very simple. First, you need someone to borrow money at a fixed rate. Let's say someone wants to borrow money at a fixed rate. He has to put a collateral on the variable rate pool, and with that collateral, he can ask for money. So at that moment, we are using the variable rate pool to provide the liquidity to this borrow, and this borrow will have, let's say, a 1 year period of time to repay, okay? So we know at that time that we're going to receive $100,000 in interest rate payments for the next 12 months. We know that for sure. So we can do at that time is to offer to someone that wants to deposit money at a fixed rate that we have those interest rates to be collected in the next 12 months. So that's how we can assure that if you deposit money, we're going to pay you this $100,000 in interest rates. If nobody wants to deposit fixed, no problem. That money is going to be provided by the variable rate pool, okay? So in this way, we can always assure that if someone deposits money, we're going to pay him back exactly that interest rate when the maturity pool gets to the final day. This is just an example of how the flows of money are moving on this fixed rate pool. But to explain very simple, we need to have a borrow first, and we know how much money we're going to collect in interest rate on that borrow, and we can offer to any user, any wallet, those interest rates to be collected and create a fixed rate deposit for this user. Okay, so let's talk now about some cases in DeFi. Okay, we have a casino, so we need to play an interesting game as we get traction and product market fit to then connect with the real world with Alice, Bob, and Carla. So to start, we need to provide a playground to the DeFi community so they can use this new protocol. The first one is quite simple, is to arbitrage between fixed and variable rates for different maturity dates. So we are the first protocol to have variable rate and different maturity dates for fixed rate. So you deposit collateral in the variable rate, and then you can start arbitrage different rates for variable and fixed. This is quite simple. If you're a trader, you can do that. Then you can arbitrage between different fixed rates for different maturity dates. Let's say there is a maturity date of DAI in 1 month, and there is a maturity date for DAI in 2 months, and several months. You can start arbitrage those different maturity dates for the same asset. And this one is also another use case, which is if you think that, for example, because of the merge, the price of ETH is going to go up, which is something that probably most of us think. Okay, let's take advantage of this. We want to have a leverage position. We want to deposit ETH, borrow DAI, sell that DAI, and deposit more ETH. Okay, we get a leverage trade using DeFi. You can do that today with many protocols, but you are taking a risk, which is the interest rate. Perhaps the price of ETH goes up, but also the interest rate goes up. In that case, you make money with the bet of betting on top of Ethereum, but you lose money because the interest rate goes up also. So with Exactly protocol, you can hedge the interest rate risk using different maturity pools. And if you deposit, let's say, on a fixed rate, and you need the money before expiration date because, I don't know, you want to do a new trade or you need to buy something, you can also do an early withdrawal of the deposit, and the protocol will give you the money back at a different rate. And if you borrow at the fixed rate, also you can do an early repay. Okay, so the protocol has a lot of optionality for the users in order to use it for many different things. Okay, so in order to do all that, we were working for more than a year. We have a team of people, more than 10 people working in this, but also security is super important. So we have been working with 5 different top auditors, CoinSpec, ChainSafe, Certic, and AVDK. And also, we did a mathematical audit of all the protocol with CryptoEcon. All this is going to be published on the website before launching, so you can read the report. So how are we going to get to Alice, Bob, and Carla? Because so far we are talking about DeFi, about trading. So the first step is to go to DeFi and provide a playground to the DeFi users. And those initial DeFi users are going to be what we call a whale. It's a user that typically knows how to trade, how to code, has a lot of money in the wallet. So we want to get more product market fit from these whales in order to understand if the protocol works well or if we need to continue improving the product. So once we got product market fit with the whales, we need to get to the DeFi users that are using aggregators or are using exchanges or wallets. In this case, we plan to go to L2 to lower the gas price of the transactions and to get more scalability. And then also launch our own token, decentralized governance. So this is the path to decentralization as we get product market fit. And the last step is to get to Alice and Bob and Carla, which are let's hope that they are together in a few years when we're going to get here. And also we need to work also to provide them a way not to have a fixed rate, but also to have a different credit scoring in order for them not to deposit so much money as collateral. So if you want to understand everything that I talked in the last 20 minutes, perhaps this meme will give you an explanation of that. We think that in the next few years, you're going to have very interesting applications on the front end. You're going to have fintechs, wallets, anything you are used to use today in the website. I don't know, whatever you want, you can have on the front end. But then on the back end, on those applications, we think you're going to have DeFi. So DeFi is going to be the back end of the financial sector in the next few years, and we want to be part of that. So the typical question is, okay, when mainnet? So we have been working with the community, and we were going to all these events to explain what we are doing. So in the 8th of July, we were in ETH Barcelona. We did a workshop. We published the white paper. Then the 20th of July, we went to Ethereum Community Conference in Paris. We published the mathematical paper, and also we did a demo there. And now, in Buenos Aires, August 11, we are doing this presentation. Then 4 p.m., we are doing a workshop. And I think in 8 minutes, we are opening the testnet. So if you go to exact.ly, You will have access to a testnet. You can also use some coins that we're going to give you for free and test the product and give us feedback. And then at the end of this month, we're going to freeze the code and do the last 3 audits of the protocol. And if everything works well, in some day of September, we can go to mainnet with this new protocol and launch. So if you go to exact.ly, in 7 minutes, you will have a button, and you click on that button, and you're going to get to this application. So basically, you can have variable rates and fixed rates on the same application. In this case, you can deposit all these assets at variable rate pools, or you can borrow all these assets on a variable rate pool, and then you can select maturity dates for the different fixed rate pools. So this is the first time that a protocol puts together variable rates plus fixed rates in the same protocol, and then also you can use a dashboard where you can track your position. You're going to get a voucher and ERC20 token for your deposit at the variable rate pool, and you're going to get an NFT for your deposit on the fixed rate pool. So we think it's interesting. So please come at 4 p.m. for the workshop. The team will give a complete testnet explanation of how the testnet works. And I think it's going to be very useful for the community and for us to gain feedback from you. So very important, the POAP keyword, ETHLatam. And if you want to know more about us, just go to exact.ly and get variable fixed rates in the same protocol. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Gaby, por la presentación. Veo que hay gente parada ahí, hay algunas sillas por acá, si se quieren sentar hay espacio, así que pueden sentarse. Les cuento que también tenemos el otro escenario donde están pasando charlas en simultáneo. Ahora va a estar Nicolás Venturo de Balancer hablando sobre liquidity mining, así que en caso que les interese esa charla pueden ir al lado. Y en este escenario tengo el agrado de presentar ahora a Renat Kazenjin. Renat es miembro fundador de la Protofire DAO y nos va a contar un poco sobre cómo transicionar a la Web3. Así que bienvenido, Renat. Por favor, para Renat. Gracias.
Hey, how are you guys doing? My name is Renat, and I'm here to share with you a story of how I personally became a developer in crypto, and want to suggest some tips and tricks and lessons learned for those of you who want to join the movement and become a full-time contributor to Web3 economy. So why did I join myself and how did it happen? It was almost 7 years ago when I attended an Ethereum meetup in Silicon Valley, in Sunnyvale, and listened to a talk from the founders of Gnosis. And several years later, I was contributing to crypto projects full-time and was part of the project that built one of the first insurance applications on Ethereum, which paid automatically for those who were delayed on their flight to DEF CON in Shanghai. And then we repeated the same for DEF CON in Cancun and Prague. And several years later, we found Protofire to help multiple projects build protocols and build their DAOs. And today we're 70+ team members who contribute to some of the major DAOs and protocols today. At the end, I will share with you an easy way to join, to become a member of Protofire DAO. But now I will share with you some of the reasons as to why did we start working in Web3 and what does it really take. For some of you, answer might be yes, it's because compensation is great, it's crypto, you get paid in tokens. However, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Those whom I met 7 years ago, they didn't start crypto projects because they wanted to do a token. They started their crypto projects because they wanted to make an impact to the world. And while not everyone is a founder of a crypto protocol, but some of you who contribute really like the fact that you build way more and you ship much more often code that is used in production, and it often uses real funds. Yes, it's quite challenging and risky. Security is very, very challenging in crypto, but you build more. And also, for those of you who are here in Argentina, you don't need to move to the US to earn a decent salary to work for crypto projects. Most crypto projects work remotely. And the biggest reason as to why I joined Web3, back then it was just crypto full-time, is because I saw how it could be used as a tool, as a mechanism to build applications that remove trust, assumptions, and really make the impact to the world, delivering something that was never possible before. So that is really the bottom of the iceberg. Working for DAO is not really easy because it's very different versus working for a company. Some examples include the looseness of organization. There is no clear hierarchy. You need to be very proactive. It could be quite difficult to understand how to get around. However, once you understand the motivation that you and yourself and the people that you close with, how the solutions that the dApps, that the protocols that you could contribute to, how they could change the lives of people, you will figure out that it's not that hard. And some of the tips I could give you is that number one is to understand really the customer of the DAO, the audience, and what are their needs, wants, pains, what are their fears. Because once you understand that, you will be able to really come up with solutions that are very much needed to take the protocol, to take the DAO to the next level. Be proactive. In DAOs, because it's hectic, it could seem quite unorganized. You really need to be proactive, and you need to make proposals all the time to be heard, but decent proposals, decent thoughts, decent ideas will always be welcomed. Be clear when you communicate. We often work with developers who are not used to be sharing screen or video on the Google Hangouts, for example, or on Zoom. So this is one of the tips, is to assume by default that people want to see your face, and they want to see your work, they want to see your screen. Identify bottlenecks that prevent the growth of the DAO protocols. Most of the protocols are end-sided marketplaces. They have supply side and they have demand side. Majority of the hardest problems to solve are on the supply, not on the supply side, they're on the demand side. This is where the usage growth. So if you look at projects like Filecoin, for example, they have an issue of getting the users to use the Filecoin. So that's an example of a demand side problem. The same thing with L1 and L2 networks, right? Very soon they will have a hard time figuring out how do they get real users, how do they get the dApps that are different, that are unique, right? Not just the fork of another project. So write more often, and share notes with colleagues, and look for problems that are bottlenecking the growth. My tip is look for on the demand side, and once you find some issues, once you understand what are the bottlenecks, it's very easy to grow within the DAO, to grow within the community, and be very influential. Compensation is quite different between Web 2 and Web 3. The main takeaway is that very often the token allocations are vested much faster, and they become liquid much faster compared to traditional startups. Traditional startups often have to work for 5-7 years to either be acquired or go IPO, and that's when you have a liquidity event. In crypto, liquidity is coming much more sooner than that, so that's one of the upsides. And what's more interesting, we at Protofire DAO, we share profits between all team members. So these are some of these instruments becoming much more available to be used, and I encourage those of you who are building projects, building companies, to share the part of the value that the team creates in the form of sharing of profits and revenue. The impact that you can make, that's by far the biggest difference. In Web2 companies, you often work on closed proprietary software, and the goal of these companies is rarely to deliver a public good. The goal is to accumulate capture as much value as possible, and the mechanisms that they are using are often counterproductive and seemingly in conflict with the values and missions that many crypto projects have. Hold on. Most importantly, the fundamentals and the values of the crypto projects, they're not targeting monetization through capturing of proprietary data of users. So their Web2 companies very often exploit the privacy and the private data as the fundamental building block of their business model. In crypto, it's almost never the case. It's quite the opposite. The crypto projects and protocols, they exploit the market inefficiencies. And as you heard just a few minutes before, that most of them are end-sided marketplaces. So this is the kind of where the two sides of the coins, right? End-sided marketplaces have often a different business model. Surprises when you work in Web3. There is a lot of bugs, a lot of incomplete documentation. It really sucks to start working with a new project. It's super hard. You have to growth hack all the time and find ways to accomplish some of the difficult things for maybe your work. If you work, let's say, as a front-end developer, sometimes you need to really expand your stack, right? And you will end up yourself looking into Solidity code on GitHub, trying to deploy contracts. So it's routinely, for example, QA engineers in some of the projects that we're working on, they routinely deploy Solidity contracts and start doubling across the stack. The dApp front end is not as thin as in Web2. It's often, you need to juggle between ways that either you access the chain directly, or sometimes you need a middleware. It was really problematic to build dApps a few years ago, but now thanks to the middleware like the Graph, to which we are a large contributor and one of the top 10 indexers, you can build much faster, but you still need to effectively work as a full stack developer, even if you are just working on a front end. The learning curve is long because of the issues and very fast pace, how projects are being developed. The good news is that the barrier to entry is very low. These are some of the resources you can take with you to get started very quickly. We at Protofire are big fans of Morales Academy. We use it all the time, and this is one of the fastest ways to get from zero to hero in Web3. Solidity security is a big issue as soon as you start working on applications that touch money. So there are a couple of games I put here the links to where you can learn the basics of Solidity security. Why you should consider becoming a member of Protofire DAO is because you will be exposed to work with not just one, but a variety of different crypto protocols and DAOs. We at Protofire have a unique edge. We have unprecedented access to information flows, and we spot trends before someone who can potentially work for a single project. So it's very interesting to be working with multiple projects in the space because you can see things from above. And some of our team members have a great choice when it comes to which DAO they can work with, and half a year they work for one, and at some point it's quite easy for them to join another one because they have colleagues that work there. The reason why protocols and DAOs work with Protofire is because we help them resolve some of these bottlenecks that prevent organic growth, that prevent growth of the demand side. Typically for protocols, the goals and metrics are TVL, total value locked, protocol revenue. So these are the two major KPIs that the work that we do at Protofire impacts. Protofire is building solutions that help mass adoption, and they often range from SDKs Sometimes we run validators, sometimes we provide liquidity to protocols, and this work is interesting because it often results in identifying opportunities to build a solution or build a product inside of the ecosystem of the DAO that we're working with. So as a result, we now have 70+ members who are part of Protofire DAO, which is a venture studio that builds teams that solve specific problems, and some of them spun off into solutions that work and serve the specific ecosystem. Protofire purpose is to help the world transition to Web3, where majority of the people in the world have access to the benefits that we have as crypto natives. The financial tools and various instruments that remove trust from the ecosystems. So our big hairy goal is to help onboard 1 billion or more users and onboard 750 billion plus TVL by developing some of the earliest code bases of protocols and DAOs. We are about 10% done with TVL. Some of the protocols we worked with and developed more than 10% of their early code base. They have about $85 billion in TVL at this time. In this link and the QR code, you can join a Discord of Protofire, learn more, and see the projects that we're working with. And if you have any interest in working with some of the DAOs I showed you, we would love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Renat, por tu presentación. Estuvo genial. Nada, como les recordaba recién, tenemos charlas en... Bueno, ¿para acá no hay una? Tenemos charlas en simultáneo en los dos escenarios. Ahora les voy a presentar la que tenemos acá, pero al lado hay una que está dando Wade, que es del equipo de Opin, que va a estar hablando sobre Squid. Así que si les interesa pueden ir para el otro escenario. Ahora me gustaría que recibamos a Gerrit Hall, que nos va a contar sobre Viper plus DeFi. Así que un fuerte aplauso para Gerrit. Gerrit, bienvenido.
Hola, gracias por invitarme a esta hermosa ciudad. ¿Le gustaría inglés o español? ¿Inglés o español? Escuche inglés, which is good, because I don't speak much Spanish, as you can tell. But I'm from America, Los Estados Unidos. They barely teach us one language there, so we'll see what I can get through with this. I'm very excited to be here to talk with all of you about Viper and DeFi. And for those of you who aren't developers, you might be thinking that there might be a lot of foreign language in this. Don't worry, this is aimed at beginners. So even if you're not technical, we hope that you'll come away with this with more appreciation of the EVM, as well as a bit of context into this Solidity versus Viper wars you might have heard something about. But we think there's been enough fighting in this world. We believe that we should have an end to all these wars, so we're not going to be trying to fan the flames of these wars. We're going to say nice things about both Solidity and about Viper. In fact, in my night job, I teach a class on Solidity, so if I trash Solidity, I'm out of work. Now, let's talk business here. I know why most of you are here. Some of you have flown from partway across the world so you can sit in your seats and read Twitter on your phones. That's fine, that's fine, it's very entertaining. To aid all of you, in fact, this entire presentation is going to be covering only material from Twitter. So we of course have to start with El Hombre Grande, or Delgado, Vitalik. And he brought Viper to a lot of people's attentions a few weeks ago when he was talking about, out of the blue, how much progress Viper has made. And of course, this started up some flame wars. Don't worry, we're not here to inflame these wars any further. But a lot of people don't actually realize that Viper was started by Vitalik himself. And this was several years ago. Again, more tweets, as mentioned. Everything on here is from Twitter. So if any of you are featured in here, please shout out, because it'd be great to meet all of you. And more importantly, if anything in here is mistaken, don't sue me, sue the authors of these tweets. So Vitalik started Viper out of a clone of an earlier language called Serpent. And you might be saying, what's Vitalik doing? Is he trying to destroy Solidity? Well, not at all. Like, I think everyone agrees that what's important is when we interact with the blockchain itself, when we're interacting with the EVM. So in fact, everyone wants there to be more languages. We want Solidity, we want Viper, we want other languages. The Ethereum Foundation is in fact funding yet another language called FE. So we want as many different possible languages as possible, because at the end of the day, what's going on with all these languages is they're a very high-level abstraction layer. At the very top layer, we're trying to create these languages that humans can understand. Because if you look at what the EVM bytecode is executing, it's horrible. It's these strings of hexadecimal numbers. They're super well optimized for all your Ethereum nodes, but they are really terrible to program against. So we've invented Solidity, we've invented Viper, FE, so that humans can work with these things in a much easier fashion. So at the end of the day, more languages, more apps, everyone gets to have a lot more fun. As mentioned, we're here for a call for unity. So we're going to start this off by featuring a number of Viper maximalists saying nice things about Solidity. Viper itself calls Solidity in and of itself. It says, this is a good option. We agree. Again, I'll be out of the job if Solidity goes out of business. Curve Finance, company I'm a very big fan of, is built all their contracts out of Viper for reasons we're going to talk about in a little bit. And they point out that the more competition we have between all these compilers, the better. More compilers, dev features get better, devs are able to build all the apps that we like to use. Patrick Collins, a legendary developer, he also is an advocate that you should just build in what you like. And for a long time, this had been a question of the syntax. If you think that Python's better, use Viper. If you think that Java or JavaScript is better, use Solidity. But what's interesting is more recently it's evolved a bit beyond this, because there's actually people that prefer the JavaScript-style syntax of Solidity, and yet they choose Viper, because the compiler is getting very, very good. It's gotten to a point where Viper has innovated a lot of amazing things. And this brings us to Verano Viper Caliente, hot Viper summer. And you're probably saying, I'm loco. It's invierno, not verano. Well, up north we do things a little bit differently. So up in the north we're all really hot right now, except the developers were inside in air conditioning coding, and a lot of people are enjoying hot Viper summer. So what exactly is going on with hot Viper summer? It traces back to April. In April, the Viper 3.2 got released. And this is a major, major milestone, because before this, Viper and Solidity, there are actually functional differences between the languages. You couldn't do certain things in Viper, you could do in Solidity. You could only do certain things like NFTs. It was impossible to get a Viper NFT on OpenSea before this, because there was a certain bytes type missing. Once Viper 3.2 got released, though, these two moved into harmony. You could do pretty much anything you wanted to do in Solidity versus Viper. So it was no longer a functional choice, it became a stylistic choice. So Viper said, hey, give it a shot. Why not try building some apps in Viper? And here we see ApeWorks, which is a really fantastic tool for learning Viper, released a great tutorial recently, pointing out that now Solidity and Viper are compatible. So there's no more technical shortcomings. Viper's ready for prime time. And people started saying, all right, well, go ahead. We'll give it a shot. And when they did, they found Viper's actually pretty good. Very clean, very comfortable syntax. And this particular point we're going to come back to quite a bit, which is that miraculously Viper contracts, in addition to being kind of nice to use, they tended to compile a little bit better. So we got better gas usage. This one here really warms my heart, because this person here is mentioning that the Viper has some advantages in terms of the community and the tooling. And this is exciting because just a month earlier there had been a bit of a war where, in response to Viper Summer, people who prefer Solidity said, well, we don't like Viper because it doesn't have the tooling, it doesn't have the ecosystem. But this is very fast growing, and this is thanks to a lot of the amazing work that's been done. If you know about Paradigm Capital, it was a really big win when all of a sudden some of the team there started looking things over and saying, you know what, we've taken the Viper pill. We think that the Viper is pretty much there. There's still a few cases like Foundry integration, modules, but generally it's catching up very fast. To talk about how Viper developed into what it is today, let's go to the core values that underpin Viper. And really, the values underlying Viper is what's driven this development to be what it is today. There's three primary goals: security, simplicity, and auditability. So I think anyone who's been following the space for longer than 10 minutes knows that hacks are incredibly common within cryptocurrency. My favorite curve even had a hack itself, although it was thankfully a Web 2 hack, not a Web 3 hack. The Web 3 infrastructure is very commonly, you see a lot of mistakes, you see a lot of errors. So you could see where the emphasis on security is really, really useful within cryptocurrency. In particular, and just here on the screen, we can see a few of the places that Viper is going beyond security. It's going to be working in the next several months on UX, developer experience, trying to become the safest performing language, and the highest use smart contract language for new projects. So we might within a year see a flippening. But the safety thing we really have to double down on because thankfully there's not yet been a major high profile Viper hack, although small sample size. Viper is this concept that when you're writing code, even if you're a novice and don't understand what's going on, by default, we should just make it easy to write secure code. So it's a great language to learn from scratch, I'd argue, because you can start learning this, and by default, it has a number of things like adding a non-reentrancy filter to make it a little bit safer, make it a little bit easier, and avoid potential issues. And this is one reason that you see a lot of DeFi protocols that have an emphasis on security tend to use Viper. Another big one is Yearn. You'll notice that a lot of these protocols that do have this huge emphasis on security pick Viper. It might be causation, it might be correlation, we don't know. But whatever it is, I think that we can all agree that more security in the space is a good thing. But one of the most important features that we're going to drill down a lot is this concept of readability. And it sounds like a bit of a squishy concept, but it's really, really important. Viper has this concept that by default, it should be easier for the reader of the contract, even if it makes the coder's life more difficult. And even further, if you don't know how to program, you should still be able to read Viper contracts and understand it. And that's not easy to do. In part, this is one of the reasons that Viper was built off of Python. And this is more developer wars that go even further back, JavaScript versus Python, and we certainly don't want to escalate these wars a bit. But there is a concept within the Python programming language that it should be easy to follow syntactically. You can look at it and understand what's going on, even if you're a bit of a novice. So this is really important. The Viper community wants to make sure that contracts are safe, and most importantly, that people can actually look at it and read it. When you're dealing with Solidity, you have to follow a lot more practices, therefore, to actually make sure that your contracts are safe. And this point here is one that we're going to return to a lot, which is this idea that if your code is unreadable, you might be able to squeeze some gas savings out of it. Or you can sacrifice the gas savings and make your contract more readable. So there really is an important concept of readability, but it's a false dilemma. You don't have to sacrifice these. The Solidity EVM, the way that the Solidity code is designed, happens to make it currently difficult to write gas-efficient and very readable contracts. But Viper has managed to do both. And it really warms my heart when I see testimonials like this, when people say that Viper contract, aka Python smart contract code, very readable for business people, for lawyers. So everyday people can read through and kind of know what's going on. This brings us to the final concept behind Viper, which is auditability. We all know that a lot of smart contracts pay for expensive audits, and they sometimes don't work. We also know that most people, sometimes they release contracts that don't even get audited. When you are looking at how people behave when they interact with smart contracts, odds are at least about half of you don't even bother doing any due diligence. You just say, good enough, it's on the blockchain, let's throw some money in there. And we can't change that behavior. 40% are just looking for social proof. Only like 10% or so are actually doing any due diligence, and everyone else is just hoping that these people who read through the contract are doing the due diligence. So if nothing else, we hope that more people actually try. We move some of this 40% that are just reading Twitter to trying to read the GitHub, trying to read through and understand, because auditors do their best, but they can't catch everything. So it's incumbent on all of us as a community to do that auditing, to just take a glance, ask questions, and see what we can do. And if we're able to build a smart contract programming language where anyone can serve as an auditor, I think we'll see fewer hacks and fewer funds lost in DeFi. So then when it comes to auditors, auditors still have a place, and Viper's thought is that if the code is easy to read, it'll be easier for auditors. And this benefits everybody. If auditors are able to get a sense of what's going on and better understand what's happening, then they're more likely to catch some bugs. So there's still a great place for auditors, and hopefully we'll make auditors' lives just a bit easier. So this leads to, these are the values underlying Viper, and this has really informed its construction. And at this point, I mentioned that this is not going to be a flame war between Solidity and Viper. There's things that Solidity is better at. Solidity has modularization, and Viper strictly rejects it because of these principles. Again, this is not a technical talk, so what modularization refers to is that programmers, like me, were very lazy. We don't want to write code over and over and over again. We want to write a piece of code. If it works, then we just import it and use it again and again and again. Solidity is very good at this. One of the reasons that NFTs and ERC20 tokens are popular is because OpenZeppelin built some templates. So even if you don't know much about coding, you can just import the work people have done, and it's done for you. Viper currently prohibits this. They are working on a Pythonic version of modularization, which will be coming out soon. But for the time being, it is a choice. So you might prefer Solidity if you want to import libraries other people have written. The problem I see with having extensive amounts of modularization like this is it makes it very tough to audit the code. If you are trying to read through Solidity code, when you import into Etherscan, if you have all these extra imports you're doing, sometimes you have 15 files you have to read through. So understanding how all the variables are moving around between all the files can just become a bit of like trying to guess. It becomes very tricky. So I personally prefer the approach of just forcing everything into one flat file. So every Viper contract is one file. It contains everything within it. And as a result, you have that one file you can look at and try and audit everything. Now, of course, Etherscan, to their credit, has been making it easier and easier. Auditors had complained about having to sift through many files. Etherscan is one of the best resources and has made it so you can sift through all 72 files. But really, why do you need 72 files? Like that in and of itself is going to become a bit of a pain. So I mentioned that this is not a flame war. Viper plus DeFi is a match made in heaven. So I'm going to go ahead and grant that, let's say, Solidity and NFTs probably have the advantage there. So this user asks, why is Viperlang overtaking Solidity? And I'm going to say that Easy Emailer, I hope you're not here, is wrong, because Viper is not overtaking Solidity. You can all look at the most recent 10 contracts deployed to Etherscan, and I'm willing to bet there's not a single Viper contract in there. I'm also willing to bet that maybe half of them are NFT contracts. Funny enough, we have this amazing global supercomputer, and its primary application at this point is printing expensive JPEGs of things like monkeys. So that's what we want to do with Ethereum. That's great. If you look at the most recent activity on Ethereum, most of this money to miners is getting paid in the form of NFTs. DeFi is smaller than that. Over this particular window, 5.5% of gas used actually went not to Uniswap, not to Curve, not to Seaport. It went to an NFT project called Otherside Meta. And in the course of this, over $100 million was burned just on gas wars to mint this NFT. So I bring this up because my thesis is that Viper is really gas efficient, and I don't think this is a value add to people who are minting NFTs. People who are minting NFTs probably don't care if they're willing to spend $100 million on this mint. Gas savings might not be a big factor, and that's fine. It doesn't matter if you're paying the contract, if you're paying a gas person, as long as you get your great collectible, it's fine. Which isn't to say that there haven't been really amazing attempts within the NFT world to solve this. So one was the Azukis, which is a very gorgeous NFT. They introduced this ERC 721A standard. So the OpenZeppelin contract's very readable, but not so good with gas. ERC 721A is a less readable version of the ERC 721 NFT standard, but it is incredibly gas efficient. And similarly, OpenSea was authored in Solidity. It's a smart, very, very popular NFT trading platform, and it's a bit gas bloated. So they did an amazing engineering job, and really you should read through it because incredible developers are doing all these amazing optimizations to try and build a much more gas-efficient NFT trading platform. But this is where a bit of a battle broke out between the Solidity and the Viper communities. So shown here, again, you don't need to know too much about coding, but all these pages is the function that is used to transfer an NFT using Seaport. And the important thing to note is that when we looked earlier, we saw that there's all this kind of assembly code, which is the code on the blockchain, and then there's Solidity, which is supposed to be human readable. And what the Solidity is doing is basically directly writing assembly. So Viper developer, Senor Pero, wrote that had a little bit of fun with this, saying that, what's going on? Why are you using this abstraction to just write direct assembly? Why not write assembly language directly? The point of Solidity is to try and make this human readable. You're kind of losing something here. And it's worth pointing out, Viper doesn't allow you to do this. So this is yet another trade-off. Viper says, if you're just dealing with bytecode, no human can understand that easily, so Viper doesn't allow it. If you need assembly, you need to go with Solidity. Fubulobu went a little bit further, and this is really an epic tweet, so we're going to have to break this one down. He was playing with this ERC20 transfer that's going on within this Seaport contract. And he's looking at this transfer function. And if you look on the right here, this is a full function. It's like if you printed out maybe 10 pages of code, and it's really confusing. It's all this stuff. It's well documented, just doing so much under the hood. So we decided to do a head-to-head test. Let's see how this does against Viper's equivalent, which is 5 simple lines of code. You can probably kind of guess what's going on just by reading it. It's simply taking a token and transferring it. But, you know, that's fine. Solidity's trying to sacrifice readability for gas consumption. So much to Fubulobu's surprise, the simple version that was not gas optimized in the slightest still comes out better. So he had a bit of a laugh, a lot of casualties, but I think our communities have made true sense then. We bring this up because gas usage doesn't seem to matter for NFT people, and we're willing to bet that most NFT people fall in the category of people that don't particularly care about readability. Given the amount of seed phrase hacks we've seen amongst the Bored Ape community, we don't even know if people necessarily know how to use Ethereum. No offense if there's any Bored Ape people here. I really want a Bored Ape. And just a quick plug, if you are interested in Viper NFTs, the first Viper NFT deployed to OpenSea, or deployed and compatible with OpenSea, was written by me. So feel free to check that out. There's a great repository, a lot of fun building it, and it was for an organization that I'm involved with called PackDAO, which is a public goods focused on, in particular, like positive advocacy of cryptocurrency. With so much negative stuff happening with governments trying to suppress cryptocurrency, I think it's a really good cause. So this gorgeous NFT by Scooby Doomer was commissioned and released as the first Viper NFT that I know of. So I'm conceding that Solidity is probably a good match for NFTs. You can just import the NFT ERC 721 standard from OpenZeppelin, and you don't need to change much because most NFTs have the exact same functionality. You can use 721A, it's good enough, people understand it, and this is a big concession. We saw that this is most of Ethereum. But I do think that Viper in particular has a really great use case with DeFi. And we mentioned that there's very, very few contracts that are actually released using Viper. So if you take a look at most recent contracts, they're almost all Solidity. And yet, despite this, Viper has this really outsized portion of TVL, or total volume locked, within DeFi. So there's obviously some sort of fit here, where if you're programming a DeFi app, Viper might be a really good fit. And we look at this in several different ways, but when we're talking about NFTs, essentially you're taking a pile of money, dumping it into a black hole, you don't care what happens, you get your collectible out. When you're dealing with DeFi, every single penny really matters, because you might be trading $1,000 for another $1,000 of a stable coin, and if you're losing out in terms of gas, if you're losing out in terms of slippage, it is like a really big deal. So when you're dealing with DeFi, you have to shave off these pennies. You have to be able to count every single thing. And here's where people are finding that use the vanilla ERC20 token from Viper, and generally out of the box, it's going to be performing as good, or in most cases better, than the ERC20 equivalent. In some cases, even the hyper gas optimized ERC20 equivalent. But even more so within this, readability also plays into it. So as far as gas wars go, that's a race to the bottom. If Solidity and Viper want to compete on gas, there's a theoretical limit of what the EVM blockchain can do. But when you look at, for example, Curve, which is a site that I spend a ton of my day focused on, Curve is, people are saying, well, is it actually that much better? It seems like the gas is worse in some case. But if you actually dig into it, it just happens to be because some of these Curve contracts are doing really, really complex stuff. If you look at the baseline, Viper still has the edge. But where Viper is a really good choice here is that Curve is using incredibly advanced math. And here's where I'm really, really bullish on just even beyond Viper, DeFi in general. I really think that we're in this sort of first generation of DeFi, where most of the apps that we are seeing in DeFi are not that complicated. It's usually like give a token, get a token back. And that's great. It can also just be done using a standard 4-function pocket calculator. Addition, subtraction, maybe there's some multiplication and division if you want to get fancy. But we haven't really seen that many DeFi apps that are utilizing some of the complex mathematical capabilities. And I think that in particular, Curve is one that's really using DeFi to its full potential. And at this point, we're not talking about what both languages can do on the blockchain. We're talking about what the compiler is choosing to do, which makes it better to code some of these applications. So if you're building a complex DeFi app like Curve has done and Urin has also done, one of the issues that you come with Solidity for some time was this stack too deep. There's a limited number of variables you can get before the compiler chokes. But Viper has planned for this and allocated its memory efficiently, and there's no such thing as stack too deep. So you can build the most complex DeFi app using Viper without having to cut corners. It just makes it a more natural, easier way to program. And then on top of this, the DeFi applications that can be built that are going to be more complex, if you think about it, it was like 2008 when we started seeing like the really fancy TradFi products, like all these complex derivatives, and those destroyed the market, so don't build those. But there is room for more complicated math to be done using DeFi. And if you're trying to do that, Viper has a number of complex mathematical functions built in at the compiler level. So it's right there if you need to do things like shape rotation, if you need to do things like elliptic curve math. There's functions that exist for that. Again, these are compiler choices, so Solidity could build these if they like, but because Viper has had these principles of let's build this from scratch, and most importantly, when you're trying to deal with advanced math, it's already going to be tough enough, so make it as easy as possible for the auditors to understand what's going on under the hood. Because the math that's being done by some of these Curve contracts is mind-boggling. If you're not super familiar with Try Crypto, it's a pool that contains Bitcoin, Ethereum, and dollars, and it's able to self-rebalance itself. So in other words, if the price of Bitcoin fluctuates, the pool picks this up without any external oracle. It just does the math on the trade volume and figures out what the price should be, rebalances liquidity itself using some complex exponential smoothing functions. And as a result, it's been up for over a year with no issues. So some incredible stuff being built. We're going to see much more incredible stuff being built. And this ties back to this point we had at the beginning, which is the community. Because all these, and the tooling, because all the tooling is being built by a community of people who are finding Viper very easy to work with. So recently, since Viper launched, it hasn't slowed down any. It's launching this new feature called Titanoboa. You can think of it as a natural execution layer, which makes it easy to plug into, for example, a Jupyter notebook. Python has a number of great data science libraries, so it wouldn't surprise me if we start to see people integrating much more complex features. Like we haven't seen the mini machine learning algorithms or even neural networks applied too much to cryptocurrency yet, but we can build some very amazing things when it happens. And I think that the kind of natural level of tooling that's being built is going to really assist in this. And of course, all these great tools, here's another one that's being built, is coming just because of Hot Viper Summer, because all these people are finding the Viper community and finding it's a great place to make a big impact in cryptocurrency. So Viper is being built just by the contributors, and there's never been a better time to simply hop into a Discord and be able to ask a question and have one of the core engineers of Viper answer your question. Toss out a feature request, say, hey, here's what I'm building. I'm having trouble with this. They can actually pretty quickly add something together and have that ready in the next release. They're shipping very fast, and they're shipping really amazing things. And on top of this, like the documentation is very good, but if you have questions, like the community is always there, always ready to ask and answer questions. Viper, just in case you're curious, it's not funded by VCs. It gets a lot of its funding from a project I had the privilege of working on called VE Funder, which takes Curve gauge emissions, and instead of directing this to Curve pools, it sends this directly to good causes. Viper is one of these. So Viper was the first project that received just a stream of incoming Curve pools, so if there's things you need funding for, you might be able to ask Viper and they might be able to help out. And if that's not enough, amazing ASCII art. So I really believe that together we're all going to be building some amazing stuff, and at Viper 3.3 we've essentially caught up with Solidity, so we can just imagine what kind of amazing things are going to get released when Viper 4 gets released inevitably. Finally, a plug, if you're interested in learning Viper, I've been working on a series of YouTube tutorials in which you can build a ERC20-backed stablecoin, in my case, a curve-backed stablecoin, not the curve-backed stablecoin. And unfortunately, I'm not allowed to release any alpha about that. But if you want to build a generic curve-backed stablecoin with much simpler likely math, then you can follow this tutorial I've been working on. But other than that, if you'd like to join the Discord, this here link will join you. We'll be happy to chat there. Or if anyone has any questions, I don't know if we do Q&A here. No Q&A, so questions are all in the Discord. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate this. Adios. It's yours.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Gerrit, por la excelente presentación. Ya estamos llegando cerca al final del primer día. Nos vamos a tomar un breve recreo ahora de más o menos 10 minutos. Así que los invito a que salgan si quieren. A las 16 puntual seguimos con las últimas 2 charlas del día en el escenario 1. Muchas gracias. Bueno, vamos a continuar con las últimas dos charlas del día. Les invito a sentarse, a las personas que todavía están ahí paradas. Esta es la última charla en simultáneo que hay entre escenario 1 y escenario 2, así que pueden elegir la que quieran. La que tenemos en el escenario 2 ahora está Rafael Baraldo, que es de Pods Finance, y va a estar hablando sobre productos estructurados en DeFi, así que si a alguien le interesa puede ir al escenario 2. También les recuerdo que tenemos la muestra de NFTs con un montón de artistas de Latinoamérica que son increíbles, así que no se la pierdan. Y bueno, antes de empezar esta penúltima charla, les recuerdo que pueden submitir su proyecto al programa de Quadratic Funding de ETHLatam, que va a repartir 25.000 DAI en proyectos argentinos que estén construyendo algún tipo de bien público. Tienen hasta hoy a las 12 de la noche. La URL es QF como quadraticfunding.ethlatam.org. Así que pueden submitir ahí. Y bueno, ahora vamos a empezar con la anteúltima charla del día. Tenemos a Evelyn McMullen, que es la cofundadora y CEO de Disco. Así que me encanta también el título de su charla, que es ¿cuál es la llave para la diversión? Así que, sin más, te invito, Evelyn, a pasar. Un fuerte aplauso para Evelyn, por favor.
GM, buenos días, Buenos Aires. GM, say it back. All right. So wonderful to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today for a little discussion of how we can have some more fun in Web3 with our keys. My name is Evan McMullen. Let's see. There we go. I am the co-founder and CEO of Disco, your identity for the metaverse. And so if you want to drop me a line, I would love to hear about all of your metaverse dreams and the things that you want to build together. So first, before we talk about fun in our modern era, I want to provide us with a little bit of a history lesson. Back in the Song Dynasty, we had the earliest instances of immersive, multifaceted fun with the invention of fireworks. First off, fireworks were created to ward off evil spirits, but the monks had so much fun blowing up tubes of bamboo that they decided to add colors, add delight, and create the first of what we might call a metaverse, an escapist environment where we could merely enjoy ourselves and focus on shared experiences. Later on, the development of such immersive, persistent, fantastical worlds led to the creation of things like fun fairs. Similar to fireworks shows, fun fairs utilize technology to create an otherworldly experience focused on shared delight. However, unlike the metaverses that we enjoy today, these experiences were not especially personalized. It was a single, persistent environment in which everybody could share, but nothing was responsive to any given individual. Escapism was at the root. You know, this importance of thinking about our value and our shared experiences beyond our own mortality. And so the birth of modern fun was born, out of hardship and innovation. Around the time of the invention of the fun fair that preceded things like the World's Fairs, the Industrial Revolution in Paris brought many people into cities, into poverty, into hardship, into an outbreak even of disease. But the ability to provide or to seek out an environment where all of these difficulties washed away led to a stream of new kinds of inventions, new kinds of things like rides and plays, the ability to bring technology exclusively for delight. So when we think about how hardship and complexity have wrought more personalized experiences, persistent metaverses, we can think of a more modern example that most of us are probably familiar with. Around 2008, on the heels of the last global financial meltdown, Facebook, Twitter, and MySpace were heating up, solving for social discovery, allowing us to enter persistent environments of delight, but ones that could respond to us. ones where we were indeed the product, matching our desire for delightful experiences with a consistent and expected supply. However, as well we know, this predatory economic model turned us into the product. So we got a lot better at having the types of fun that we were looking for because these platforms could respond to us, but we still have not yet unlocked the full possibility of what we can do with technology and our pursuit of delight. So now that we've thought a little bit about the history of fun using technology to create environments of escapism, let's settle on our definition of Web3. I'm sure many people in this room have a different view of what that could be, but for purposes of this conversation, we think of Web3 as the world of adventures made possible with self-custody of private keys from our public blockchains. So what does Web3 fun even mean right now, where we are, with these public ledgers and our ability to own and control assets? Right now, it means mostly tokens. First, we had ICOs, then we had DeFi, then NFTs, then we started coordinating around these public financial assets with DAOs. But if the only thing I know about you is your Ethereum address, the only kind of fun we can have together is coordinating treasury allocation, spending money together. And as we know from history, plutocracy threatens emerging markets. And as in many physical instances in the world, so too does token-weighted voting and plutocratic organization in Web3 threaten our ability to flourish. Also, vibes require more than money. If we're at a party full of other degens and the only thing that we know about one another is our public addresses, then the only thing we can coordinate around are financial assets. It's like walking into a party where you can only introduce yourself with your bank account. Hello, CryptoPunk. Hello, 2 ETH. This conversation sucks. And so if we want to have more fun together, if we want to enjoy the kind of personalized experience and positive UX that we have in Web 2, we need to know more about one another. What kind of music do you like? Who are you friends with? Are you accountable? These kinds of things will help us coordinate more interesting games together than just spending money. Your crypto wallet represents a collection of token IDs mapped to it publicly, which, as we know, are financial assets for everyone on Earth and in space with an internet connection to see for all time. But in the inimitable words of Tyler Durden in the movie Fight Club, you are not your job. You're not how much money you have in the bank. You are not the car you drive. You are not the contents of your wallet. Your traits and preferences are not public, they're not permanent, because we are human beings who change and evolve. And so your private experiences cannot be made available for sale to the highest bidder like your NFTs can. Sorry to Fred Ursum, who thinks that your crypto wallet is your future digital you, but as a billionaire, maybe his wallet opens up the world of fun to him in a way that the rest of ours might not. Fun can be for everyone and should be for everyone, regardless of location, socioeconomic status, or technical ability. We all spend an insane amount of time online, especially as we note down here in Argentina. The average person is spending a little over around 7 hours a day online. Now, despite our Web3 enthusiasm for, venture capital funded experiences, for enterprises that consume our data, and for think boy Twitter threads alike, we in Web3 have not yet reached the apex of what we can coordinate together because we are relying so hard on traditional social platforms to coordinate our amusement. From Instagram and TikTok, YouTube, and Pinterest, we are leaning even harder on Web 2 tooling to allow us to gather and engage with one another in this Web 3 ecosystem. If we think about DAOs, we think about token-based communities, we rely on a pretty centralized stack between Twitter, Discord, Snapchat, Google Drive, etc. So are we repeating this cycle of surveillance capitalism in Web 3 when we lean too hard on tools that consume our data and turn us into products? Are we repeating these cycles between ICOs and DeFi and NFTs where we are amusing the dopamine requirements of speculators but not building a truly fun experience? So if we start off with the shared enjoyment that we might want to pursue instead of the financial assets that drew us to the table, what can that look like? I think it is the responsibility of everyone in this room to build tools for fun so that we do not return to the tools of our surveillance state to get our vibes. Enter social summer, where we are right now. So in Web3 social, we're seeing all kinds of alternatives to the centralized platforms that we're used to pop up, with immutable social graphs and mountains of Discord channels filled up with spam. But in Web3, we have the opportunity to reclaim our identities, to enable them with true ownership by our public blockchain key pairs, and to logically centralize and physically decentralize where the data that describes us lives. So if we want to rely upon our existing Web3 public infrastructure to make good on this promise and mimic the amazing experiences that we can enjoy in Web2 without all of the creepy Mark Zuckerberg overlording, then we have the opportunity to leverage our tools for more than public data. We have the opportunity to avoid strengthening the surveillance state by freely creating a social graph available to all in accordance with our ownership and our consent as individuals. This means that we need to look beyond the chain, where 99% of the data that describes us already lives, where most of our interactions already occur. Because as long as Ethereum is not the only API upon which humanity relies, it is not appropriate to put the data that describes us, the data that coordinates our fun, on such a platform. So a little bit of an alpha alert, a reminder that our keys can do more than sign public financial transactions. We are not yet leveraging the full self-custody capabilities of Web3 because, as we discussed earlier, we are leaning pretty hard on Web2 tooling to enable our token-based experiences. But now we can use our existing private keys to sign private data written about ourselves that can be owned and controlled by us in the same way that we own and control our financial tokens. Just because I get my keys from a blockchain doesn't mean I have to use that blockchain to communicate with other parties, to communicate with the signed messages that I want to share. And fortunately, because of updates to the Ethereum protocol like EIP 712 that governs signed type data last fall, now I, an Ethereum address, can write a statement about you, a Bitcoin address, and you can share it with a PGP key, a DNS record, a Solana address, and we can all be on the same page without the need for gas fees, for waiting for block time, for the complexity of bridges. So what does this mean, practically speaking? Right now, if I'm relying on my key pair to express myself, let's say I'm using a wallet like MetaMask, really all I can do is show you what I'm up to on-chain. You can see the tokens that I own, the NFTs that I have, the public financial transactions that I've participated in. But I am more than my wallet. I am more than my financial assets. I am a whole person with affinities and experiences, accountability, friends, and preferences. And the public chain does not allow me to meaningfully share that information with the world, to coordinate with all of you, to do more fun things like design products or throw parties. But if I think about the rest of the data that makes me, me, that makes you, you, it's not going to be persistent and public and permanent in the way that financial assets need to be. Without public immutability and transferability, we can focus on the true meaning of individualism, our ability to curate, private traits, to change and evolve, and to share these under our consent and control. From your coffee order to your gym membership, your credit score to your KYC credentials, even things like your genomic data and your gaming habits. The whole world doesn't necessarily need to know this information, and indeed it can be a lot more fun if they don't. And so if we start using our private keys to control more than money, if we're able to wield our personalities in Web3 with just as much complexity and richness as we can in the real world, then we can start to coordinate a lot more fun together. At Disco, our definition of the metaverse is your ability to show up in any digital or physical environment and receive a personalized experience as a result of the parts of yourself that you choose to share. That means that you need to be able to express a lot more than that financial data. Just on the last slide, you are able to share the entirety of yourself in a context that's going to be appropriate for you and your interactions. Web3 should no longer just be a stuffy diversion of the technically hyper-literate. We must make it accessible to the average person everywhere, which means definancializing the way that we interact and the way that we view the opportunities in this landscape. We need to focus more on fun and delight instead of just gathering around public financial assets. And so, when we think about all the other people who aren't here in the room with us today, we need to welcome them in a way that is a low or no cost onboarding into a world of data that can more effectively capture the full human experience. We need data that can move seamlessly between chains without bridges and gas fees, and we need to avoid platform lock-in and manage risk by making our data interoperable and supporting a plurality of providers, platforms, chains, and ecosystems instead of binding ourselves to a single chain and to persistent publicity. We can maximize consent by sharing our data only on a need-to-know basis in a form that can evolve. So at Disco, we think a lot about, what is a corollary to your wallet? If your wallet is for public financial assets, then maybe your backpack is for all of the rest of the stuff you need to adventure through the metaverse. At Disco, your data backpack can carry verifiable statements, credentials written about you, encrypted against your keys in a way that you own and control. These signed attestations, JSON blobs made to look like the JPEGs with which we're very familiar and can already self-custody, can describe any facet of you, from your membership in a community, your presence in a given space. But like a diploma, once it's written about you, it's always written about you, because your experiences and your capabilities are not available for sale and cannot be transferred to others if they are natively about you. So our ability to revoke and expire such credentials that can still interact with smart contracts, that can still interact with a broad variety of keys, can give us the flexibility that we need to have more fun together in the metaverse. From age verification to receipts and proofs of purchase, we can interact with more of the Web 2 and IRL spaces that currently can't engage with our public blockchains or, quite frankly, are not well suited to do so. We can use our existing private keys to sign data written about ourselves and others and share in a common language across blockchains to coordinate these kinds of activities. These are the soul-bound NFTs that you've been looking for. So Disco profiles enable you to take custody of your own data, to put it in your backpack, to share it with others, and to manage these independently verifiable proofs across Web 2 and across Web 3. We've known the importance and value of our data for many years, but we've been renting space on the internet by allowing centralized entities to bear the weight and responsibility for the management, protection, storage, and frictionless experiences enabled by that information. In order to move beyond Web 2 infrastructure, from building Web 3 Discord to a totally new kind of social experience that will transcend the platforms that we've been promised, we need to escape platform lock-in, logically centralize around ourselves, and physically decentralize data in the places where it makes sense. Because the atomic unit of Web 3 is not a token. It's not a wallet address. It's not a platform. It is a person. It is important that we remember this when we are building human coordination tools, because so often we forget to center the experiences we create on human beings. When you show up to, Lens Protocol, to Uniswap, to Boys Club, to ETHLatam, you are the same person. even though you might be using different identifiers, different wallet addresses. And so in order to coordinate things that are truly fun and personalized to us, we must reflect the entirety of ourselves, not just one particular facet of our public identity. So like a physical backpack, Disco is building this tool with the goal of supporting you to get out into the world. We want your ability to collect experiences, memories, accomplishments, and moments that make you uniquely you, and shorten the time between setup and onboarding and getting on with your adventure, from claiming your POAP to getting into the party, not to keep you trapped staring into the nightmare rectangle any longer than you need to. So we can't wait to see your data backpacks filled to the brim with all of the things that will make your life more frictionless, vibey, and fun. If you are excited about coordinating fun in the metaverse, if you're excited about reaching beyond the Ethereum community and integrating more than just our financial pieces of data together, I am so excited to hear from you what you would like to build. Thank you all so much for joining me today. And if you are stoked on the future of fun, please share your metaverse dreams with us at disco.xyz. I can't wait to hear your wildest imaginations for building a world that prioritizes the human part of human coordination tools. I'm Evan McMullen, and I will see you in the metaverse.
Muchas gracias, Evin, por tu presentación de recién. Y bueno, ahora estamos llegando al final, ¿no? Ahora tenemos la última charla del día, que va a ser únicamente acá. Tenemos una persona muy especial, diría que no necesita presentación, pero lo quiero presentar a Mariano Conti. Mariano no es solo un crack global de Ethereum, que fue el Lead Smart Contract Engineer de MakerDAO y entre otras cosas, sino que Mariano es como encarna un poco este sentimiento de crear en comunidad, lo que hablábamos hoy. Encarna realmente esa parte sensible que caracteriza a una gran parte de la comunidad de Ethereum a la hora de construir en comunidad, como hablábamos hoy a la mañana. Así que, nada, es un lujo y es emocionante para mí personalmente que ahora él vaya a hacer el evento de hoy. Mañana los esperamos a las 10 de la mañana. No se olviden, también hay charlas en los dos escenarios y tenemos la muestra NFTs. Así que bueno, invito a subir al señor Mariano Conti al escenario. Fuerte aplauso para él, por favor.
Bien. Buenas tardes a todos. Qué gusto estar acá en Buenos Aires hablando en castellano o lo que pasa por castellano cuando hablo, que tengo que decir que me crié entre México y Argentina, entonces todos siempre me preguntan, pero sí soy 100% argentino, también soy 100% mexicano en partes y me da un orgullo estar acá con todos ustedes. A ver si esto logra funcionar. Quiero agradecer mucho a toda la gente, por supuesto, de ETHLatam por haber hecho esto posible. Sebas por la intro. A ver, primero vamos a ver si esto se ve. ¿Qué tengo que hacer? Deme un segundo. ¿Dónde está? ¿Qué era este? Creo que sí, pero ahí está. Muy bien. Ok. Tengo que decirles, Bueno, muchas gracias por tenerme y bienvenidos. Cambié todos los slides hace 2 días y hasta 5 minutos por todas las cosas que están pasando últimamente en el ecosistema. Algunas son preocupantes, otras son alentadoras. Vamos a tratar de hablar de muchas de esas y ver a qué llegamos. Y me disculpo si esto termina siendo un rant de media hora, pero creo que sentí que era lo que tenía que hacer en este día con todo lo que está pasando. Y bueno, comencemos, a ver si esto funciona. Todos bien descentralizados, TBD, que durante varios días fue el título de la charla. Y la voy a dar 100% en castellano. Sé que hay gente de afuera, pero no tengo muchas oportunidades de dar una charla en mi idioma y sé que hay mucha gente de toda Argentina, de Latinoamérica. There are going to be questions at the end, so people in English, if you want to ask what the hell I talked about, that's going to be fine as well. Pero vamos a mantener castellano en esta. Y una advertencia más, vamos a hablar de cosas argentinas. Es un warning, una pequeña advertencia, así que preguntas de este tipo, por favor, evítenlas, hay gente mirando. Comencemos. Les cuento un poquito de cómo llegué a estar acá. Entré a Bitcoin en 2014, antes que algunos, después que muchos también. Y entré a Ethereum en 2015 y la mayor cantidad de mi tiempo estuvo en Maker de 2016 a 2020. Hice varias cosas ahí de las que estoy muy orgulloso. Lo dejé en un momento que creí que era necesario dejarlo para hacer otras cosas, pero después resultó que terminé haciendo cosas que no tenía pensado hacer. Todo 2021 lo pasé más que nada siendo un angel investor, ayudando a otros equipos, tratando de ver qué otros proyectos que trabajan en Ethereum, en Web3, en NFTs, que pudieran lograr su mayor potencial. Y 2022, la verdad es que no he estado haciendo mucho en el ecosistema. Creo que esta es, bueno, salvo Permissionless, hace un par de meses, esta es la primera conferencia a la que vengo. Estoy muy contento de ver amigos aquí. Y 2023, bueno, habrá noticias pronto, pero rápidamente las cosas que he hecho en el ecosistema. Por lo que más se me conoce fue por el OG. Esa es la patente real. En febrero de 2018, el Maker tenía 2 meses. Fui tal vez una de las primeras personas en el mundo en usar DAI en el mundo real para comprar un bien. En este caso fue un autito que lo sigo teniendo hasta el día de hoy. Cami Russo escribió un poco de eso en el libro. Si se hace la película, bueno, no habla solo de la historia de Ethereum, también habla de la historia de DeFi y veremos si sale toda esa parte del libro en la película, espero que sí. No fue fácil hacer esta transacción. En 2018 ya había pasado el bull market, estaba empezando el bear market anterior y la verdad no lo sabíamos. Nadie sabía qué era DAI y no había un mercado. Uniswap estaba 6, 8 meses de lanzar todavía la versión 1 de Uniswap. Era un mercado muy pequeño y lo que tuve que hacer fue, yo tenía tanta confianza en Ether, aunque estaba bajando, que no lo quería vender, no tenía liquidez. Hice lo que ahora espero para todos ustedes sea segunda naturaleza, que muchos lo hayan hecho, que muchos sepan cómo se hace. Poner colateral y que un contrato inteligente de manera descentralizada te dé algo de valor, en este caso DAI o SAI, que era una moneda, la versión anterior del Maker que conocemos hoy. Y ese DAI lo tuve que cambiar de vuelta por Ether, lo tuve que cambiar por Bitcoin y finalmente el Bitcoin por peso. Fue toda una locura. Y ahora ya con la cantidad de servicios que tenemos, este tipo de cosas son segunda naturaleza. Es algo que pasa todos los días, es impresionante ver. En esa época creo que el market cap de DAI eran un par de millones de dólares, ahora estamos como en 7.5 billion, 7.5 mil millones, lo cual es una locura, pero vamos a hablar un poco más de las monedas estables. En MakerDAO ayudé con los oráculos primera, segunda generación, hacer single y multicollateral DAI y algunas cosas de verificación formal en los 4 años que estuve. Y en los 4 años que estuve y en los 2 años siguientes he aprendido que la descentralización está en el corazón de todo lo que hacemos, y esta es la razón por la que cambié la presentación en los últimos 2 días, por lo que he estado viendo y por lo que creo que vamos a tener todos que pelear en el futuro muy cercano, empezando desde ya. Tal vez vivimos en países donde este tipo de cosas ahora no nos está preocupando de la manera que preocupa a gente que vive, o ciudadanos estadounidenses, o ciudadanos rusos que ahora no pueden acceder a ciertas UIs, a ciertas dApps, pero son problemas que van a venir muy pronto, que ya están para algunos, y que me recordaron que tenía que decirles esto, que más allá de estar acá tal vez para hacer dinero, que está bien, para cambiar el mundo, que también está bien, para resolver algún problema específico que ustedes tengan usando esta tecnología, usando Ethereum, usando L2, está bien, pero sin olvidarse que, en serio, si quieren usar una blockchain, si quieren usar Ethereum para estas cosas y no recuerdan que todo esto empieza gracias a la descentralización, francamente estamos mejores usando cualquier otra tecnología, porque esto no viene sin sus riesgos y sin sus preocupaciones y sin sus problemas, de los cuales existen muchos, ¿no? Por eso estas cosas toman tiempo. No es fácil decir, sí, voy a hacer un proyecto descentralizado, una app descentralizada, solo porque estamos corriendo sobre una blockchain descentralizada. Quiero, por favor, que se les grabe en la cabeza que lo más importante, y por lo que estamos acá, número 1, es la descentralización. Y gracias. Una de las cosas que vienen a la mente siempre primero es gobernanza, y la gobernanza de los protocolos y las cosas que han pasado antes y las cosas que están pasando y los proyectos que van a cambiar las cosas. Maker fue uno de los primeros, o sea, puedo decir que estuve desde el primer día viendo cómo se creaba la gobernanza de Maker, la plutocracia, la verdad, porque es entre más tokens, más poder de voto. Vi cómo Compound llegó y arregló muchas de las cosas que Maker había hecho, las hizo mejor, hizo delegación. Element ahora, si pueden algún día investigar, está haciendo cosas muy interesantes. Y por supuesto, todo lo que se va a crear y las cosas que se pueden hacer con gobernanza, como una persona, un voto, comités. Pero siempre lo que digo es lo más importante en estos sistemas, que el poder se pueda dar y se pueda quitar al instante. No voy a hacer una analogía con política o gobiernos porque es fácil hacerla, pero eso es fácil decir cómo sería el mundo así, pero es difícil imaginarlo. O sea, no está, yo siento que es el principio de algo muy importante que va a permear en nuestras vidas de muchas maneras, no únicamente en las aplicaciones económicas que hacemos, pero a nivel social, a nivel cultural, a nivel de humanidad, ver si en algún momento en el futuro podemos, como personas, tan rápido como damos el poder a alguien para tomar decisiones, quitárselo. Es interesante, asusta un poco pensar qué va a pasar, pero yo creo que es el tipo de cosas de las que estos protocolos y mínimo todo lo que se hizo en DeFi 1.0, lo que se está haciendo ahora, nos van a dar mucho de qué hablar en el futuro. Y hay un documental que va a salir pronto de esto. Creo que tengo un slide después. A lo que estoy diciendo, todo tiene riesgo, y de esto quería hablar también, porque la descentralización también da lugar a mucho riesgo, y me imagino que acá muchas personas, entre más tiempo está uno en el ecosistema, más le tiende a tal vez pasar cosas, y todos tenemos una historia que contar, ¿no? La cosa es cuánto riesgo están dispuestos a tomar, y este número es un número, es una sensación, es lo que sea, siempre varía de persona a persona, de situación a situación, distintos países, distintas realidades, todos tienen respuestas. Y lo quiero hablar un poco con el tema de monedas estables, por ejemplo, porque es algo que casi todos conocen, es generalmente la puerta de entrada a este ecosistema. Ha sido una de las aplicaciones más exitosas de esta tecnología. Y sé que hay monedas estables y monedas ancladas al dólar. Uso el término, intercambio el término sin problemas, pero sé que hay una diferencia y vamos a hablar un poquito de esto. Quiero hablar de lo que está pasando con todas estas monedas ahora porque, como dije, se vienen ataques de todos lados y tal vez no estemos seguros de una u otra manera con ninguna. USDC, que es una de las monedas estables más grandes, es una moneda centralizada, tiene un issuer que es Circle. Es una entidad de Estados Unidos y vimos lo que pasó hace 2 o 3 días con Tornado Cash, que de un día para el otro alguien en Estados Unidos, una entidad, una agencia puede decir esto es ilegal, código, interactuar con código es ilegal y listo, uno no puede acceder más a sus monedas. Lo vimos pasar en tiempo real, esta es la otra cosa. Al ser las blockchains abiertas y al ser Ethereum abierto, pudimos ver al instante lo que estaba pasando, qué estaba pasando y determinar por qué. Y me asusta mucho lo que pasó hace 2 días, porque siento que va a ser efecto en todo lo que estamos creando. Tether no es muy distinta, tiene las mismas cualidades de USDC, de que puede ser, tiene un blacklist, puede ser frenada cualquier persona o entidad, mientras el ente regulante diga esto es ilegal, puede frenarlo. Me duele mucho decir, pero DAI últimamente, DAI es una moneda descentralizada, no tiene una blacklist. Ese último lo iba a sacar antes, pero bueno. Hoy pasaron muchas cosas con DAI. Los fundadores tienen la mayor parte del MKR para votar. Entonces, aunque la moneda y los contratos son descentralizados, se centralizó el poder de votación en pocas personas que pueden definir el futuro de esta moneda. Y DAI es la moneda que está más cercana a mi corazón porque ayudé a participar en la creación y la considero como mía. Y está siendo atacada también. No solamente porque tiene mucho colateral centralizado, sino está siendo atacada hasta cierto punto a nivel de gobernanza también. Y hoy hace, ¿qué fue? 2 o 3 horas, veo un tuit de Banteg donde dice que un frontend ya no está dejando a la persona interactuar por la dirección que tiene. Esta dirección puede haber interactuado con Tornado Cash, puede ser una dirección que detectan que viene de Rusia o de algún otro lugar. Este es el tipo de cosas a las que nos tenemos que preparar para pelear. Quiero hablar de un par más. El USD sí es una moneda también descentralizada, es imparable, tiene 0 gobernanza, lo único que tiene es un oráculo. Tiene múltiples frontends, es una muy buena primera idea de cómo hacer una moneda pensando primero en descentralización. No tiene un frontend oficial, cualquiera puede poner un frontend y puede recibir dinero de lo que la gente hace en el USD, en Liquidity. Tiene problemas todavía, tiende a valer generalmente más de 1. Y quiero hablar un poco de RAI, que sí es un primer intento de librarnos del dólar directamente. El problema de RAI es que está hecha por gente que tendría que haber pensado un poquito más en cómo hacerlo más fácil para los usuarios. Es una moneda muy difícil de entender, pero es finalmente una stablecoin, una moneda estable real y no una moneda ligada al dólar. Aunque cuando inició se eligió un punto de anclaje que fue 3.14 pi, 3.14 dólares, y de ahí la moneda flota según el precio del Ether, o sea que del precio del Ether en dólares. Así que todavía no nos podemos liberar totalmente de estos oráculos y de la fuerza del dólar, pero son cosas que van mejorando el ecosistema y van dando cada una un paso al frente en el proceso de descentralización. Hay muchísimas más. Doy el ejemplo de criptomonedas, de monedas estables, porque es algo que todos conocemos y es algo que importa tanto que mucha gente decía que si Circle o si Binance o si alguno de los grandes issuers de monedas estables decían que iban a soportar, ahora que viene el merge, un fork u otro, que eso podía dictar cuál iba a ser el fork al final que se decidiera fuera el verdadero, cosa que al final no fue tan cierto, pero estos issuers, Circle y los otros, tienen este poder, tienen mucho poder y tenemos que ver maneras de a poco ir alejándonos de ellos. Mañana hay un panel de criptomonedas, incluyendo, creo que va a estar mi amigo Marian Di Pietra, así que con todo lo que ha pasado este último par de días, creo que va a estar bastante picante, así que no se lo pierdan, creo que es a las 10 de la mañana. Voy a hablar rápidamente de algunos otros riesgos, y esto no es para... siempre trato de terminar con algo positivo, pero permítame decirles algunas cosas negativas que han pasado. Y cuando investigué el número de dólares que se había perdido por hacks a puentes este año, era tanto que no lo quise ni poner, estaba ahí. Es mucho, es muchísimo. Y una de las razones, hay tantas razones. Los bridges han sido hackeados por múltiples cosas. Por tener multisigs que no eran en realidad multisigs o que mucha gente tenía acceso a varias de las llaves. Por supuesto, por problemas en contratos inteligentes, en la lógica. Por centralización, por supuesto. Y otra cosa de la que quería hablar, ya que estamos en todo esto de los problemas que van a venir hacia nosotros. Una de las cosas que me da esperanza es lo que pasó estos últimos meses en CeFi, finanza descentralizada contra finanza descentralizada. Lo número uno que ganó para mí fue la transparencia. Fue la transparencia en saber los protocolos, qué estaban haciendo con todos los depósitos de la gente, aún necesariamente sin saber quién era la gente que estaba adentro y que tenía esos depósitos. Lo que sabíamos era para qué se estaba usando esa plata. Sabíamos que no había ningún préstamo que estuviera no colateralizado. Si pasaba eso, entraban liquidadores y restauraban el orden al sistema. Siento que en marzo del 2020 fue la primera prueba y lo que pasó durante todo este año cementó la idea de que DeFi, tal vez no totalmente como lo conocemos ahora, pero las fundaciones que estamos haciendo son fuertes y son correctas de hacia dónde vamos. Miles de millones de dólares se perdieron en finanzas descentralizadas porque la gente no sabía qué estaba pasando con el dinero, mientras que DeFi, Aave, Maker, Compound, todos estos protocolos funcionaron bien y creo que no hay mejor halago para lo que estamos haciendo que ver cuando las cosas se están rompiendo, cuando los mercados se están cayendo, y ver que lo que estamos construyendo funciona mejor que las finanzas centralizadas. Como estoy diciendo, vienen días difíciles, meses, años difíciles. Estados Unidos no nos la va a poner fácil, pero nosotros tenemos ventajas, me parece, como sudamericanos, como latinoamericanos, como argentinos, como europeos, gente que está afuera. Bueno, Europa es otra cosa, pero dejemos, digamos, latinoamericanos. Quiero hablarles de un par de cosas que me dan confianza de que todo va a estar bien. Ethereum en el futuro inmediato, principalmente dos cosas. Una que pasó ayer, el merge en Gurley, que es la última testnet antes del merge actual, que se acaba hoy hace unas horas, por eso también tuve que cambiar tantos slides. Entre el 15 y el 16 de septiembre viene el merge. El cambio a Proof of Stake. Creo que esto es el evento más importante en la historia actual de Ethereum. Es algo que ha llevado años de trabajo de miles de personas, y no solo la reducción del trabajo que se va a necesitar y de la energía que se va a necesitar, pero en mi opinión, y esto sí es un poco más tal vez controversial, pero en mi opinión esto va a generar mayor descentralización. Tenía por ahí, creo que no lo puse, un tweet de Eric Wall, un bitcoiner pero que tiene la mente bastante abierta, diciendo qué tan difícil es crear un bloque en Proof of Work contra proponer un bloque en Proof of Stake. Y su conclusión era que es mucho más barato la infraestructura, y al menos ahora con el precio del Ether, no sé qué pase si se va mucho más alto, pero proponer bloques en Proof of Stake como un individuo que proponer bloques en Proof of Work. Y eso, si abrimos más a todas las personas a poder volverse validadores, ya sé que 32 Ether es mucho dinero, pero hay opciones como Rocket Pool, hay opciones como Lido, está Staked, y ahí tengo que dejar porque ahí es otra conversación sobre descentralización que no me quiero meter. Y la otra muy importante de Ethereum es escalabilidad. Desde el DeFi Summer, sé que muchas personas, y especialmente acá en Argentina, muchas personas usaban Ethereum y se vieron forzadas a dejarlo por el precio del gas ridículo que fue durante el final de 2020-2021, y francamente ahora sigue siendo muy alto. No podemos esperar usar Ethereum Mainnet como está para el tipo de casos de uso que a veces veo que la gente en Latinoamérica y en Argentina quiere enfocarse, cosas como inclusión financiera. Aunque las transacciones valgan $0.50, sigue siendo mucho para ese tipo de cosas. Y eso es algo que siento que en el futuro inmediato, próximos meses, años, ya está pasando un poco. Quiero que Ethereum vuelva a aceptar a todas estas personas que tal vez conocieron DeFi gracias a Ethereum y se tuvieron que mudar a otras redes, con los beneficios o no que eso conlleve. Ustedes saben lo que yo pienso de Ethereum. Creo que es la red más descentralizada y la que tiene la mayor posibilidad de triunfar en el corto o mediano plazo. Después veremos si es real o no, pero creo que se lo debemos a todos y a mucha de la gente que hizo Ethereum posible poder escalar y reducir los costos. Y finalmente quiero hablar muy rápido de Ethereum en Argentina y Latinoamérica, porque nosotros siento que tenemos cosas que son muy valiosas para el resto del mundo y para el ecosistema. Nos van a encontrar como argentinos, como latinoamericanos, nos van a encontrar en todos lados, en prácticamente todos los proyectos. Si no es creándolos, es estando ahí en posiciones importantes, liderando los barcos, yendo para adelante. Tenemos muchas cosas, siempre digo, jugamos en hard. Eso es una ventaja muchas veces. Es lo que nos hace ver cosas de manera distinta y proponer soluciones que a veces no están en la cabeza de otros, no por maldad, no por nada, simplemente porque hemos vivido cosas que muchos otros no han vivido. Y lo mismo podría ser decir de muchos países y de muchas culturas. Yo les hablo a ustedes por lo que conozco, que es esto. Y viendo a toda esta gente acá, eso sí es lo que me da esperanza. Me da esperanza de que van a trabajar en Ethereum, van a tratar de resolver los problemas que tengan. Y ahí vuelvo a repetir, todo problema es un problema, sea tal vez para uno va a ser más grande, para uno va a ser más chico, pero tratemos de no juzgar qué es lo que uno está haciendo con base en lo que nosotros estamos haciendo. Es tal vez un proyecto de 10.000 NFTs puede no sonar como algo que va a resolver cosas del mundo, y tal vez no, pero son todos proyectos, a menos que sean scams, son todos proyectos válidos, y siempre le digo a la gente, trabajen en lo que a ustedes los motive. Si los quiero, la verdad no tengo idea cuánto tiempo pasó, pero quiero dejar un poco para preguntas y respuestas, así que si los puedo dejar con una sola cosa, pero ustedes ya la conocen, muchos de ustedes ya la conocen, la descentralización no importa hasta que importa. Y tal vez en los últimos años no fue tan importante, pero lo que estuve viendo hace muy poco y en los últimos días es que ahora es cuando importa la descentralización. Ténganla, por favor, en cuenta. Tenía un montón de cosas y me quedan 3 minutos y quiero hacer como 10 o 15 para preguntas. Quería hablar de muchísimas cosas, sé que no me dio tiempo, después me pasan por favor la factura por esta sesión de terapia, les agradezco mucho, es catártico poder estar acá enfrente y poder decir muchas de las cosas que me importan y compartirlas con todos ustedes. No sé si están de acuerdo o no, ahora vamos a tener un poco para preguntas y respuestas. Pero les dejo, por supuesto, con una positiva. No conozco un mejor lugar para estar trabajando hoy que en Ethereum. Yo estuve... Me acuerdo el nacimiento de Internet y 1995, hacer mi primera página web, una página de Mortal Kombat, y estar en esto, en Ethereum, me hace sentir en serio como en esos momentos. Estamos descubriendo cosas nuevas y los necesitamos a todos ustedes. Así que muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad y espero que les haya gustado esta pequeña charla. Y creo que va a haber micrófonos. Ah, perfecto. Sí.
Hola. Bueno, mi pregunta viene de la mano de, ¿vos crees que para lograr una mayor adopción...
¿Dónde estás? No te veo. Ahí estás.
Que para lograr una mayor adopción hay que hacer énfasis en la educación o en el uso de todo esto? No sé si entiende mi pregunta.
Sí.
Creo que muchos se enfocan en la educación y yo creo que hay que hacer más énfasis en la practicidad, en el uso que trae todo esto. ¿Cuál es tu opinión?
Sí, no, buena pregunta. Siento que van de la mano, ¿no? La educación es, sí, por supuesto, una de las cosas más importantes y y lo que hablé del riesgo, ¿no? Siempre educación no es solo cómo hacer algo, sino cuáles son las consecuencias de hacer algo. Y el uso, no sé cuánto tiempo lleves en el ecosistema. Personalmente he visto muchas mejoras en facilidad de uso de aplicaciones, pero no es suficiente. No es suficiente hasta el día que yo no le tenga que manejar las llaves privadas a mis suegros o a mis sobrinos y que tengamos maneras verdaderamente descentralizadas de poder decidir qué hacer si nos pasa algo o cómo heredar parte de esto. O, sí, como decís, cómo usar, creo que van de la mano. Y una de las cosas para felicitar es al equipo de ETHLatam, por supuesto, al equipo de DeFi Education, que hacen tanto buen trabajo para nuestro ecosistema, enseñando, y sí, felicidades a ellos. A ver, ¿tenemos alguna otra? Si no, nos vamos directamente ya.
¿Preguntas?
Al Fernet. Ahí hay una.
Acá tenemos uno también.
Pongo los anteojos porque si no, no los veo.
Hola, hola.
Buenas.
¿Cuál es la principal idea que dejaste de creer? O sea, que sostenías hace mucho tiempo y que la has soltado, en cripto obviamente. ¿Qué dejaste de creer?
Ay, mierda, qué buena pregunta. Sí. Tengo un par. Una que dejé de creer y que retomé, por suerte, es todo lo que estuve hablando, de la descentralización. Tuve un momento que dije, tal vez no es tan importante y tenemos que sacrificar un poco de eso para poder meter a los próximos 1.000 millones de personas. Y después estuve mucho tiempo con esa idea y después retomé que no, que la descentralización es lo más importante. Y una que sí es que creí que la gobernanza iba a ser la parte más interesante en los proyectos DeFi, y es algo que, aunque de repente me gusta hablar y lo menciono como un caso interesante a seguir, es algo que creo que no voy a hacer nunca más en mi vida después de los 4 años y medio que estuve trabajando. Es exhaustiva, es irritante en momentos, es frustrante, pero hay gente que le encanta y eso es bueno. Hay gente que vive para ser delegado de Uni, de Maker, de otras monedas, y es algo que me dolió decir que simplemente no es para mí y que me gustaría ver una evolución de eso. Sí.
Hola, hola, buenísimo. Bueno, al igual que vos, me considero un decentralization maximalist. Si bien no está más en Maker, te consulto, ¿qué pensás de que el multicollateral DAI esté vaqueado parcialmente por assets puramente centralizados? ¿Y qué solución le encontrás para poder un día poder crear un stablecoin puramente vaqueado por assets descentralizados?
Sí, últimamente no me gusta lo que estoy viendo en DAI. Algunas de las respuestas de gobernanza a todo lo que pasó. Creo que el agregar USDC como colateral en su momento fue la respuesta correcta, porque si no, tal vez el sistema hubiera tenido que ser cerrado. Pero creo que esa es otra. Toda la fe que le tenía a multicollateral DAI, no sé si... siento que el proyecto va a seguir y va a menos que haya algún problema existencial con USDC de que bloqueen los 3.5 mil millones de dólares o más que hay como colateral. Pero ver a MCD funcionar y verle agregar, que por cierto todo estaba en el white paper, siempre fue la idea hacer un DAI multicolateral con assets del mundo real, con bonos de países o de bancos o real estate, bienes raíces, lo que fuera. Pero una vez que estoy viendo cómo se está dando, creo que me gustaría ver más otras soluciones. ¿Y cuáles serían las otras soluciones? No sé, mencioné algunas como el USD, RAI, que me gustan mucho, pero en una blockchain como Ethereum, ¿qué otro colateral es más descentralizado que Ether, ¿no? Creo que no existe ningún otro que nos pueda dar la seguridad que nos da Ether. Entonces, si tuviera que hacer una stablecoin ahora de cero, probablemente solo usaría Ether de colateral y tomaría las cosas que me gustan del USD, de SAI, que era la versión anterior, y tal vez de RAI.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. ¿Cómo vamos? Voy 5 minutos más de tiempo. Tenemos un poco más, si queremos, o hasta que se aburran 10 minutitos. ¿Sí? Bien. Tenemos un poquito más. Mientras haya más preguntas, nos quedamos acá. Adelante.
¿Qué tal? Yo tengo una pregunta respecto a adopción y quería saber qué opinabas vos del uso de cripto, digamos, como instrumento, como moneda, digamos, para ir a comprar en el kiosco. Si te parece que la adopción se va a poder dar de manera nativa en cripto o si la única forma sería primero un paso por stablecoin, así como instrumento, como vehículo de la adopción antes que la gente termine adoptando cripto de manera más general. ¿Qué opinión tenías respecto a eso?
Ese siempre ha sido la meta, ¿no? De lo que todos hemos hablado y escuchado durante años, que es ir y pagar un café. Antes era con Bitcoin, después con Lightning, con Ethereum, con monedas estables. La verdad no sé si es algo que creo que también he cambiado de opinión. No sé si como el medio de pago sea el mejor uso. Puede resultar que sí en el futuro, si seguimos abaratando los costos de las transacciones. Pero bueno, yo hablo mucho de descentralización, trato de que eso se mantenga a nivel protocolo, a nivel base, pero seguimos viviendo en un mundo que se maneja 100% en fiat en casi todas las cosas y por ahora creo que el tener que hacer el cambio de criptomonedas o de monedas estables a la moneda del país donde vivís y ir y comprar algo no me parece, o sea, es algo que yo uso todos los días y salvo algunos casos que conozco de gente que puede pagar el alquiler en monedas estables o que haya comprado un auto o que haga una transacción que ya existen de comprar algún departamento o algo así. En cuestiones del día a día, a mí ya no me entusiasma tanto esa idea. Creo que puede ser que pase en algún momento, pero creo que las finanzas descentralizadas tal vez nos van a llevar por otros rumbos que no conocemos, que pueden terminar siendo mucho más interesantes que solo un medio de pago.
Acá, bueno, entiendo que no seas representante, pero que
la mano.
por acá, atrás de la cámara,
Estás.
que quizás seas una de las pocas personas que entiende RAI y quería quizás preguntar si podías hacer un too long didn't read de cuáles son las implicancias o cómo funciona.
RAI es un fork del código de Multicollateral DAI con un solo colateral que es Ether y es como si hoy Rune sugirió convertir DAI en algo mucho más parecido a RAI, que es activar un módulo que permite, por un lado, intereses negativos y por otro lado dejar el peg con el dólar, ¿no? RAI es una moneda estable, significa que se mueve de acorde a cómo se mueve el colateral por atrás de una manera mucho más estable que el colateral. Entonces, RAI cuando salió eligieron un número aleatorio, podría haber sido uno, pero no, se eligió otro, en este caso pi, 3.14, para diferenciar de lo que es una moneda anclada al dólar. Y el punto, este 3.14 podría haber sido cualquier número, podría haber sido 42, 69, 2 millones, el número no importa, la cosa es que esta moneda se mueve acorde a más lentamente, y yo también soy malísimo para explicar RAI, de acuerdo al colateral atrás. Y lo que tiene es un controller, un PID, un controller que lo que va cambiando es la tasa de redención de tu RAI contra el colateral. Y en muy pocas palabras es, si la tasa de redención va para cierto lado, te conviene generar RAI, y si está para el otro lado, te conviene pagar deuda o generar deuda. Y el único problema es que RAI, por lo que he visto ahora, funciona mejor en bull markets que en bear markets, que también es algo inherente a otros sistemas como DAI multicolateral. Entonces quiero ver en el futuro qué pasa con eso. No creo que RAI vaya a ser la respuesta, pero tal vez como versión 1 es un modelo interesante. Y disculpa, después si querés hablamos más, que cuando trato de explicar cosas técnicas en el escenario, ahí sí, me falla.
Hola.
Hola. Mano, ayúdame.
Hola.
Aquí. Buenas, acá.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué
Saludos.
tal?
Te felicito, buena charla.
Gracias.
De las que he escuchado hoy, muy buena. Mi pregunta es, tú que estás hablando de las stablecoins que están siendo atacadas, que son riesgosas, volátiles, y que vamos a tener meses, años que no van a estar fácil, pues, las stablecoins. Y ya ha pasado mucho con la que pasó con Terra, con la que pasó con todo ese tipo de cosas que están haciendo bulla. ¿Qué nos aconsejas tú? ¿Qué hacemos con las stablecoins? ¿En qué nos refugiamos? Porque habemos muchas personas que estamos refugiados en stablecoin, aparte de los otros proyectos, ¿no? Pero la mayor parte estamos en stablecoin, por lo menos hablo yo. Entonces, escucho todo este ruido hace mucho tiempo y da miedo, ¿me entiendes? Porque yo también me quiero comprar mi auto. Entonces, no lo quiero perder de la noche a la mañana. Entonces,
la idea no era asustar tanto, la verdad.
Bueno.
Por eso al final puse un poco de optimismo. No, pero tu pregunta suena mucho a que me estás pidiendo financial advice, que es lo peor que hay que dar. Te puedo contar lo que yo hice, pero cada persona es distinta, cada situación es distinta. Como dije al principio con el tema del auto comprado con Ether, cuando Ether estaba bajando de 1400, terminó bajando a 80 la vez pasada. Y te voy a dar son las respuestas de cajón, ¿no? Lo de no invertir más de lo que uno puede perder, siempre tener la plata del alquiler primero, porque estas monedas bajan en el peor momento siempre, cuando uno lo necesita. Mi idea no era asustarte de no usar las stablecoins. Mi idea es hablar del riesgo como algo que existe. El riesgo existe de tener la plata en pesos o tener la plata en una cuenta en dólares acá y que el banco un día diga, ¿saben qué momento? Corralito 2.0. El riesgo existe en todas. La cosa es, como personas, individuos, definir cuál es el riesgo para uno, que diga, estoy dispuesto a manejar esto. No creo que en Latinoamérica tengamos tan rápido el problema que están teniendo, por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos con las cosas de regulación. Generalmente acá por mucho que hay buena voluntad, y hemos visto en países como México que Bitso trabaja mucho con los senadores, diputados mexicanos que hacen las leyes y que siento que están haciendo un buen trabajo, creo que muchos de los problemas que mencioné no los vamos a tener por un tiempo. Entonces te digo, consejos no puedo darte, te digo que mucha de la gente acá tiene convicción en ciertas monedas, esto se llama ETHLatam, veremos en cuál. Pero sí, no, toma todo lo que dije como una advertencia a mediano o largo plazo para nosotros, no como algo que llegues ahora y digo, vendo y lo pongo en otra cosa. Bueno, creo que
Buenas
ya pasó
tardes.
todo el
Hola.
tiempo.
Hola, hola.
¿Hacemos la última?
Buenas tardes.
O las dos últimas. Sí.
Hola. Bueno, no sé quién.
¿Ya?
Buenas tardes. ¿Cuál crees que es el mayor desafío y que te motiva a seguir aportando, construyendo el ecosistema?
La verdad es que yo no he estado aportando mucho en el último año. Creo que lo que hice, espero que sea aporte suficiente, porque también este ecosistema es tan cambiante y tan activo, tan nuevo, que hay que dedicarle mucho y a veces hay que sacrificar mucho. Yo a mi edad ahora ya tal vez no estoy dispuesto a sacrificar tanto, y creo que me siento cómodo tomando un paso al costado y dejando que ustedes, la gente joven, tome el volante y tome las decisiones de ahora en adelante y cree. Me interesa mucho, y algo que sigo son los bienes públicos, cosas como Gitcoin, cosas como Stateful Works y el Protocol Guild, que tiene todas las cosas que me gustan del ecosistema. Ideas y organización descentralizada y tratar de apuntar hacia un bien común. Eso últimamente es lo que me interesa mucho más que tal vez protocolos DeFi o monedas estables o esas cosas. Y hacemos la última entonces. Bien.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Yo te quería preguntar, yo sé que viviste muchos años ya de blockchain y de Ethereum, y con todo esto que está pasando, ¿dónde crees que se va a dar la lucha contra este tipo de cosas que están haciendo con Tron? Si crees que se va a dar desde el lado político o si crees que simplemente vamos a seguir construyendo cosas descentralizadas y bueno, que ellos nos banen hasta que no nos puedan apagar más, digamos.
Buena pregunta. Creo que vamos a tener las dos cosas. Creo que siempre esta tecnología va a invitar a gente que quiere de alguna manera estar un poco más afuera del sistema, por la razón que sea. Y por otro lado veo que hay algunos intentos de buena fe por tener regulaciones sensibles. Entonces, en el futuro que los bancos tengan un ledger público en común donde hagan settlement de sus operaciones, seguro, y donde haya gente que pueda pagar sus impuestos on-chain, probablemente, pero de que también haya mercados peer-to-peer y cosas un poco más underground. Creo que así es como nació esta tecnología, y no veo que aún la mayor adopción del mundo pueda extinguir esa flama que es de donde salimos, ¿no? Ok, bueno, les agradezco muchísimo. Hoy llegué tarde, mañana voy a tratar de estar más y el sábado también, así que si me ven, por favor, salúdenme sin vergüenza, me encanta hablar con todos. Y bueno, a disfrutar. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, querido Nanex. Bueno, llegamos al final del primer día de ETHLatam, la primera edición acá en Buenos Aires, en Argentina. Muchísimas gracias a todas las personas que asistieron, que están acá yéndose ahora. Todas las personas que están online, viéndonos también, muchísimas gracias. Les recuerdo que tienen hasta hoy a las 12 de la noche para presentar su proyecto, para poder recibir premios por 25.000 DAI. A través de un modelo Quadratic Funding. La página es QF como Quadratic Funding, Q de queso, F de Francisco, .ethlatam.org. Y mañana vamos a empezar puntual a las 10 de la mañana, así que les esperamos y hasta mañana. Muchas gracias.